W.F. Howes presents an unabridged recording of Burn This by Sophie McKenzie, narrated by Caroline Fantozzi. Prologue. It was late August 1995 and swelteringly, stickily hot. I remember my parents discussing how unusual it was to have a heat wave in Framley, the Midlands town I grew up in, and muttering darkly about global warming. Vicky and I had both turned 10 earlier in the year. We'd been inseparable all summer. The heavy overnight rain had done nothing to clear the air, and we spent that morning at my house, sprawled across the living room floor with Mum's noisy electric fan at full blast. Vicky had nicked a copy of Sugar off her older sister, and while she attempted the quiz, How to Know If He Likes You, I puzzled over the fashion tips, suggesting ways to achieve your hair, but better. After an hour or so, Mum chivied us outside to Framley Park around the corner. It was normal for us, that summer holiday, to spend a part of each day in the park. One of our mums would come and check on us every couple of hours, often to call us in for a meal. But mostly we were left to our own devices, though with strict instructions not to talk to strangers. As we wandered along the dusty street to the park, sun blazing down, Vicky hoiked her shiny pink Hello Kitty backpack over her shoulder. She'd been given that bag for her birthday the month before, and took it everywhere with her. I coveted that bag, as I did so many of Vicky's possessions, and her effortless, feminine style. She knew so much more about teen fashion than I did. I only had an older brother at home, and he wasn't remotely interested in clothes. Vicky and I both wore shorts and t-shirts, but Vicky's matching pink combo had pretty fluted hems while I was, as usual, wearing Frank's cast-offs. A faded green top and brown shorts tied around the waist with a glittery belt, one of my few girly possessions. I must have looked odd in such a get-up, but Vicky never teased me over my appearance. We were fiercely loyal to each other, the youngest children in our respective families. We'd grown up on the same street and were best friends forever, before anyone thought to use that term. In the park we played on the swings and the roundabout, both of which were in the shade. Then Vicky tried, not for the first time, to teach me how to cartwheel, an activity she could perform with effortless ease. After watching me struggle for a couple of minutes, Vicky sighed and produced a small black and white ball from her backpack. My heart sank as I saw it. Unlike perennial sports day winner Vicky, I was even more hopelessly uncoordinated at ball games than I was at cartwheeling. "What's that for?" I asked sulkily. "Let's play hires." I looked around the park. The browned grass beyond the crowded playground was full of people, mostly spread-eagled and soaking up the sun. "There's no space," I complained. "Yes, there is," Vicky insisted. "Over there." She pointed towards the wire fence that divided the park from the far wilder and larger Framley Wood beyond. Thick, heavy branches hung over the fence, casting the area of the park Vicky was indicating into constant shade. Indeed, after last night's thunderstorm, the patch of earth where she wanted us to play was sodden and muddy. It was, as she'd pointed out, free from people, but only because it was so swamp-like. I mumbled something about my mum being cross if I got my sandals dirty, but Vicky, who was entirely unbothered about getting into trouble, was already marching across the parched grass to the squelchy mud close to the trees. She assumed, correctly, I would follow. I usually did what Vicky said. She might have been a few months younger than me, but she had a way about her that made her hard to refuse. We stood opposite each other in the damp earth. A few feet set back from the fence, started playing. Hires was a game Vicky had devised in which one person threw the ball as high as they could in the air, attempting to make it land at the other person's feet. Vicky was brilliant at this, making it look easy. I, of course, was always wildly off target. I put up with the game for about 10 minutes, getting increasingly hot and irritable as I kept having to run through the mud for the ball. "Can we stop now?" I asked at last. Not yet, came Vicky's insistent reply. Another 5 throws each. For goodness sake. Feeling really grumpy now, I chucked the ball in the air without even trying to aim it towards her. We both watched as it soared over the fence and into Framley Wood. Bella! Vicky flicked her neat strawberry blonde plaits over her shoulder. It was her tell when she was irritated. Go and get that. Something in me bridled. I was only playing this stupid game because of her. Anyway, though it was fine for us to play in the park unaccompanied, we were forbidden to enter Framley Wood without an adult. I wasn't particularly goody-goody as a child, but I didn't relish either rule-breaking or the trouble I'd get into if my parents found out. No, I said, my tipping point suddenly reached. You fetch it, it's your ball. Vicky drew herself up. You're the one who lost it, you should go and find it. She was right, of course, but I wasn't about to back down. Instead, I stomped off to the playground. I was still all churned up when I reached the swings. I looked back at that point, but Vicky was nowhere to be seen. Assuming she had crawled through one of the gaps in the fence and was now looking for the ball among the trees, I sat down on the nearest swing, my back to the wood, and kicked out as hard as I could. I focused on swinging higher and higher, letting my anger unravel and float away in the warm air. Minutes passed. I was calmer now, and I slid off the swing, wondering where Vicky had got to. Surely she'd had more than enough time to find this stupid ball. Bella! I turned at the sound of Mum's voice. She was hurrying across the dry grass towards me, her cheeks flushed from the heat and strands of fair hair stuck to her forehead. Come on, love, she said, sounding out of breath. Lunchtime. But Vicky's still in the wood, I said, pointing towards the trees. Fetching her ball. Mum hesitated, then frowned. I suppose we'd better go and get her, she said, sounding strangely reluctant. Come on. We made our way towards Framley Wood, calling out Vicky's name, but Vicky didn't appear. Did you actually see her go in there? Mum asked, stopping beside the gap in the fence and peering into the trees. I shook my head, not wanting to explain about our argument. Mum hesitated. Do you think maybe she just went home? I shrugged. Mum sighed and turned away from the wood. One more loop round the park, then we'll see, she said, though more as if talking to herself than to me. Taking my hand, she hurried me around the perimeter of the park. We called for Vicky as we walked, but there was still no sign of her. Unlike Mum, who was biting her fingernails and growing visibly more nervy with every passing moment, I was sure Vicky had simply gone home in a huff and was eager to make up with her there so we could carry on playing. We went to Vicky's house. She wasn't there. My mum kept telling Vicky's mum that everything was going to be okay, but I could tell from her anxious looks she was seriously worried. I wasn't. Not then. It would be just like Vicky to run off and get everyone worked up. I was certain she'd stroll in soon, making up some excuse about where she'd been. She probably wouldn't even get into trouble over it, I thought resentfully. Vicky's mum called her dad, who left work straight away. He met us back in the park. As we searched for Vicky, other random people who'd just been sunbathing on the grass joined in. We looked and looked for her for what felt like ages, but was probably only about 15 minutes. And then one of our neighbours ran over. He'd found Vicky's Hello Kitty backpack in Framley Wood. It was, he said, open, with Vicky's ball poking out of the top. Vicky's mum let out a terrible groan when she saw the bag. Mum and everyone crowding round kept reassuring her Vicky was okay and had probably just wandered off and left the bag by mistake. But I knew Vicky would never have left that bag behind, anywhere. They found her body covered by branches a couple of hours later. Mum broke the news to me, her voice strangled and strange. I think she thought I would collapse into sobs, but I didn't. I never cried. I couldn't let myself feel the pain of Vicky's loss. because if I'd felt that pain, I'd have had to let in the guilt too. It should have been me fetching that ball. It should have been me. 30 years later. Chapter 1. I stand outside my old childhood bedroom. Of all the rooms in the house, this is the one I've been dreading going into. I brace myself, then open the door. It's worse than I imagined. This might be the smallest bedroom in the house, but every surface is piled high with cardboard boxes, even the bed. And yet, despite being little more than a dumping ground, my childhood is infused in everything, from the red and gold patterned carpet Mum proudly had laid when I was at primary school, to the chipped chest of drawers, white with a pink trim, that younger me adored. My guts knot at the memory of Dad installing the chest of drawers. He was delighted with himself for providing it, and so happy to see me in raptures over what I saw as my first proper grown-up piece of furniture. Would he remember that now? I wonder. I push my way past the clutter to the window and peer out at the tiny back garden. Like the rest of the house, it's in dire need of some attention. Mum used to love tending to the flowers, but after she died suddenly 2 years ago, Dad let everything run wild. He lost interest in the house, too, struggling to focus on completing simple tasks like making a cup of tea or walking to the shops. Mum's death had come on top of his retirement, and my brother, Frank, and I assumed his regular bouts of confusion were a response to all the trauma, or a sign of depression. Soon, however, it became clear he was struggling with dementia, and after the 3rd time he wandered out of the house and was found lost and bewildered on the high street, we decided he should no longer live alone. Frank found a local care home for him, which is a whole other story, and for the next year the small 3-bed terrace that Frank and I grew up in was rented out to tenants. But not this room. This is where Frank locked away all of our parents' belongings that he didn't want to keep, but needed me to agree to let go of. Now I'm back in Framley and have promised to sort through them. I'm planning to make 3 piles: things I want to keep, things to offer to other people, and things destined for the charity shop or rubbish bin. I take a deep breath and pull the first unmarked box towards me. I yank open the top to find a messy stash of crafting paraphernalia. There are 3 embroidery sets, 2 boxes of colourful buttons, and several half-finished wicker baskets, along with books on bookbinding and millinery. As I draw these out, various bits of fabric and skeins of wool and lengths of ribbon come to light. Was all this Mum's? Hobbies she took up, perhaps, after I'd left home. I can't find anything that looks completed, apart from a pair of lumpy hand-knitted teddies. I take them out and reveal a bottom layer of random cards. Frowning, I take a look. Wow, there are birthday and Christmas cards here going back over 20 years. One card, featuring a bunch of flowers and the word "Congratulations," jogs a memory. I open it up to find Mum's looping handwriting. Dear Bella, we are so proud of you, the first person ever in our families ever to graduate from university. Love you to the moon, Mum and Dad. I bite my lip, wondering if Mum felt sad or disappointed that I hadn't kept the card with me, and whether she stayed so proud once I'd established myself in a life such a long way away from the one in which I'd grown up. She always encouraged me academically, putting me in for the 11+ even though nobody we knew had gone to the nearby grammar school. I got in, too. Then worked hard, determined to use uni as my ticket out of Framley. I wasn't a snob about the town I'd grown up in, but my earliest memories are of strikes on TV and walking past the derelict mills that once, when my parents were young, had given Framley its identity. Under the cards, I find a faded photocopy of one of my first copywriting jobs. A print ad for a futon company, with a note paperclipped to it. I did this. Love, Bella. I gaze at the cartoonish flower my 20-something self drew after my name. I feel a million miles away from the girl who got picked up as a trainee by an ad agency straight out of university and bounced into a working life in London without a thought, never looking back at the small town I'd come from. I rummage on. Among a cluster of invitations, I find the one to my wedding with Angus. He was an account manager at the second agency I worked at. After a whirlwind romance, we were married within a year, just making it onto the housing ladder before all London properties became completely unaffordable. Tora was born a few years later, and for a while things were great. Until my life imploded. The first thing to go was my job. I got made redundant 3 years ago, when I was 37, as part of a thinly veiled corporate attempt to get rid of a raft of stale, pale oldies. Unlike Angus, who'd been freelancing for years at that point, I couldn't get my head around the insecurity of self-employed life, and soon we were forced to sell our house and rent somewhere smaller and cheaper. After a really difficult year, I thought things surely had to improve. But then Mum collapsed with an aneurysm, aged just 67, and was gone in less than an hour. What remained of my world finally blew up when, just weeks after her funeral, I discovered Angus had been having an affair with one of my closest friends since my redundancy. They were besotted with each other. I was devastated. And so it was that I suddenly found myself not just without a job and a partner, but with dwindling supplies of friends, money, and confidence. Even Dad, once my absolute rock, was vanishing before my eyes, his mind gradually becoming more and more tangled in itself. Angus and Annie moved abroad, and the calls to poor Tora dwindled away. I hit my 40th birthday in April, and plunged to a new low. I needed a fresh start, and coming back to Framley last week seemed like a positive option. That's what I tell people anyway. That I'm here in my childhood home to sort it out before Frank and I sell it, while taking stock of my life and forging a new career in a thoughtfully planned sabbatical. The truth is that I'm broke and desperate, with nowhere else to go. I put the craft items in the charity donation pile and select a few of the cards for my own memory box. The rest can go. I reseal the box and set it by the door. There. One down, several million to go. Mum! Tora flies into the room. Mercedes says there's no school uniform at my new school. Her eyes are wide with excitement. Why didn't you tell me? I smile at her. My 9-year-old daughter may have something of my colouring, with her flyaway dark hair and green eyes, but I can't believe I was ever as innocent and excitable. Sometimes she seems far younger than her years. When I was at Framley Park, there was a uniform, I say. I didn't know they'd got rid of it. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me, she cries, clasping her hands together. I'm going to wear a different signature colour for every day of the week. You've watched too many episodes of Colour Me Positive. I look up to see Mercedes Jones, the only family friend I really kept in touch with over the years, standing by the bedroom door. She leans against the door jamb, eyebrows raised affectionately at Tora's enthusiasm. Do you think the girls at my new school will be judgy, though? Tora stops, suddenly uncertain. I hesitate, unsure exactly how to answer her. I really wanted her to see out the year at her old school, so she didn't have to start at Framley Park Primary halfway through the summer term, but my finances just got too squeezed, and here she is, uprooted and clearly a little anxious. Hey, I say, sitting down on the bed and reaching for Tora's hand. What matters is being yourself and who people are on the inside. That's what your new friends will be focused on, never mind what anybody's wearing. I hope there is at least some truth to this. Mercedes clears her throat. If anyone does get in your face, Tora, over anything, she says gruffly, I'll get Danny onto them. Thanks, Ma. Our eyes meet, and Mercedes nods. She's a senior nurse and a single mum with 2 daughters, the younger of whom, Daniela, is the same age and in the same year as Tora. We've been best friends since our first day at secondary school, though over the past few years our meetings dwindled to the increasingly rare visits I made to Framley. Angus never took to practical, outspoken Mer, who, though she never said, I'm sure found him unbearably pompous. Anyway, once we'd moved into our tiny rental flat, it was just too difficult to invite her and her kids to stay. Mercedes' gaze wanders around the room, taking in all the piles of boxes. "This is a lot to deal with," she says flatly. "I know," I grimace. "I'm exhausted already, and I've literally looked inside one box." Mercedes nods, understanding immediately. "How about I take Tora to mine for a few hours?" she suggests. "The girls can have ice cream and Danny can give Tora tips about a new school." "Please, Mum!" Tora makes big eyes at me. "That will be great," I say, though we're expected at my brother's for dinner later, so no worries, I've got a shift later anyway. I'll drop her back in plenty of time. Mercedes grins. "But how about you guys coming over tomorrow evening? The girls can play upstairs and you and I can have a glass of wine and discuss how to get you back in the, saddle, if you know what I mean." I shake my head. Mercedes has been banging on about me finding a new man since I arrived, but it's the last thing I want to focus on. I've got Tora to settle in, a house to clear out, and a new job to find. On top of which, after Angus, I can't imagine ever trusting a man again. "A glass of wine sounds nice," I say evenly. "Good." Mercedes glances around the room. "One step at a time," she says. "It's not like you have to do it all today." As Tora skips happily away, I get up from the bed and take proper stock. There are 36 cardboard boxes in here, including the 2 I've already looked at. Only a few are labelled. I peer inside one marked Eddie, which is my dad's name, and find a jumble of ties and socks, as well as a silver tankard, 2 watches I don't recognise, and a large box of spare buttons and cufflinks. I give the box a cursory rummage, then reseal it and place it by the front door. There's nothing here of any value, sentimental or otherwise, and, sadly, Dad no longer has any use for any of it. I'm going to give the entire box to Dad's brother, my Uncle John, when I next see him. Feeling positive, I return upstairs and tackle a box marked Spares. It contains a selection of blank birthday cards, a bag of picture hooks, 2 cutlery sets, and 3 blocks of plain A4 paper. At least none of these items are emotive. I remove the paper and put everything else in the donate pile. I check the time. 2 boxes dealt with in less than 10 minutes. I'm making progress. I reach for an unmarked cardboard box and open it. The scent of Mum's honeysuckle perfume rises up, so strong that I gasp. Tears well in my eyes as I lift out a pile of folded jumpers and cardigans. I bury my face in a soft pink sweater, drawing in deep breaths of Mum's smell, then set the knitwear down and peer into the box again. A jumble of memories stares straight back at me. Mum's delicate seed pearl necklace is draped over the framed photo of Frank and me as kids that she kept on the living room mantelpiece. I take them out to find 2 more framed photos, both from my parents' wedding, with Mum breathtakingly pretty in a meringue of a white dress, and Dad's youthful, handsome face full of intense joy. There are other pictures of Mum here too, from her teens, posing for pictures in skimpy miniskirts I'd never have been allowed to wear. I stare at them, struck by the light sparking from Mum's eyes as she grins down the lens. It's almost impossible to connect the young woman in this photo with my memories of my mum growing up. When did she lose her main character energy and settle back into the shadows, a figure in the background, keeping everything running smoothly but never stepping into the limelight? Beneath those are yet more photos, mainly of my parents on holiday together. It's like looking into another world to stare at their younger selves, blissfully happy as they always were, with beaming smiles on their tanned faces. There's a selection of souvenirs from those holidays, too. The paper fan from Spain, with a handle in the shape of a flamenco dancer that Mum inevitably used when the weather turned hot. And the crimson-fringed shawl she bought on Rhodes, which she would wrap me in when I was sick. As I stroke the soft wool of the shawl, another photo catches my eye. It's one of me and Vicky, with our arms around each other. Vicky's Hello Kitty backpack is slung over her shoulder. The photo must have been taken the summer she was killed. My throat feels thick and tight as I stare down at her face. God, she's so full of life. I can still see her as my dad took this picture, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Take your time, Mr. Wilkins," she teased like she was 25 instead of 10. Unwanted memories of that terrible day rise inside me. I blink them away, put everything back in the box, then reseal it and write the words "to do" on the outside. Clearing out this room is going to be harder than I thought. As I shove the box in the corner of the room, my eyes light on the cardboard edge of a container I hadn't noticed before. It's crammed into the space between the bedside table and the wall. Great. That makes 37. I drag it out and turn it around, searching for a label. Bella. My heart gives a jolt as I spot my own name, scrawled on the side in Mum's familiar looping handwriting. I sit on the bed and make a space for the box beside me. What has Mum kept in here? My heart beats faster as I lift the flaps and peer inside. The very worn yellow teddy bear I had as a baby lies on the top next to my two favourite dolls. Superstar Barbie with her massive froth of blonde hair, and Great Shape Barbie in her blue bodysuit and striped leg warmers. Waves of nostalgia wash over me as I lift them out and take in the sheaves of cards and drawings and exercise books beneath. Oh, wow. Did Mum really keep all these? I remove everything, one by one, and lay it out on the single bed. There are school reports and colouring books and pictures of horses and families and pretty much every birthday and Mother's Day card I ever wrote as a child. The only odd addition is a framed photo of Mum, aged about 19 or 20, dressed up as my Great Shape Barbie doll. I peer at it closely. She's copied the outfit exactly, even wearing a blonde wig and a blue headband. Surely this belongs with the other photos of her when she was young. Or perhaps I had some sentimental attachment to the photo because of my own love of Barbie. I don't remember. The box is empty now, apart from a hard-backed Bible. Another anomaly, surely. My childhood was resolutely non-religious, unless you count the cultural nod to Christianity offered when I was christened in church as a baby, or the local carol service which we attended as a family every Christmas. I take out the Bible and lift the cover, wondering if the flyleaf will give a clue as to where it came from. But there is no flyleaf. It's been torn out, along with most of the Bible. In its place is a notebook which, now freed from its hiding place, slides into my hand. Its once white cover is yellowing, but my mother's handwriting on the front is clear. I stare at the words she wrote, my heart thudding. Why did she hide this notebook so carefully? What does it contain? And why does its cover give such a stark and dramatic instruction? Burn this. Chapter 2. The silence in the room seems to press down on me as I stare at the words on the cover. Burn this. Why would Mum write that? What on earth is inside this notebook? My heart hammers against my chest as I open the cover. It's stiff with age. The blank page inside dust dry and curling at the edges. I turn a few more pages, all still blank. I frown. Then I come to an entry. It's undated, a poem, I think, but with lots crossed out. I can just make out some of the lines. The warmth of a hot summer breeze. Autumn's brown and curling leaves. Mist rises from the water. I turn a few more pages, more attempts at poetry, also with loads deleted, but this time surely about either me or Frank. How I love your big eyes. The tiny toes, the sweet little nose, dashing and splashing in the puddles. And then an actual story. Something perhaps written for one of us, though I have no memory of it. It's a story about two kids called Marvel and Magica who meet a dragon. It goes on for pages. I shake my head. I had no idea Mum harboured ambitions to write fiction. I wish I could ask her why she'd started. To express a burning creativity? To capture the essence of something as an intellectual exercise? To produce stories to read to her children? I'll never know now. She died so shockingly fast after her aneurysm that I was still waiting for a train at Euston when Dad called me with the news. I keep turning the pages. There are several more poems and short stories, all a bit overblown but jotted down in Mum's careful looping handwriting. As the crossings out lessen, the subject matter shifts. Mum is now writing about bereavement. There's a highly emotional poem about the pain of losing a loved one, and a short story full of angel metaphors about a woman called Anastasia who finds peace after a miscarriage. Over an hour has passed, and I'm nearly at the end of the notebook. I am cold and stiff from sitting and stretch out my arms. I feel a stab of impatience with myself. I should have saved reading this for later, kept going with my clearing out while Tora wasn't underfoot. I'm about to set the notebook down in order to put everything back in the Bella box, when a fresh entry towards the end catches my eye. This one is written in a different pen from the others, thicker and blacker. It's the first line that grabs my attention. It's certainly like none of Mum's other stories. I know who killed Vicky Daniels. I was there. I saw everything. My stomach cramps as I'm shot back to that terrible day. I slam the notebook shut, shocked. My first thought is to wonder what on earth Mum was doing, writing a story inspired by such a horrific experience. And then, tumbling over that thought comes another, even worse. What if this isn't a story at all? What if Mum did know who killed Vicky? Except she can't have. She looked for Vicky with me and everyone else. If she'd known Vicky was already dead, why would she have done that? I frown. My memories of the time after Vicky's body was discovered are patchy, to say the least. As the last person, other than her killer, to see her alive, I was asked repeatedly by Vicky's parents and later the police what she'd said and done, and when she'd said it and done it, and every time it was another shovelful of guilt laid over me. My fingers tremble as I open the notebook again and read the rest of what Mum wrote. It's cool in the trees, the earth still damp after yesterday's rain. Vicky's voice rings out unexpectedly. She must be close by. I know what you're doing, she cries, that haughty tone of hers. I peer past the next tree, wondering who she's speaking to. I see her standing beside a gorse bush, strong, tanned limbs and that naturally streaked blonde hair grown women pay a lot of money for. She's wearing a pink top and shorts, her hands on her hips, so confident. So different from my own little Bella. I'm going to tell, she cries. She sounds a little nervous under her haughty manner. A shaft of sunlight falls through the trees, burnishing the gold of her hair as she flicks it back over her shoulder. I'm going to tell on you. Tell what? To whom? I freeze, suddenly certain I know what's going on. No, you don't. You little bitch. I gasp at the violence of the voice, and then everything happens so fast. I hear footsteps, and then suddenly Kay picks up a rock and strides over to Vicky. It's all so fast. Kay slams the rock against Vicky's head, a dull, sickening crack. She falls to the ground. Fear shoots through me. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I'm suddenly hyper-aware of every cell of my body, my hair damp on my forehead, my shirt clinging to my back. Kay stands over Vicky, looking down at her, all shocked eyes and shuddering breath. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Kay's gold ring set with the black diamond. The truth shines out of it. And I know that everything is changed, forever. I stumble sideways onto dry twigs. The crackle snaps through the air. My heart hammers as Kay looks up and... I turn to the next page. But it's been torn out. And the next. I flick through the remaining pages of the notebook. They're all empty. I rummage through the contents of the box now spread out on the bed, but there's no sign of the missing torn-out pages. I feel sick to my stomach as I sink onto the bed. All thoughts of sorting through the remaining boxes around me vanish as a single thought fills me with a cold, clear dread. Is it possible that my mother saw who killed my best friend and took the secret to her grave? More questions rise up, one on top of the next. Who is Kay? Did they see Mum? Did they speak to her? What happened next? I look again for the missing pages. They're definitely not here. We're back. Mercedes's voice calls out from the ground floor. I had double chocolate with extra choc chips. Tora's excited shout echoes after her. My head still spinning, I force myself to get up and go down to them. Mercedes sees something is wrong straight away. I give Tora my iPad and usher her into the living room. Then I close the door and show Mum's notebook to Mercedes. She stares at the cover. Burn this, she reads. What does that mean? Remember Vicky Daniels, the little girl who was killed when we were 10? Course. She was a friend of yours, wasn't she? From Framley Park? I nod. Mercedes went to the local Catholic primary school, so I didn't meet her until we both started at Addington Grammar, aged 11. That's right, I say. Vicky lived on this street. Our families knew each other really well. Okay. So? Mum wrote about Vicky's death, her murder, at the end of the notebook. I hesitate. I think she might have witnessed it. Mercedes frowns. She flicks through the pages to the final entry, scanning the contents as she goes. But this is all creative writing stuff, isn't it? The early stuff is, I acknowledge, but the way Mum writes about Vicky is different from the rest. The language is more direct. She uses Vicky's name instead of the made-up names that are in the other stories. I bite my lip. It's like she's writing from real life. I don't see that. Mercedes hands me back the notebook. Honestly, Bella, I'm sure it's just another story. Then why did she hide the notebook inside a Bible at the bottom of a box she thought nobody would look in? Why did she write "burn this" on the front of the notebook like it really mattered? My voice rises on the tide of my emotions, my throat tightening as I speak. Mercedes wrinkles her nose, clearly bemused by my insistence. Because she was embarrassed? She sighs. Your mum wasn't exactly the most confident person. She used to describe herself as just a homemaker. Remember? I sit back. Okay, that's true. I hesitate, my thoughts catching up with my feelings as I struggle to articulate them. It's just... I was there, that day in the park with Vicky. She was my best friend and her murderer was never caught. Mercedes nods. I know. I might not have been at your school, but I still remember how shook everyone was. Even my dad talked about it. It happened just before he left Framley, and he's as self-centred as they come. So I get that this is upsetting. That isn't what I mean. I press on, trying to disentangle the memories and jumbled thoughts from 30 years ago that swirl in my head. It's hard to put into words, but there was something weird about the way Mum acted that day. I told her Vicky had gone into the wood to fetch her ball, but she didn't go in there herself, even though it was the most likely place Vicky would be. I don't think that proves anything other than that she didn't want to crawl under that fence and get covered in mud. I frown. Obviously it doesn't prove anything, but there was this vibe off her, like she didn't really want to be looking for Vicky at all. Of course she didn't. Mer rolls her eyes. She wanted to get you home. Or maybe she already knew Vicky was dead. Maybe she saw her get killed before she came to find me. I hold up the Burn This notebook. If you add this to the weird way she was behaving, you've got to admit it's possible. I guess, Mercedes concedes. But it doesn't explain why she would have gone into the woods in the first place. Or if she did witness a murder, why didn't she say so straight away? I point to Mum's scrawled final line before the ripped-out pages. My heart hammers as Kay looks up, and maybe this Kay person realised Mum saw the murder and threatened her. Jesus, Bella, this is Framley, not South Central LA. Mercedes laughs. You've spent too much time in the big city making stuff up for a living. Right. I press my lips together. There's no point me trying to convince her. I'm not even sure why I feel such a compulsion to be believed. I smile and say I'll see her soon. But once she's gone and I'm left to wander through the house, the tinny music from whatever Tora is playing on my iPad echoing after me, I can't shake the troubled, uneasy feeling that creeps through my veins. Did Mum really see who killed Vicky? Chapter 3. 2 hours later, Tora and I are hurrying along my brother's road as the soft May light fades from the day. We're running late, thanks to the ancient boiler at home losing water pressure while I was showering. I'm clutching a bottle of the nicest wine I could find at the corner shop and going over and over Mum's notebook in my head. I know it makes no logical sense that she witnessed Vicky's murder, then wrote a secret account of it instead of telling anyone. But I can't get past the feeling that, for some reason, she did exactly that. How much further? Tora asks. I glance at the number on the brick semi we're passing. 3 more houses, I say. The thick black of that scrawled, "Burn This," flashes in front of my mind's eye. Mum was a quiet, undemonstrative woman, not given to dramatic gestures. I don't believe she'd have written that instruction and then hidden the notebook so carefully without a good reason. Tora tugs at my hand. Will Gabby be there? I glance down at her and smile, my mood lifting slightly. I expect so. Tora performs an extra skip to show her pleasure at this news. She has really taken to Frank and Cheryl's 15-year-old daughter, and much to my relief, Gabby seemed happy to make time for her when we all met up last week. It's Gabby who opens the door when we ring the bell. She's dressed in a hot pink crop top, black joggers crisscrossed with rips and lace-up pink boots. Her eyes are heavy with liner, and her short hair fastened all over with butterfly pins. The combination of her naughty-style hair and the Y2K printed on the front of her top makes me feel old. When did the 2000s become history? Hi, Tora beams at her. Hey, Kurt, Gabby drawls. She smiles at me. Hey, Auntie Bella. Just Bella's fine, I smile. Gabby shrugs, like she did the last time I suggested dropping the auntie. She seems almost alarmingly mature for her age. I'm sure I didn't have that weary, seen-it-all manner when I was a teenager, but then I wasn't as beautiful as Gabby. Even with all the makeup, there's an almost angelic quality to her fine features. Can I see your bedroom? Tora blurts out. Tora? I laugh. Gabby grins. Sure, no problem. I mouth a thank you at her and watch as the two of them traipse up the stairs. Cheryl appears from the kitchen, dressed from head to foot in pale grey athleisure. She beckons me along the corridor. Come on in, she urges. I've got a glass of wine waiting for you. I hurry after her, my own bottle still clutched in my hand as she chatters away about the high turnover of shops on the high street. I'm not really listening. My hand is already inside my shoulder bag, gripping Mum's notebook. I'm going to show it to Frank as soon as possible, see what he makes of it. We don't need another nail bar, Cheryl is now saying, fluffing at her blonde waves. Her forehead is entirely wrinkle-free. Has she had Botox? Or at the very least a peel? The high street is like a ghost town with all the proper businesses closing down. I bet it's not like that in London, is it? That's where all the money goes. I look up, startled at the accusatory tone that's crept into my sister-in-law's voice. I've never been quite sure what to make of Cheryl. She's been in my life as long as I can remember. She and Frank were childhood sweethearts, but we've never been close. I'm saved from having to reply to her question by Frank's cheery, "Hello!" He rises from the kitchen table as I enter the room, opening his arms to envelop me in a hug. 6 years older than me, Frank is a large bear of a man, as warm and silent as Cheryl is spiky and talkative. I hug Frank back while Cheryl fusses around me, offering to take my coat and saying how cute Tora is. As Frank draws back, I hand her my bottle of Puer Fumé, and the slightest shadow passes over her face. "Is the wine okay?" I ask, feeling suddenly awkward. "It looks lovely," Cheryl coos, giving me a broad smile and revealing a streak of pink lipstick across her front teeth. "Super fancy." There's just enough mocking edge in her voice to make me feel uncomfortable again, but to my relief, Frank pats me on the shoulder affectionately. "Better tasting wine than men, eh, sis?" "Very funny. At least I have taste," I say, relieved to ease into our old sibling banter. Frank and I have always been close, even though because of our age gap we didn't really grow up together. Our educations were totally different, too. Frank left St. Hawes Secondary Modern at 16 and was already working for Dad the summer that Vicky died. I, on the other hand, started at Addington Grammar that autumn and was soon on a fast track to top exam results and university. Frank grins at me, but under the smile I can't help but notice the weary grey of his face and feel a stab of concern. My brother has aged since I last visited family and, unlike his tightly toned wife, looks pasty and overweight, his jaw rather jowly and his t-shirt stretched over his belly. "Where's Tora?" he grunts. "Already upstairs with Gabby. I think she has a bit of a girl crush." Frank nods. "Ah, well." "Gabby's the same," Cheryl gushes. "She hasn't said much, of course, but I reckon she's made up not to be the youngest in our family get-togethers. It'll be good for her to have a little cousin to set an example for." "Maybe you can get her to cover up a bit then." Frank exchanges a glance with his wife, and I get the strong impression there's a long-standing argument here about what Gabby should and should not be allowed to wear. Not wanting to get in the middle of their domestic, I shuck off my coat and hand it to Cheryl, who takes it out to hang in the hall. "You okay, Frankie?" I ask. He nods. "Course. Drink?" "Yes, please." Frank picks up the bottle of Tesco's White that Cheryl has left on the counter. She's already squirreled the wine I brought away in a cupboard. As he pours me a glass, I gaze around the kitchen. Frank and Cheryl have lived here for most of their married life, and the room is a mix of old wooden country-style furniture, like the dresser from my parents' house, and shiny modern cupboards and shelving units. A family photo hangs on the wall above the kitchen table. It shows Frank seated on a sofa, with Cheryl and a preschool Gabby on either side of him and their 2 older children standing behind. "Are Ashley and Kai here?" I ask. "Not Kai. The baby's got pink eye and they didn't want to leave him." Cheryl smiles indulgently. Then her jaw tightens with disapproval. "Ash should be here by now, though." As she speaks, the sound of the front door opening and closing echoes towards us. A second later, Ashley appears in the kitchen doorway. She gazes round at us from under a thick fringe. She's grown a little thinner and a lot more jaded since I visited family last year when she was living in a flat share with friends, but she offers me a warm smile. "Bella!" "Hey, you!" I get up and hurry over. Ashley was born the year after Vicky's death, when Frank and Cheryl were still teenagers, and she and I have always been close. Only 11 years apart, we're more like cousins than aunt and niece. "You're late, Ash," snaps Cheryl, a note of disapproval seeping into her voice. Ashley rolls her eyes, ignoring her mother, then envelops me in a hug. I catch a scent of something musky and slightly sour under her perfume. I draw back, holding her by the shoulders. If it wasn't for the look of misery in her eyes, I'd be tempted to think she'd just rolled out of a bed after some Sunday afternoon sex. "Are you okay, Ash?" I ask. "Oh, don't worry about her," Cheryl says nastily. "Stupid girl's just been dumped by yet another married man. You'd think she'd learn by now they're not going to stick around." I gasp at the cruelty of this as Ashley's face colours a deep red. "Cheryl." Frank's voice sounds a weary warning. "I'm just saying," Cheryl mutters. For a second, Ashley looks like she's about to say something herself, but then she presses her lips together and scurries away. I stride after her, into the hall. "Ash?" She stops on the bottom step of the stairs and turns to face me. "I'm fine. Mum's been like that since I moved back in 2 months ago." A miserable shadow passes over her face. She's cross I walked out of that PA job, says it was irresponsible, but honestly, Bella, I couldn't hack it. So boring. I nod. "What about, the breakup she mentioned?" After the past few years, I'm not exactly unbiased when it comes to extramarital affairs, but I've adored Ashley ever since she was a baby, and I can't bear to see her look so unhappy. "Is what your mum said true?" "Well, he was married," Ashley admits, "but I was the one who ended it. I needed to focus on me for a bit, work out how to get a job I like and my own place before I'm ready for my bloody pension." I grin, suddenly remembering that her birthday is coming up in a couple of weeks. I grab her hand and squeeze. "Any plans for your 29th? Ashley shakes her head. Her hair is lank and greasy, I notice. It's fine and blonde like her mother's, and very much unlike the thick, darker locks of the Wilkins side of the family. "Only trying to ignore it." She makes a face. "As Mum keeps reminding me, it's really just a marker of how much my life has disappointed her. Still living at home with no impressive job, no doting husband, and no bouncing babies." Her voice grows increasingly bitter as she speaks. "Well, we're not going to ignore it," I say as brightly as I can. "You and I are due a get-together anyway. Let's meet up soon, yeah? We can celebrate it then." "Sure," says Ashley without conviction. She forces another smile. "See you later, Bella." Then she turns and trudges upstairs. I make my way back to the kitchen, feeling troubled. A part of me wants to challenge Cheryl on the way she just spoke to her elder daughter, but I'm not sure what on earth I can say without sparking a massive row. Predictably, Cheryl is acting like nothing just happened. "How are you finding your mum's house?" she asks as I sit back down at the table. There's some agenda in her voice. I can hear it, but I'm still preoccupied with poor Ashley. "The house is fine, apart from the boiler. It cut out again earlier while I was trying to shower." "Did you do that water pressure valve adjustment I showed you?" asks Frank. "Yeah, but it's the 3rd time since." "Clear that away, please, Frank." Cheryl speaks over me, pointing to Frank's laptop, which is in his place at the head of the table. Frank heaves a sigh as he closes the computer and shoves it onto the sideboard. The look of exhaustion that passes across his face sends a pang of worry through me. "Is everything okay?" I ask. "Yes," Frank sighs again. "Just admin." "He works all day at the shop, then at least 3 hours every evening doing all the paperwork." Cheryl shakes her head. It's very stressful, but he won't admit it. I glance at Frank, who shrugs. Cheryl purses her lips, then turns back to the sink where she's scrubbing potatoes. I'll find time to sort a new boiler soon, Bells, Frank says quietly. Let me know if it goes again. Frank and I sit in silence at the table for a moment. My eyes light on Mum's Burn This notebook peeking out the top of my handbag. My stomach tightens. So, how are you settling in otherwise? My brother asks. Good, I say, my gaze still resting on the notebook. I tried sorting some of Mum and Dad's boxes today. Uh-huh. Frank raises an eyebrow. Oh, love, says Cheryl from the sink. That's tough. It was a bit, I say. But then something really weird happened. Yeah? Frank asks. I reach into my bag and grab Mum's notebook, then hesitate. Once I've shown Frank, it will no longer be just mine. Mine and Mum's. Stupid, but it feels like I'm losing a little part of her by sharing it. I take a deep breath and put the dry, yellowed notebook down in front of Frank. I found this at the bottom of a box of things of mine from when I was little. He peers at the cover. Burn this. He wrinkles his nose. What's that about? Cheryl has scuttled over and is peering down at the book over his shoulder. I fidget in my seat. I don't really want my sister-in-law reading Mum's creative writing efforts. Which is silly, not to mention unfair. Cheryl spent far more time with Mum over the past 20 or so years than I did. Frank turns the first few pages. What is this? Looks like your Mum was trying her hand at poetry, Cheryl simpers. I suddenly feel horribly disloyal for showing them the book. Never mind all that, I say quickly. There's something here I don't understand. I whip the notebook out of Frank's hand and turn to the pages about Vicky's death. I look up. Frank and Cheryl are both gazing at me with concern. Read that. We sit in silence as the two of them read Mum's words about Vicky's death. I know they'll remember the killing. Even if my family hadn't been close to Vicky's, the murder consumed family for months, even though the police investigation soon ran out of steam because of a lack of fresh leads. Wow. Why was your Mum writing about that? Cheryl blows out her breath. She turns the page, then looks up. Where's the rest of it? Missing, I say. Definitely not in the box where I found the notebook. The pinger goes, and Cheryl scurries over to the stove. Frank puts the notebook down on the table between us. What do you think? I ask. Did Mum really see who killed Vicky? Of course not. Frank frowns. It's just a story, Bella. We don't know that, I protest. I mean, I get that it seems weird, but there's something about the way Mum writes about what happened. It's so much more real than everything else in the notebook. Maybe. Frank makes a face. Or maybe that's just how you're reading it. She also wrote "Burn this" on the cover and hid it away. I hesitate, emotions churning inside me. Why do all that if it was just fiction? Frank shakes his head. Knowing Mum, she was probably too self-conscious to show anyone. Your world might revolve around writing made-up stuff, but Mum probably thought her doing it would come over as, you know, a bit pretentious. She wouldn't have wanted Dad to see, or anyone, really. He looks up. Unless you think she put it in a box of your things so you'd find it one day. Maybe she thought you'd be the best person in the family to appreciate her writing, you being a writer, a copywriter, yourself. I sit back. It hadn't occurred to me that Mum might have wanted me to find the notebook. Why would Barbara write "Burn this" on the cover if she wanted Bella to read the thing? Cheryl asks, reasonably enough. True, Frank sighs. There's no way of knowing, I say. But if Mum did see who killed Vicky, it fits with the way she behaved at the time. Not just the way she avoided Framley Wood, even though I told her Vicky had gone in there, but her whole vibe. "Ooh, her vibe," mutters Cheryl, shaking her head. "How woke." "I'm not." My voice rises with emotion and I reach my hand towards my brother, appealing for him to take me seriously. "Did you sense anything odd about Mum after Vicky died?" "Only that she was devastated," Frank said. "Like we all were." I shake my head, withdrawing my hand. "So you don't think we should show what Mum wrote to the police?" "Jesus!" Cheryl blurts out from across the room. "Absolutely not." Frank's eyes widen. "You've been away for too long, Bella. Nobody round here wants all that raked over again. Vicky's dad still lives on Mum and your road." "I know," I say, shocked by his vehemence. "But don't you think he'd want to see this at least?" "No way. That'd be the last thing he'd want." "Seriously, Bella, you're being ridiculous. Mum wrote a stupid story about a horrible event. End of. You need to drop this before you upset people." The atmosphere tenses. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Cheryl hovering over the hob. Her hands are busy with a saucepan, but she's clearly listening intently. I lower my voice. "I'm not being ridiculous," I insist. "And I don't mean to upset anyone, but I think we should take what Mum wrote seriously. It's clear to me she was being threatened by this Kay who realised she'd seen what he'd—" "No!" thunders Frank, now red in the face. "Christ, Bella! You come swanning back here with your fancy wine and you think you know how things have been. Well, you don't. You don't know the half of it. Back off. Now." Chapter 4. I gasp. What on earth has got into my brother? Frank stands up, shoving his chair back and clenching his fists. Across the room, Cheryl stands rigidly at the hob, her back stiff with tension. Gabby and Tora are huddled in the doorway, mouths gaping. Frank must catch sight of the girls because he makes a clear effort to control himself, blowing out his breath and lowering his voice. "Sorry, I shouted, Bells," he says, using my old childhood nickname. A lump lodges in my throat. Nobody else in the world calls me that. It's just, I lived through what happened to Vicky in a way that you didn't. You were only a little kid. And just because Mum chose to write about it in some frou-frou creative writing phase she was going through does not give you the right to stir things up and upset people. I shrink back in my chair as Cheryl bustles over with a huge bowl of crisps. "Come on and sit down, girls," she calls to Gabby and Tora in a fake, cheery voice. I glance at Frank. He's staring down at the table. Cheryl places the bowl of crisps in front of me and I absently take one and crunch down. Cheese and onion. Yuck. Tora pulls her chair next to mine and clambers onto it. "Can I have a crisp, Mum?" she asks quietly. "Course you can," says Cheryl. I nod, letting the brief flare of irritation at Cheryl answering for me fade. Cheryl asks Tora if she's looking forward to going to her new school. Tora says yes, very brightly, sounding just a touch more positive than I think she can possibly be. "It's virtually a family tradition to go to Framley Park." Frank grins, clearly trying to make up for his earlier temper. "Oh, you've just made me think," Cheryl cries. "I think we still have Gabby's old homework bag in the cupboard under the stairs." She directs Gabby to fetch the bag. "Back of the second shelf from the bottom, right-hand end." "Very organised, my wife," Frank mutters with a smile, noting the look of surprise on my face. Sure enough, Gabby finds the bag almost immediately and brings it down to present to Tora. The bag itself is a bit tatty round the edges, but it's kind of them to give it to us. As I'm thanking Cheryl, Ashley appears and seats herself next to me at the kitchen table. "I'm not that hungry, Mum," she says. "Don't give me too much." "Well, that's what happens if you eat between meals," snaps Cheryl. "And don't come crying to me when you're ravenous later." I frown. Geez, what is wrong between the two of them? Cheryl is acting as if Ashley's a little girl instead of a grown woman in her late 20s. A couple of hours later, Frank drops Tora and me at home. He hesitates before saying goodbye, and I sense he's trying to find a way to apologise for sounding so harsh about Mum's notebook before. I give him a hug and tell him I understand why he got so upset. "Thanks, Bowles," Frank says gruffly. "When it comes to Vicky, I know it happened to you too, but it really was such a horrible... I don't know what got into Mum wanting to write about it." "I wish I could ask her," I say sadly. "I wish that there'd been more time." Frank pats my arm. "I wasn't there when she died either." We both look at each other, bound for a painful moment by the grief we both feel that neither of us had time to say goodbye. Only Dad was with her at the end. I kiss my brother on the cheek. "Thanks for the lift," I say, "and for dinner." "Dinner was all Cheryl," he grunts. "Is everything okay between her and Ashley?" I ask. Frank shrugs. "Just the usual mother and daughter stuff, you know?" I frown. The way Cheryl was behaving went beyond normal exasperation, surely. Come up to the shop tomorrow morning. Bring the little one to see Uncle John, yeah?" I thought he'd retired. "Not fully. He comes in once or twice a week for a few hours to help out. Doesn't want to let go completely, though Auntie Lynn's made it clear she wishes he would." Frank grins. "I know he'd love to see you and Tora." I smile back. This is Frank's way of trying to smooth out any awkwardness that might remain between us. "Actually, going through the boxes at home, I came across some of Dad's things," I say. "I thought I might offer them to John, if you're sure you've got everything you want." "Sure. I've taken more than Cheryl's happy about." Frank gives me a meaningful glance. The house is silent as Tora and I walk inside. Tora rushes upstairs to put her new school bag in her room. I switch on the living room lights and sink into a chair, suddenly feeling exhausted. I reach into my bag for Mum's notebook and reread the entry about Vicky's death. I wish I could remember more clearly how Mum behaved that day. She was definitely breathless and flustered when she arrived in the park to call us for lunch. Was she hot and bothered after the brisk walk home in the glaring midday sun? Or had she just been in the trees, witnessing the savage murder of her daughter's best friend? I tell myself that she couldn't have seen anything, that it doesn't make sense, but I can't dislodge the niggling doubt that lingers in my head. The next morning, Tora is her usual chatty, excitable self, asking me to plait her hair and hinting she'd like a hot pink crop top, just like her cousin Gabby. "Please, Mum," she begs. "If we got one now, I'd have it in time to wear to school." "Sorry, but no crop tops at school," I say. "It's not appropriate." "Why?" Tora pouts. I sidestep the discussion with the promise of an ice cream on the way to Frank's hardware store. It's a fair walk, especially with the box of Dad's things under my arm. The shop is at the other end of Framley High Road, close to where Framley itself turns into Addington. I've arranged to meet Mercedes there. She's dropping Danny on a half-term play date and has organised for Tora to come too, as a way of getting to know a few of the girls in her class before she starts at Framley Park next week. It's just starting to spit with rain as we arrive. Through the window I can see Frank at the counter, dealing with a customer. The shop has been in our family for 3 generations. 4, if you count the fact that my nephew, Kai, now works there. Dad took it over from his father and used to run it with his younger brother, John, before he grew too confused to manage it properly. I spot Uncle John adjusting a row of light bulbs on one of the shelves. He looks older than I remember. What remains of his hair is completely white now, and there's a slight stiffness in the way he holds himself. I wonder if he's mentally still as on the ball as he used to be, and whether Frank still values his experience with the business. Sometimes, with Frank, it's hard to know what he really thinks. I walk into the shop, Tora at my side. Uncle John looks up at the tinkle from the door. His face lights up. "Hello there," he says with a big smile. How lovely to see you, Bella. How are you settling in? Good, thanks. I give him a hug. And here's Tora. Haven't you grown? Uncle John beams at her, using that bright, loud voice adults often use around kids. He's a gentle giant of a man, physically far more like Frank than Dad, though the three share a receding hairline, which in John's case is now high on his head. He also has a large strawberry birthmark on his left cheek, which I've warned Tora not to stare at. 10 are you now, pet? I glance at Tora. Soon, she chirrups shyly, keeping her gaze fixed on the ground at her feet. End of July, I explain. Over at the counter, Frank is busy with a customer. He glances quickly in our direction, acknowledging me with a nod. What brings you here? Uncle John asks. We're here to see you, actually, I say, and I've brought a box of Dad's things for you, just some personal stuff. Ditch anything you don't want. I hold up the box, then shove it on the end of the counter. Ah. A shadow passes across Uncle John's face, and I wince. That was insensitive of me. Just because Dad's old cufflinks and ties hold little sentimental value for me doesn't mean his brother will feel the same way. That's thoughtful of you, Bella dear, Uncle John says. As it happens, I've something for you, too. Lynn and I are having a 40th anniversary party in a few weeks, and I'd love you and Tora to be there. 40 years. Can you believe it? A party? Tora grins. I'm fairly certain she's imagining something more adjacent to flashing light discos and foam machines than the sedate white wine and vol au vent affair that my shy uncle and his rather uptight wife are probably planning, but I don't want to spoil the moment. 40 years is Ruby, right? I ask. Uncle John nods. When's the party? June 14th. Great, I say. Thanks. We'll be there. Tora wanders away to examine a stack of brightly coloured storage baskets, and John quietly asks me how things are as a single mum. He and Auntie Lynn never had children, though I remember Mum telling me how much they wanted them and how badly Lynn suffered through 2 failed cycles of IVF. I tell him everything's fine, though I wish Tora's dad would make more effort to contact her. He's gone abroad with his new partner, and poor Tora hasn't had a call in months. Uncle John shakes his head. I'm glad your mother isn't here to see that, he says solemnly. His mention of Mum reminds me of the Burn This notebook. It's still in my bag after yesterday's visit to Frank and Cheryl's, but I don't want to take it out in case Frank, just across the room serving his customer, sees it and gets cross with me again. When I was going through the boxes at home, I found some poems and stories that Mum wrote, I say, quietly. Oh, right. Uncle John nods. I remember your Mum's creative writing phase. He smiles. We talked about it a lot. You did? I realised that the surprise in my voice might sound rude, and I blush. Your Mum and I were very close, in the same class at school. Uncle John chuckles. I was shy and got plenty of ribbon thanks to this. He taps the birthmark on his cheek. Barbara stood up for me, stopped the other kids having a go. We ended up best friends. Did you know it was me who introduced her to your dad? He chuckles. Eddie was smitten from the start. Oh, I say, wondering how on earth I didn't know any of that already. Your mother was very proud of you using that creative side of yours in your work, Uncle John goes on. His eyes rest on my face. You look a lot like her, Bella, he says wistfully. I give him a bashful smile. It's nice of him to say, but I don't see it myself. Mum was far prettier than I am. So, there's one story at the end of Mum's notebook about Vicky Daniels. Remember her? Of course. Uncle John's voice turns gravelly and serious. That was a terrible thing. A terrible time. Well, Mum wrote about Vicky's murder as if she actually saw it happen. Then she wrote "Burn This" on the front of the notebook like it was really private and buried it in a box, and I stop, suddenly breathless. I can show you, if you like. No, thanks, Bella, Uncle John says firmly. If your mother didn't want people reading it, then I'd rather respect her wishes. But suppose she really did witness a murder, I protest. She doesn't identify the killer except as Kay, but I think she might have recognized him and the gold ring they were wearing. I glance over at the counter. Frank is still deep in conversation with his customer while Tora is now examining the stand of novelty key fobs by the till. Listen, Bella, Uncle John says softly. Your mother knew how badly little Vicky's parents were suffering. If she knew who killed their daughter, then why wouldn't she have told them? Or the police? Perhaps Kay threatened her, I suggest. The way she writes certainly make it sound like they saw her. She writes that they spoke. No, I concede. Not exactly, but there are pages missing, torn out, so I trail off. I see. Uncle John frowns. Suppose you're right. Suppose this Kay person threatened Barb with violence. Stands to reason they'd have threatened you and Frank, too. He pauses. That would have been a good reason for her to keep quiet, wouldn't it? But it's all such a long time ago. I don't think there's anything to be gained by raking over it now. Uncle John folds his arms. I'd forget about the whole thing, if I were you. Chapter 5. Forget about Mum witnessing my best friend's murder. I'm about to tell Uncle John that I don't see how I can forget when the shop door tinkles and little Danny bursts in, Mercedes right behind her. Tora squeals and hurries over to hug her friend. The volume of noise in the little shop rises immediately, and Frank, still serving a customer at the counter, looks up with a frown. Better go. Uncle John nods at Mercedes and makes his way back to Frank. Hey, Bella, Mercedes says in her flat, no-nonsense voice. Remember my brother, Lonnie? I stare at the man now walking into the shop. He is tall, with wavy hair and twinkling green eyes, and, despite the many years that have passed since I last saw him, instantly recognizable. This is Alonzo Jones, a good friend of Frank's from when they were teenagers. They met quite independently of me and Mercedes, when Lonnie got taken on as an assistant in Dad and John's shop soon after Frank started working there. Lonnie was always nice to me, even when Frank got annoyed at my antics. As I grew older, I developed the most massive crush on him. Last time I saw you, you had braces, Lonnie jokes. His voice is velvet smooth. It sends a shiver snaking down my spine. Last time I saw you, you had spots, I counter, though it isn't true. Lonnie's skin was always smooth and blemish-free, even as a teenager. I remember being transfixed by how handsome he was. He's just as good-looking now, albeit with a few more wrinkles and a grey streak in his hair. Lonnie waves at Frank, and my brother raises his hand in response. I have a sudden memory of the two of them lounging in our living room when I was a brace-wearing, self-conscious preteen. Is there something you need, Lonnie? Asks Uncle John, walking over. I was just curious to catch up with Bella, Lonnie says with a grin that makes his eyes sparkle even more. She was only a kid when I went off to Spain. It's been a long time. I'll head off with the girls now, says Mercedes, giving me a meaningful look. You and Lonnie have fun. I shake my head at her. I'm getting the strong impression that Mercedes brought her brother here deliberately, part of her master plan to get me back in the saddle, I imagine. As Mercedes and the two girls leave, another customer enters the shop and asks John where to find mould spray. I'm left alone with Lonnie. Hey, I know it's a bit out of the blue, but are you free now for coffee and catch-up? He asks, as if it's a couple of months rather than decades since we've seen each other. I nod, feeling stupidly shy. Get a grip, Bella. He's probably married. I tell myself this, but as we walk along the high street to Wisteria Cafe, it takes a while for my nerves to settle. Lonnie makes it easy, chatting about my return and asking how I find Framley after so many years away. I answer briefly, then ask Lonnie if he's lived here all that time. I glance at his hand. No wedding ring, not that that means anything. He's wearing an expensive watch, I notice. I know the brand from my time with Angus, who was a terrible watch snob. We reach the cafe and order coffees, a flat white for him and a latte for me. Lonnie explains about how he worked at Wilkins Hardware for my dad and Uncle John for a few years, did some A-levels at evening class, then went to Madrid to study for a degree in marketing. I had good Spanish from my mum anyway, and I lived with her family. That was all before Brexit, of course. Anyway, I ended up staying in Spain for over 20 years. Got married too soon and had a son. We ran a restaurant for a while, but it went under, taking my marriage with it. I stayed until Sandro went off to uni, then came back to Framley with no money and no job, feeling like a total failure. Snap, I say, sipping at my latte, except that I went to London and worked in an ad agency before it all imploded. He looked at me surprised. You? I didn't take you for a fill-off. Excuse me? Failed in London, opted for Framley. He grins. What are you doing for work now? Nothing yet, I admit, then find myself articulating an idea that's been swirling in my head since I arrived in Framley. I'm thinking about teaching. I reckon I'd like it, and it would really fit in well with Tora. Lonnie nods. What about you? Sales rep for a building supplier, Lonnie says, setting down his cup. Your Uncle John set me up with a couple of his contacts when I got back from Spain. He's a good man. More of a dad to me than my own ever was. A shadow passes over his face. I nod sympathetically. Lonnie and Mercedes' terrible father is what Mer and I first bonded over. It was our first term at grammar school, and I found Mercedes sobbing in the girls' toilets because he had just abandoned her, Lonnie, and their mum, without a word. I was horrified. I couldn't imagine life without my own father, who was often strict, and particularly hard on Frank, but who made it clear his life revolved around us. I smile at Lonnie. Are you in touch with your dad at all now? Occasionally, Lonnie says. He moved back to Framley just after I did, and every now and then he tries to hook up. But, he shakes his head, you can't just pick up and put down being a dad when you feel like it. I grimace. Tell me about it. Lonnie raises his eyebrows. Tora's dad, I say. Don't ask. Ah. Lonnie gives me a rueful smile. Life's not fair, is it? All those useless, selfish men with kids they don't have time for. Yet poor John, who spent his life looking out for other people, unable to have any. It's true. Look at Uncle John's reaction to Mum's murderous Kay earlier. Unlike Frank, who got angry with me for bringing up the painful past, Uncle John immediately put himself in Mum's shoes, imagining how terrified she would have been if the killer had threatened her. A fresh thought strikes me. Maybe Vicky isn't this killer's only victim. Surely that's all the more reason for me to show Mum's writing to the police. The notebook is tucked in my handbag, but I can visualize the words in my mind's eye as clearly as if I was reading them. I'm not looking where I'm going. I stumble sideways onto dry twigs. The crackle snaps through the air. My heart hammers as Kay looks up and... Are you okay? The concern in Lonnie's voice brings me back to the present moment and the bustling cafe. I look across the table towards him, past our empty coffee cups. I'm fine, I say, though I found, something the other day. I pause, glancing through the frosted windows glinting in the sun to the high street beyond. I need to go to the police about it, but I don't know if... Is there even still a police station in Framley? You're in luck, Lonnie laughs. Framley's one of the few places in the area with its own walk-in station, open Monday to Friday. It's on Westergate Street, just past the multi-storey car park. Thanks. I stand up. It was nice to, catch up. I'll see you soon, I'm sure. I can see Lonnie is dying to ask me about my mysterious errand, but before he has a chance to speak, I'm scurrying out of the cafe. Chapter 6. I feel calmer once I've left the notebook at the police station. Returning home, I take a deep breath and search for the missing pages. I'm certain they will make sense of Mum's story, if I can only find them. After 2 hours, I have looked absolutely everywhere I can think of and found nothing. With a sigh, I decide to research teacher training applications. Frank has made it clear there's no hurry for me to start earning, and I'm not paying rent here. In fact, I'm still just about eking out the remains of the proceeds from my London house sale over 2 years ago. But I am going to need a job soon enough, and submitting an application for a training course will be a massive first step. I start drafting a personal statement, but it's really hard, and soon I set it aside and turn my attention to our new home, sorting through another box, then ordering some tester pots of paint. The living room hasn't been touched since the early 2000s, and I'm eager to make it more of a home for Tora, with lighter, brighter walls and maybe even, when I can afford it, some new furniture. I head to Mercedes's house at 6. As planned, Mer and I drink wine while the girls play upstairs. Tora seems to have enjoyed meeting some of the girls from her new school earlier, though she's too eager to hang out with Danny to talk much about it. I watch them together while Mer pops out for a pint of milk from the corner shop. There's something in the way they interact that reminds me of myself and Vicky back in the day. Danny is like Vicky was, all no-nonsense practicality with a strong dash of bossy. Next to her, Tora seems to slide into a gentler, quieter version of herself, rather than the excitable, impulsive tween she is when it's just the two of us. Does it matter that she changes like this? I can't decide. Tora certainly seems happy enough. Later, after dinner, Mercedes asks how Tora is handling the separation from her father. She doesn't talk about him much, I say, though I worry she's bottling things up. Is he likely to visit, to try and see her? I shake my head. He's not even sending regular child support, just a few quid every now and then. Mercedes clears her throat. You know who'd like to see you again? I glance at her, a flush rising through my neck. Ooh, you are interested. Mercedes prods my arm. No. The heat in my face intensifies. It was nice to see Lonnie after all this time, but I'm not thinking about dating anyone right now. Are you sure? Mercedes asks, tilting her head to one side. I tell you what I would like. I go on quickly, trying to deflect the conversation. I'd like to know if Mum really did witness Vicky Daniels' murder. I hesitate. I took her notebook to the police earlier. Right. Mercedes sighs. I still think your mum is the last person who'd have kept quiet about a child killer. She was always so lovely with me, so generous. Your house was like my second home. I nod, remembering the many times in our early grammar school years that Mercedes came home with me for her tea, while her mum worked double shift as a nurse, struggling to make ends meet. I think Mum must have been threatened, I say. It's the only explanation that makes sense. The following Monday is Tora's first day at her new school. After a tempestuous half-hour of agonizing indecision, she finally chooses to wear a bright yellow t-shirt and jeans teamed with a unicorn hair slide as her inaugural outfit. Framley Park Primary is unrecognizable from when Vicky and I were here. The whole of the original playground now built over with additional classrooms. Tora and I meet Mercedes and Danny at the school gate. Danny immediately takes Tora's arm and steers her towards the front door. I start to follow, but Tora looks over her shoulder at me and gives me a look that clearly indicates I'm to stay back. My stomach clenches with anxiety as the two girls disappear inside the school building. She'll be okay, says Mercedes, putting her arm around me in the same way as her daughter did with mine a moment earlier. Danny will keep an eye. I know, I say. Thanks. It's just a lot for her, leaving everything she knows. Mercedes nods thoughtfully. For you as well, she says. Hey, how about I organise a drink in Framley for this Friday? You can meet some of my friends, maybe even catch up with people we were at school with. I nod. It will be good to widen my circle, start connecting and reconnecting with people. Plus, it'll be a chance to keep my promise to Ashley over her birthday drink. Another few days pass in a blur. I spend my time when Tora is at school painting the living room and honing my teacher training application. At least Tora seems to be settling in okay. My mind keeps going back to Mum's burn this notebook and to the last time I saw Vicky. All the repressed thoughts from the time rear up. I have nightmares, waking, sweating with guilt. It could have been me running into the trees to fetch the ball. Should have been. I owe Vicky my life. On Friday morning, I'm just putting a final lick of paint to the living room wall when, 11 days after I handed over Mum's notebook, I finally get a call from D.I. Capshaw. He sounds young on the phone, his voice exuding a measured confidence. I wanted to speak to you personally, Bella, rather than just pass on a message. I know how much Vicky Daniels' case must mean to you. I've looked through the notes left by the senior investigating officer before me, D.I. Thompson, and I can see your family was very close to the Daniels family at the time of the murder. It must have been a terrible shock to find your mum writing about it. It was, I say, carefully setting down my paintbrush. Do you think what Mum wrote will help with the case? I don't want to give you false hope. D.I. Capshaw pauses. The truth is that your mother's account doesn't really amount to any new evidence. I gasp. But Mum witnessed a murder. Someone wearing a gold ring with a black diamond, and the killer clearly threatened her, or else I'm sure she'd have told the investigating officer at the time. Let me stop you there, D.I. Capshaw says gently. I don't want to sound harsh, but when you strip it back, what we have here is a witness we can't question, writing about a murderer we can't identify. And that's assuming the whole thing isn't just a made-up story, which is a big assumption given all the creative writing in the rest of the notebook. He pauses. It's not enough to justify a fresh push in the investigation. I start to protest, but the D.I. counters with another clearly rehearsed line about how much the police appreciate well-meaning citizens coming forward. He then informs me I can pick up Mum's notebook from the station whenever I like and ends the call. As I put down my phone, all the anxiety I felt when I first discovered the notebook floods back. I stand in silence in the living room, gazing at the wet paint on the walls and my teacher training application printouts in a pile on the floor. I want to move on with my life, but I know in my heart that there's no way I can fully do so while this mystery hangs over me. Chapter 7. The Georgian Crown is not what I'm expecting. When I came here before, aged 18 or so, it was quiet, gloomy and brown, typical of Framley pubs of the time. Now the walls are painted red and hung with bold abstract prints, while dance music blares from feature speakers decorated with streams of fairy lights. It's a fun place, isn't it? Mercedes shouts as we make our way over to the far corner of the pub where a group of her friends are already ensconced. Comes alive at weekends. There's only a couple of girls from our school here, but everyone's really friendly. I nod, my chest tightening. I spent the latter part of this afternoon collecting the Burn This notebook from the police station, and until this minute I haven't given it much thought to who I might meet tonight. But now I'm here, I feel more than a little self-conscious. After so long away from Framley, will I still fit in? I sit down next to Mercedes and look shyly around. At least what I'm wearing doesn't seem too out of place. Jeans and a shirt with just a touch of makeup. What brought you back here? Do you have kids? Is it true you're living in your parents' old place? The questions rain down on me. Everyone is warm and welcoming, but it feels overwhelming to be the focus of so much attention. I'm reintroduced to the two women from school whom I barely remember and who clearly don't remember me. After 2 drinks, I realise I can't recall a single person's name and pray, as Mercedes hands me another bottle of Corona, that I'm not going to make an idiot of myself later. Hi there. Ashley has sidled up to our table so quietly I didn't even notice her. Hey, Ash, you're here. I jump up and hug her, then turn to Mercedes. Remember my niece? Mercedes grins. Of course. You do? Ashley sounds genuinely astonished that she might stick in anyone's mind, especially after so many years. Yeah, Mercedes continues. There were lots of times I'd come over to Bella's and you were there. I remember your mum used to make you wear those ridiculous pink headbands with bows on them that women think signal girl baby, but that actually just make odd-looking babies like you were look even weirder. Jesus, Mer. I watch Ashley, a flush creeping up my cheeks. How on earth is she going to respond? Ashley blinks rapidly for a moment, then tips her head back and roars with laughter. Oh my God, that is so what Mum would have done. In fact, now you've mentioned it, I remember her putting one of those stupid things on Gabby too. That's my little sister. She's 15 now and she's gone all punky recently. Mum hates it. The 3 of us chat away, going over more memories of our family childhoods. It's good to see Ashley relaxed and smiling. Mer goes to the bar for fresh drinks and I tell Ashley I've been working on an application to start a teacher training course in September. What about you? I ask. I know it's only a few months since you left that PA job, but have you thought any more about getting something new? I've just started as a barista at Café Carousel on the high street, Ashley says, adding quickly, and yes, before you ask, it's just minimum wage, but better than nothing. She makes a face. I'm sure you think it's pathetic. No, I don't. I hesitate. But is there something that you really want to do? Chatter and laughter swirl around us as Ashley meets my gaze. You won't laugh. Her brown eyes glint under the pub lights. Of course not, I say. I always liked the idea of being a midwife. It probably sounds stupid, but I think I'd be good at it. I stare at her. Her cheeks are flushed, and not just from the beer she's sipping. I literally can't think of a single reason why you shouldn't be a midwife, if that's what you want, I say. Ashley shrugs. Mum would say that at 29 I should be settled, not thinking about training for something new. She sighs. She's made it clear she and Dad can't support me if I go back to college. I stare at her, wondering why Cheryl would be so hard on her eldest daughter. You know, I've felt for the longest time that Mum doesn't really. Ashley's voice lowers until I can barely hear her. She doesn't feel about me like she does about Kai and Gabby. I open my mouth to protest that I'm certain Cheryl loves Ashley as much as her younger children. Then I shut it again. I know what it's like when you reveal something big about yourself and people don't listen. That must feel horrible, I say. It does, Ashley goes on. Nothing I ever do is good enough, and Mum definitely resents me moving back in. I mean, I get that I came along before she probably was ready to be a mother, but that's not my fault. She chews on her lip. Well, what you do with your life is none of Cheryl's business, I say firmly. If you want to apply to be a midwife, I'd be happy to help. I'm knee-deep in forms as it is, and I'm sure we can figure out a way to pay for it. I indicate Mercedes, returning from the bar with a tray of drinks. You should pick Mer's brains too. She's a nurse, remember? She'd know what they're looking for. Ashley nods, her expression brightening. A thought strikes me. Surely your dad would support your retraining, becoming a midwife? Yeah, he is. He does, Ashley says. But he also backs off if Mum's having a go. She frowns. Don't tell either of them I said it, but Mum kind of bullies him. I make a zipper gesture over my mouth, and she smiles. Things have got harder since Grandad went into the home, Ashley goes on. He was the one who really supported me, but now he's not properly there anymore. Tears spark in her eyes. Last time I visited, he kept calling me Vicky. I stare at her. He did. Yeah. Vicky, twice, and then Ashley, twice, then Cheryl, and then Bella. She makes a face. He used to make me feel like I was special because I was the eldest grandchild, you know. He was always mentioning how much time he and Granny spent with me when I was little, how I was always over at your house. That's right, I say, you were. I loved it. As Mer distributes her drinks, I explain Ashley's interest in midwifery, and soon the two of them are discussing how Ash might take a first step. I sit back and ponder what Ashley has just said. It seems strange that Dad would have muddled her with Vicky. I've only visited him once since I've been home, and it was obvious his Alzheimer's has got worse. But still, surely, weird that he would confuse a beloved adult granddaughter with a little girl who died 30 years ago. I finish my third beer and make my way to the ladies'. It's right by the door of the pub, so when I come out I step outside for a breath of air. Framley is noisier than I expected at this time on a Friday night. Shrieks of delight echo out of one passing car, blaring rock from another. Some teenagers outside the chipper just up the road are pushing each other playfully around the pavement. Thinking of doing a runner. I spin around. Lonnie is standing beside me, all lopsided grin and mischievous eyes. He's dressed smartly in a black suit with a grey t-shirt underneath. You look nice, I say, pulling my jacket closer around my shoulders. That's my line. He takes a step closer. Shit. Mer's been hinting for days that he's interested, but I didn't realise she'd invited him tonight. You look very nice. I gulp. He's so attractive, but that almost makes it harder. I don't want the complication of a relationship, and I definitely don't want to start something I'm not sure about with the brother of my only friend in Framley. I step away. Shall we go inside? Sure. Lonnie smiles but doesn't move. You kind of intrigued me with that I have to take something I found to the police line the other day. I asked Mer and she said it was something about a notebook but refused to go into details. Said it was up to you if you wanted to tell me. It's not a big secret, I say. In fact, it turns out the police don't think it's even a big deal. I shrug. More and more intriguing. Lonnie's smile deepens. Do you think it's a big deal? I do. The words shoot out of me with more force than I intend. Heat burns my cheeks. Lonnie considers me for a moment. Hey, talking of the cops, do you remember the time Frank and I got arrested? It was the New Year after my dad left. He pauses. Your dad and your uncle came to the station and got the pair of us out. He pauses again. Eddie was furious, but at least he showed up, and John, bless him, stuck up for me. I shake my head. A gust of wind blows a plastic bag past us along the pavement. I don't remember anything about that. Frank would. Lonnie grins. He'd been dating Cheryl for nearly a year then, and she and your parents blamed me for the whole thing, but I swear it was Frank's idea. He bet me a pint that he'd beat me in a race down Maxwell Street, one of us on either side of the road. I frown. Why were the police bothered about that? Ah, well, our race involved jumping from roof to roof of the parked cars that line both sides of the street. He laughs. Everyone except your Uncle John thought I was the bad influence, but I swear it was Frank. Oh, I say. Well, my thing with the police is nothing like that. Lonnie nods, eyes expectant. I take a deep breath. Okay, I say. And before I know it, I've told Lonnie everything about finding Mum's Burn This notebook, and how I think she might really have witnessed Vicky's murder all those years ago. As I speak, the flirty smile slides off Lonnie's face and is replaced with a look of horror. He remembers Vicky's death, of course, and that my family knew hers well, but not all the details. Sorry to ask something so graphic, he says as I finish speaking, but why were the police so convinced she was murdered? Couldn't her death have just been an accident? The newspaper said it was a deliberate attack. Mum hid the article, but I found it in a kitchen drawer. I'll never forget. I shudder at the memory. They said the strike pattern showed she'd been hit on the side of the head with a rock. It caused a bleed on the brain. Oh, God. Lonnie's eyes fill with horror. So your mum witnessed an actual child murder. The guy was never caught, and the police don't think it's worth investigating. They don't believe Mum really saw something. I sigh. But you do. Lonnie peers at me more closely. It's haunting you, isn't it? I stare at him, arrested by his insight. Haunted is exactly how I feel. I guess what really matters, I say slowly, is that Vicky's killer is still out there. I mean, it's not just about punishing him, but stopping him. Framley Wood isn't exactly on the tourist trail, so the chances are that he's local, and for all we know, he's murdered other people since Vicky. My breath catches in my throat. It hadn't occurred to me before, but if a local child murderer is really still at large, then might other little girls, like my own daughter, still be at risk? What are you going to do? Lonnie reaches for my hand. It's the tiniest of squeezes, but the light touch of his fingers sends a jolt of electricity through me. I stare back at him. I want to know what Mum really saw, what she wrote on those torn-out pages. I want to find out the truth, find out who killed my friend. It's the first time I've consciously admitted to myself that if the police aren't going to investigate Vicky's murder any further, then I'm going to look into it myself. Lonnie nods. I take a deep breath. Trouble is, I don't have any idea where to start. If your mum really did witness a murder and couldn't go to the police about it, I bet she'd have wanted to confide in somebody, Lonnie says thoughtfully. Do you think she might have talked to your dad? Maybe. I stare at Lonnie, wondering why that thought hadn't occurred to me before. In fact, Ashley just told me that Dad called her Vicky by mistake the other day, which seems a bit weird. But then the Alzheimer's means he often says weird things. You should still ask him if he knows anything, Lonnie says thoughtfully. I doubt if he'll remember much, even if he did once. Lonnie makes a sympathetic face. What about Vicky's dad? I remember Mum telling me that Vicky's mother passed away from cancer a few years ago, but doesn't her dad still live on your street? What about showing him what your mum wrote? This, of course, did occur to me when I first found the Burn This notebook, but my brother's insistence that I shouldn't inflict more distress on an already believed father put me off. I wrinkle my nose. I don't want to upset him. As a father myself, I'd say he has a right to know. How often do you see your boy? Sandro, isn't it? Lonnie sighs. Not as often as I'd like. I'll see him this summer when he's back from uni. He turns away, but not before I catch the look of sadness in his eyes. Will you come with me to see Vicky's dad? I ask. It'll be a difficult conversation, and it would be good to have moral support. What I'm also thinking is that Lonnie is the first person I've talked to about this who has taken me and my fears seriously. Lonnie raises his eyebrows. Okay. Sure. Great, I say. Would tomorrow morning be too soon? I'll have to pick up Tora around lunchtime, but tomorrow morning will be great, Lonnie says. Come on, let's get a drink. I follow him back into the noise and warmth of the pub, feeling amazed at my own daring. Chapter 8. Saturday morning, and the boiler chooses to fail once again while I'm washing my hair. I adjust the water pressure valve as Frank showed me, making a mental note to tell him that we really need to replace it. Now, running late, I dry my hair as fast as I can, then slip on a crisp white shirt over my jeans. I check myself in the mirror and apply a dash of mascara and some lipstick. It's not because you like Lonnie, I tell myself. You just need to look and feel your best to talk to Vicky's poor dad. Lonnie rings the doorbell at 10 a.m. promptly, as arranged. I'd offer you coffee, I start, but you don't have masses of time to talk to Vicky's dad because you have to pick Tora up from her sleepover later. Lonnie grins. Don't worry, I get it. I nod, my eyes lingering for a moment on his tanned, muscular arms. He's wearing a faded blue t-shirt and long shorts, his wavy hair pushed back off his face with product. He's made an effort too, I think, as I follow him outside. "Do you think family's changed much since we grew up here?" Lonnie asks as we walk along the front path. "Mum's always saying it has, and I think she's right." He looks around, taking in the rows of terraced houses and the neat front yards. "I mean, a lot of it looks the same on the surface, but underneath—" "I know," I say. "Frank says business rates and construction materials have skyrocketed, and anyone can see there are more and more shops on the high street going under." "So much for levelling up," Lonnie says with a sigh. We walk past the dozen or so houses between my place and Vicky's old house. She and I must have spent hours of our life between the ages of 5 and 10 scampering along this stretch of road to visit each other. I stop outside the familiar house, my heart suddenly thudding. "Have you been to see Vicky's dad since you got back?" Lonnie asks. I shake my head, a sense of shame creeping through me. I haven't been to her house since before I left for uni. Lonnie casts an eye over the little front garden. There are weeds poking up through the paving stones in the centre, while the beds around the edges are seriously overgrown. Not exactly looked after, is it? He grimaces at me. "Does Vicky's dad live alone?" "As far as I know. After his wife died, Vicky's older sister, Ruth, emigrated to Canada. She must be in her 40s now." Lonnie eases open the rusted front garden gate and stands back to let me through. The gate slams back into place with a clang. The front door is dirty, and the green paint is peeling. I can't be certain, but I'm pretty sure this is the same paint that was here when I was little, though now duller and faded. There's no bell or knocker, so I rap firmly on the wood with my knuckles. The seconds tick by. No response. I'm about to knock again when the door finally creaks open. Vicky's dad stands in front of us. He looks terrible, unshaven and bleary-eyed, with stains down the front of his yellow t-shirt and thin, greasy grey hair. He squints at me, then at Lonnie. "Hello?" I stare at him, too shocked for a second to speak. Vicky's parents were several years younger than mine, and I always remember her dad, in particular, as full of life, with the same strawberry blonde hair as his younger daughter. "Hi," says Lonnie. He glances sideways at me, a hint of concern on his face. "Hi, Mr. Daniels," I stammer. "I'm Bella Wilkins, from along the road. Remember? Vicky's friend. I just moved back to Mum and Dad's house." To my horror, Mr. Daniels' eyes fill with tears. "Little Bella? Papa's daughter?" I nod. "And this is Lonnie Jones, an old, friend." Lonnie raises his hand in a laconic wave. Come in, and please, call me Si." I follow Lonnie inside, catching a strong whiff of stale booze off Si as I pass him. The hallway is in an even worse state than the front garden, with a thick layer of dust on the console table and piles of clothes and bin bags scattered across the threadbare carpet. "Please excuse the mess," Si says, ushering us into the living room. I get such a strong sense of déjà vu as I walk in. It's exactly the same. From the chintzy sofa under the window to the long wooden sideboard where Vicky's parents kept their posh glasses. The only noticeable new addition is the enormous flat-screen TV that takes up most of one wall. When I came here as a little girl, this front room was usually scrupulously tidy and smelled of furniture polish. Now it stinks of decay and rotting food. An armchair covered in stains is positioned directly opposite the TV. Plates of congealed food are piled on the small table beside it. A family photograph with Si, his wife, and both daughters all beaming at the camera stands on the mantelpiece in the corner. A large school photo of Vicky is positioned next to it. It's possibly the saddest room I've ever been in. "So nice of you to visit," Simon says, scooping up a handful of dirty plates off the table by the armchair. He straightens up, and I get another strong whiff of alcohol as he takes my arm with his free hand. I can feel his fingers trembling. "You look so like your mother." I catch Lonnie's eye. He's staring at Si with the same thought that I'm having clearly expressed on his face. This is a broken man. Should I really show him Mum's notebook? I take a deep breath. "How are you, Si?" I ask gently.
"Grand," he says. "Really good."
The bright, fake smile on his face is hard to look at, but I force myself to smile back. "How about Ruth? How's she doing?" Si's smile dulls a little.
"She's great. Got a great husband, Canadian. She works as a receptionist in a clinic there in Toronto. 2 boys, all great." He pauses. "Of course, it's not easy with the time difference, and Ruth is always saying we should video call more, but—"
He trails off, gesturing to the couch.
"Sit down. Can I get you both a drink?"
"Sure. Tea would be nice." I glance through to the kitchen, visible past the double doors. The Formica table sends another jolt of memory through me. But whereas Vicky's mum always kept it clear and wiped down, it's currently a mess of open biscuit packets, smeared glasses, and yet more dirty plates, with 2 large teetering piles of paper at either end. Just past the table I catch a sight of a trio of beer cans on their side, and a half-empty bottle of scotch. Actually, don't worry about the tea."
"Nonsense, it's no trouble to make you a cuppa," Si says. "What about you, Lonnie?"
"Whatever you're making would be great, thanks." Lonnie takes a seat on the couch. I perch next to him, while Si bustles about in the kitchen. As the kettle boils, I whisper, "Should I really show him Mum's notebook? I don't want to make things worse for him." Lonnie makes a face.
"I'm not sure they can get much worse," he says softly. "I think he'll appreciate someone still caring about Vicky."
A few moments later, Si shuffles back into the living room, 2 mugs of tea gripped in one hand and a plate of custard creams in the other. The tea is a bit weak, but I tell Si it's delicious. He fetches his own, then sits down opposite us. Glancing into the kitchen, I can see that the scotch has disappeared from the countertop. Has he put it away, or did he pour some into the mug he's cradling? It's barely 10:15 a.m. Pushing those thoughts away, I draw the notebook out of my bag. "I found this recently," I say, tentatively. "It belonged to Mum. I thought you should see it. The last entry." I hand Si the notebook, open at the page where Mum describes Vicky's murder, and watch his eyes widen as he reads. He turns the page and sees that the end of the account is missing.
"Where's the rest of it?"
"No idea," I say. "I've looked at home, but there's no sign." Si hands the notebook back to me and lets out a long, shaky sigh. "I'm really sorry if this is—" I stammer. "I know it must be upsetting to read, and it may just be a story Mum was writing. That's what my brother and the police think, so—"
"You showed this to the police?"
Si's voice sharpens. Yes." I glance at Lonnie. They said it didn't add up to fresh evidence, so they aren't interested.
"Bloody idiots."
Si sounds like a different person from the shuffling wreck who just let us in.
"The detective in charge, Thompson, totally useless. I'm not surprised he couldn't be bothered with this."
"I think D.I. Thompson might have retired," I say. "It was a Detective Inspector Capshaw I spoke to."
"Same difference," Si says with a dismissive wave. "They're all incompetent. Leads missed or not properly followed up, interviews done on the fly, notes getting lost."
"So you think this could be significant?" Lonnie asks, pointing to the notebook.
"Of course it is."
Si stands up.
"Come on, I want to show you something."
We follow him out of the room and up the narrow stairs. "Why do you think Mum didn't tell anyone, though?" I ask. "I know how much she cared about Vicky and you guys, so—"
"I'd say it's obvious."
Si sounds wheezy as we reach the landing.
"Your mum, Barbara, disturbed this Kay person in the act of—" He swallows. "Then Kay realized Barbara could identify them as the murderer and threatened her."
I nod as Cy directs us into the first room on the left.
Vicky's room.
I gasp as I walk inside. It's still a little girl's bedroom, down to the small, mirrored dressing table that I remember envying beyond measure, and the Barbie duvet cover, set with a row of soft toys. I walk over and pick up the Cabbage Patch doll at the end. "Wow," I say. "I remember Vicky getting this for her 6th birthday. I wanted one so badly." I glance at the Sylvanian family's alarm clock and the fringed white lamp on the bedside table. Everything is thick with dust. I gulp, setting the doll down on the bed. Lonnie squeezes my shoulder.
"Here's what I wanted to show you."
Cy steps over to the wardrobe at the end of the bed. I brace myself for the sight of Vicky's clothes, but as Cy opens the door, all I see are stacks of papers. They fill the entire wardrobe, right up to the hanging rail.
"Ruth and her mother donated most of Vicky's things to a charity, so I took over this space. It's where I keep everything on the investigation,"
Cy explains.
"I haven't looked at any of it for ages, but there might be something you could use."
"Use?" I ask.
"Yes, something like a reference to the ring your mum mentioned this Kay character wearing, some way to track him down."
He stares at me, hopefully.
"I've been over this stuff so many times I can't see the wood for the trees anymore, but maybe you'll bring some fresh eyes to it all."
I exchange a look with Lonnie. "So you'd like us to see what we can find out?" I ask.
"Of course,"
says Cy.
"Isn't that why you're here?"
Chapter 9. Lonnie looks up from a sheaf of cuttings. "Anything?" he asks. I shake my head. We're sitting at either end of Vicky's old bed, systematically working through about 10 years' worth of papers and notes to do with her murder. Cy has been working alongside us for the past hour, but went downstairs a few minutes ago to make a fresh pot of tea. "And refill his mug with whiskey," Lonnie murmured as his heavy tread sounded down the stairs. It's obvious to both of us that Simon is an alcoholic. The signs are impossible to miss. The puffy face, the dull eyes, the slight tremble in the hands. I shudder, thinking how painful his existence must be. No family to speak of, just beer, whiskey, and a big TV for company. "Trouble is, there's no system," I say with a sigh, gazing at the piles of loose papers spread on every surface. At least, I think there was probably one once, but Cy stopped using it. I point to the 4 box files spread out on the floor, each of which is carefully labelled: police investigation, potential witnesses, press cuttings, misc leads. "It's so sad," I go on, as if the man started out believing he'd bring his daughter's killer to justice, but along the way lost hope.
"Hope isn't all he's lost," Lonnie says bitterly. "His entire family is gone, and what's left of his health and his dignity is being destroyed by alcohol."
I stare at him, wondering what's behind the darkness of his tone. Lonnie catches my expression and makes a face.
"Sorry. It's just my old man likes a drink. It made him even more unpleasant than—" He pauses. "Mum had to deal with a lot before he walked out."
"It must have been hard for you and Ma." I offer a sympathetic smile. "She told me some stuff, but she never mentioned your dad having an alcohol problem." Lonnie shrugs.
"Mum always made sure Ma was out of the way whenever Dad was at his worst, which was usually at night, once she was in bed."
He turns back to the papers and clears his throat.
"Anyway, going back to Cy, he clearly stopped organising his files about 20 years ago once the existing folders were full. Everything later just got shoved on top."
"Okay, well, at least we've more or less sorted it now." I glance at the piles of papers on the floor. The press cuttings pile is 3 times as big as the others. Lonnie shakes his head.
"I'm not sure about those notes on potential witnesses," he says, pointing to the pile on the far left. From what I've seen so far, there's lots of random assumptions in those and no mention of a ring.
I nod, slowly. Let's take the press stuff down to the living room. We can spread out a bit there, okay?
Sure,
says Lonnie. He helps me gather up the press cuttings pile. Thank you for this, I say, softly. He nods and makes his way out of the room, a massive sheaf of dry, brittle newspaper cuttings in his arms. I pick up the remaining papers from the press pile and follow him downstairs. We meet Cy at the bottom, carrying another plate of custard creams. Does he ever eat anything other than biscuits, I wonder?
I was going to do another brew, but I'm out of milk, he says.
I'll get some. Lonnie gives us both a swift nod and vanishes out of the front door.
That's kind of him,
says Cy, offering me a biscuit.
Is he your boyfriend?
I shake my head and indicate the pile of papers in my arms. I'm going to look at all this in the living room, if that's all right. Cy nods.
Are you hoping to find anything in particular?
Not really. Well, there was one thing, I say. I'm sure I remember there was a vigil for Vicky. Lots of people came, didn't they?
Cy nods, including your whole family.
Was the press there? I ask. I'm just wondering, you know what they say about people going back to the scene of the crime? Suppose Vicky's killer was there. I might see them wearing the ring Mum mentions.
That's a great idea, except...
Cy frowns.
Wouldn't lots of the adults have on gold wedding rings?
I don't think it is a wedding ring, I say. It's set with a black diamond for a start. And why would a wedding ring be so significant to Mum? Look at the way she writes about it. She knows it belongs to Kay, and she specifically says the truth shines out of it.
Okay.
Cy follows me into the living room and helps clear a space on the coffee table, then disappears into the kitchen. I start working methodically through the press cuttings. The stale, sour smell of the living room fills my nostrils. There are loads from the first month following Vicky's murder, from both local and national press. I find the vigil pictures quickly too, but they're too blurry for me to make out much, especially when it comes to rings on fingers. I do spot Mum and Dad on the front row, and Frank's there too, aged 16. There's no sign of me. Maybe I was with some of my classmates, or maybe I wasn't there at all, in spite of what Cy just said. The thought that I can't ask Mum for a definitive answer, and that Dad's dementia means he probably wouldn't be able to tell me either, sends a miserable pang of loss shooting through me. I resolve to focus on getting everything in date order. Then I'll go through it again, see if I've missed anything. After 20 minutes or so, I'm more or less done, when Lonnie returns with the milk, apologising for taking so long.
Sandro called, he says. He's got a new job and a new boyfriend.
I smile at the way his face lights up at the mention of his son.
How are you getting on?
Everything's in date order. We just need to go through it properly, I explain. We sit side by side as the kettle boils next door, reading all the cuttings on Vicky's murder. After year 1, the press coverage starts to peter out. There's never any mention of a key suspect or an arrest. No wonder Cy feels failed by the system. I pick up a piece of paper with the year 2009 scribbled on the top. It's easily the most recent cutting I've seen. What on earth could have happened 14 years later after the murder that Cy might have felt was relevant? I peer at the news item. It's from a paper that no longer exists, the Framley Examiner, and is headlined, Pedo Exposed. Former Framley teacher jailed for historic offences. My heart gives a jolt as I read the name of the convicted man. Wilf Owens. I remember Mr. Owens from my years at primary school. I was never in his class, neither was Vicky, but he was definitely there at the same time as us, and almost certainly known to Mum too. I grip the cutting and read the rest of the story. The former primary school teacher has been jailed for historic offences dating from the 1980s and 1990s. Framley local Wilf Owens worked at several schools during that time, his longest tenure being at Framley Park Primary between 1988 and 1995. My eyes widen. Look at this. I hold out the cutting. Lonnie looks up as Si re-enters the living room, a mug of fresh tea slopping slightly from each hand.
"Did you find something?"
he asks, setting the mugs down on the dusty sideboard. "There's a story here about a Mr. Owens who was a teacher at our school, mine and Vicky's." I hand the cutting to Si. It says here he was a paedophile, but nobody knew at the time, and he left the school the summer that we lost Vicky.
"That's right."
Si nods.
"I always thought Owens was a serious suspect, but the police didn't want to know."
Lonnie clears his throat. "Sorry, I know this is, sensitive," he says. "But if Owens was a paedophile, I never heard any suggestion that Vicky was, abused." "Perhaps Mum interrupted him before he could do anything," I say. "Don't you think it's a big coincidence that a known paedophile was teaching at the very same school as a girl who gets murdered, which happens the same year he leaves the school?"
"Not necessarily."
Lonnie wrinkles his nose.
"There could have been lots of reasons for Wilf Owens leaving his job, and what happened to Vicky was in a park, not the school."
"They're only a 5-minute walk from each other," I point out.
"Irrelevant," says Lonnie. "It was August, so nobody would have been at school anyway."
He pauses.
"Is there any indication Owens ever killed anyone?" "Not that came out," Si says darkly.
"Did you keep much other info on him?" I ask.
"A bit," Si explains. "I talked to D.I. Thompson. There are notes on that. I even followed Owens when he got out of jail."
Lonnie casts me a concerned glance, then looks at Si.
"You followed him?" "Yeah. It was a travesty what happened. The pervert only ended up doing 8 years inside."
Si shakes his head. "Did you take any pictures of him?" I ask. "Anything that might show if he wore a ring?"
"No," Si admits.
But there's a picture of him in one of the papers while the trial was going on, standing outside the courthouse. It should be him with the other cuttings.
We rummage through the remaining pieces of paper. Si mutters over and over how he has suspected Wilf Owens for a long time. But look at this. Lonnie points to a national newspaper's report on the trial. It says here that Wilf Owens' victims, at least the ones that came forward when the police investigation finally happened, were all in the top years of primary school when he assaulted them. It was one of his twisted justifications that they'd hit puberty. Vicky was only just 10, wasn't she? So a young year 5. I nod.
But very mature for her age,
Si says quickly. Those people are probably just the tip of the iceberg, I add. Just because none of them were exactly the same age as Vicky hardly counts Owens out. Lonnie nods slowly. His full name must be Wilfred Owens. Do you think his parents knew they were more or less naming him after a poet?
Eh?
Si looks up, frowning. He has a glazed look in his eye. I'm fairly sure he's already slightly drunk. What passing bells for those who die as cattle, Lonnie quotes. Anthem for doomed youth. He catches the surprise in my eye.
Didn't think I'd know any poetry, eh?
I look down, feeling embarrassed. Absently, I exchange the cutting I'm looking at for another. I focus on it, then gasp. It's the article Si was talking about, from when Owens was sentenced. In the colour pic that accompanies the news item, he's standing outside the courthouse. He looks just as I remember him from primary school, with a narrow face and his fringe styled forward in a quiff. And there, on the little finger of his right hand, is a gold ring. Chapter 10.
I knew it was Wilf Owens.
Si Daniels paces around the dusty, shabby living room, fists clenched. He's suddenly animated, a far cry from the dishevelled, shambling man who opened the door to us earlier.
I knew it as soon as the news came out about him being a pedo, but no one would listen, and the police couldn't be bothered, and... oh, I just knew it was him."
I glance at Lonnie. He frowns and shakes his head. Si," I say, feeling anxious. "I don't think we should be jumping to conclusions here. There's no concrete proof that Wilf Owens attacked Vicky."
"Or that he was even in the park that day," Lonnie adds.
"I'm sure the police must have done their due diligence." I start.
"The police did sod all," Si spits. "That gold ring Owens is wearing is all the proof we need."
Lonnie and I exchange another look. "Okay," I say, trying to inject a soothing tone into my voice. "I get why this matters so much, Si, but we need more than a ring from a picture to connect Owens to the scene. We need proper evidence."
"Why?"
demands Si. He's swaying slightly on his feet, the sour smell of alcohol now mixed with the distinct scent of body odour. "Well," I hesitate, unsure where to begin. "For a start, lots of people wear gold rings."
"Lots don't,"
counters Si. "OK," says Lonnie, sitting up straighter.
"Bella's mum was quite specific about the gold ring."
"That's right," I acknowledge. "She said it had a black diamond set into it." I peer at the grainy photo in the newspaper. There's no way of knowing what Wilf Owens's ring looks like close to.
"It's more than that," Lonnie says. "It's like you said earlier, Bella. As soon as your mum saw the ring, something about the whole situation fell into place for her." He takes the notebook and reads. "Out of the corner of my eye, I see Kay's gold ring set with the black diamond. The truth shines out of it."
Lonnie looks up, frowning.
"Surely your mum wouldn't have known Wilf Owens well enough for any of his jewellery to be so significant to her."
"I don't see why not,"
Si says sullenly, sinking heavily into the nearest armchair and sending a cloud of dust into the air. He sounds like a toddler who has had his sweets taken away.
"Even if you weren't taught by him, Bella, your older brother was at the school too. We have no idea how well your mum knew him."
"That's kind of what Lonnie's saying," I say with a sigh. "We don't know. There's no proof either way."
"Then you two need to find it,"
Si says, shrinking back into his chair.
"You will investigate, won't you? It shouldn't be hard to find Owens. I've got his address from when I followed him all those years ago."
"I promise I'll look into him," I say.
"If Bella's in, I'm in,"
Lonnie says. His words send a fluttering feeling zooming around my stomach. I push it firmly away and turn to Si. "I'm also going to let D.I. Capshaw know that you have this picture of Owens wearing a ring. Hopefully he'll see that it might be the same ring Mum mentions in her notebook."
"Good."
Si gets unsteadily to his feet.
"Great. Well, no time to lose."
Taking the hint, Lonnie and I stand too. I'm not sure whether Si is eager for us to start digging into his daughter's murder, or simply desperate for his next drink. Either way, 5 minutes later we find ourselves strolling back to my house, laden down with 2 bulging bags containing the files and papers that Si insisted we took with us. As I turn onto the front path, I catch sight of the door into the house. It's not quite shut. I hurry over to find that it's on the latch. My heart thumps.
"What's the matter?"
Lonnie asks. "I didn't leave the door like this," I say, releasing the catch and stepping nervously inside.
"Are you sure?" Lonnie asks. "It's easy enough to do."
"I'm sure," I say, peering around the hall. Nothing seems different from how I left it. I glance into the living room. It's a mirror image of the one at Si Daniels's house, except, of course, with my parents' furniture and fresh off-white paint on the walls. I stare at my teacher application printouts. They are still piled on the floor by the sofa, but is the pile placed at a slightly different angle now? I hurry up to the bedrooms. It's the same thing here. Everything is as I left it, except for one box in the small room which I'm certain stands a little to the left of where it was before. It's like Someone's been searching through my things, then tried to put it all back so I wouldn't notice. I shudder.
Has anything been taken? Lonnie asks.
Not as far as I can see, I say. I stare at my iPad, charging on the table beside my bed. Why would someone break into my house and not take what's valuable?
They didn't break in, Lonnie points out. The door was on the latch. Though it's an old lock, easy enough for someone to force back, though it's weird they left it like that.
He hesitates.
Please don't take this the wrong way, but are you really sure you didn't leave it open by mistake?
I chew on my lip.
I mean, if someone was bold enough to come in and take a look around, they probably would have made more of a mess, don't you think?
I blow out my breath, feeling utterly discombobulated. I guess Lonnie must be right, but I can't shake the feeling that someone has been here, in my home. What might they have been looking for if it wasn't valuables? Mum's burned this notebook is in my handbag. Was somebody searching for the missing pages? Was leaving the door on the latch a subtle signal to make sure I understood they'd been here? I shudder again, and Lonnie winds his arm around my shoulder and gives it a squeeze.
Hey, I get it, he says. This whole thing with Vicky is bound to have stressed you out a bit.
I suppose, I concede. We go back downstairs and I call Di Capshaw. His phone goes straight to voicemail, so I leave a message about Wilf Owens asking if the police have ever considered him as a suspect for Vicky, and insisting that the ring he's wearing in Si's newspaper photo reinforces his profile as a person of interest. I think about mentioning my fear that the house has been very subtly ransacked, but decided that without more proof of a break-in I'll just sound crazy. I put down my phone and turn to Lonnie. I've got over an hour before I have to pick up Tora. I think I'll go to the last address Si has for Wilf Owens. Try and talk to him.
I can give you a lift if you'd like.
Lonnie sets down his empty coffee mug and swallows up the gap between us in a single stride. The kitchen seems to pulsate with his energy as he stands in front of me, unsettlingly close. Thank you, I stammer, feeling suddenly overwhelmed. I busy myself rummaging in the bag Si gave us for the piece of paper with Wilf Owens' 2017 address. Do you remember it coming out in the press about Owens being a paedophile? Lonnie shakes his head.
How come you didn't know? He was a teacher at your primary school. Didn't your brother mention it?
No, and I'd lost touch with almost everyone I was at Framley Park with by the time the story came out, I explain. The few people I was still in contact with were from grammar schools like Mercedes, and she'd gone to a different primary. I double-check the house is properly locked, and we make our way along the sunny street to Lonnie's car. I'm imagining he drives something typically salesman-like, a Mazda perhaps, or a Honda Civic, so I'm genuinely surprised when he stops beside a sleek and sporty BMW hybrid.
Second-hand, he says with a grimace, but she looks and feels fantastic.
Our eyes meet, and I look away, blushing.
So, what music do you prefer? Lonnie asks as we set off.
I glance at him. He can't know it, of course, but music became a terrible symptom of the disintegration of my marriage to Angus. As the years passed, Angus started to sneer at my mainstream choices and became deeply into jazz, with barely concealed contempt for anyone who liked anything else. I'm not wild about jazz, I say, tentatively. Lonnie looks at me and laughs.
Let's try this, he says, poking at his iPhone as we stop at traffic lights.
A bluesy guitar twangs into the car, two singers in perfect harmony delivering an uplifting melody. I like it, I say, smiling. It's like country, but happier. Lonnie laughs again.
It's Americana.
He starts the car and peers at the traffic ahead through the windscreen.
I play guitar in a local Americana band. We're called Rust.
He glances at me, his face lit with enthusiasm.
We're nothing special, but we do gigs every now and then.
We drive on, the music swirling about us and the sun shining brightly outside. I feel strangely happy, just being here in the car with this man I barely know. All the worries I've felt over the past few days seem to fade as each track leads to the next. Half an hour later, the music stops. "We're here," Lonnie says, pulling the car over. A few minutes later finds us walking through the small brick boxes of Lower Maidmount, looking for number 34. When I was growing up, this whole area was a wasteland right on the edge of Framley. There's no obvious boundary to the town now. The outskirts merge into other places on all sides. Addington to the west, St Hawes to the northeast, and here the roofs of Shawlingham are clearly visible down the hill to the south. I hate areas like this, Lonnie says with feeling as we turn the corner directly after house number 22 and find ourselves bizarrely located at number 51. I know, I say. My dad used to say the same thing. They're all identikit houses with no shops or pubs, no community, no personality, not like when Framley was a proper mill town. Actually, I just meant it's impossible to find your way around, says Lonnie, giving me a sideways grin. The numbers don't make sense, but I'm here for your social commentary too. I give him a gentle poke in the ribs as we turn the next corner. This is it. Number 34 is the first door on the right. We cross the road in silence. What are you going to say to him? Lonnie asks, a hint of the same trepidation I'm feeling in his voice. No idea, I confess. I guess I'll just have to come straight out and ask him where he was and what he was doing on the 28th of August 1995. He stands beside me as I lift the door knocker and give it 3 smart raps. My heart thuds as I wait. Chapter 11. The door slowly opens, and a woman peers out. She's elderly, her skin wrinkled and paper dry with thin wispy white hair combed forwards in an attempt at a fringe. Hello, I say with a smile, which the woman does not return. We're looking for a Wilf Owens, and this is the last address we— Doesn't live here, the woman barks. She has a Yorkshire accent. She starts to shut the door, but I wedge my foot in the gap. Do you know where he is? Did he leave a forwarding address? Is there anything you can tell us? The questions tumble out of me. I can hear the desperation in my voice. Lonnie's hand rests lightly, reassuringly, on the middle of my back. I take a deep breath. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but it's really important we find him. The woman stares at us suspiciously. All I know is that he moved away 'cause of the people coming round. I've got nowt to do with him. People came round? Lonnie asks. Yeah, day and night. Kept going for a bit after I moved in, too. That's how I found out the man was a bloody kiddie fiddler. I'm telling you straight, if I'd known who he was, I'd never have taken his house. The woman opens the door wider, warming to her theme. That first year, after I'd moved in, I had people on the doorstep every other week, demanding to see him and thinking I was hiding him, not to mention the things they wrote on the front door. I even had dog shit through the letterbox. She sighs. Listen, the man moved away 5 years ago and I've got no idea where he went. Now, please, I have to go. She glares at me, and I step back. She shuts the door with a sharp click. I guess that's it, Lonnie says uncertainly. I nod, and we retrace our steps back to his car. The sun has vanished behind dark clouds, and I sit silently as Lonnie starts the engine. Another Americana track fills the car, but whereas before the music felt uplifting and hopeful, it now just sounds mournful. Wilf Owens could be literally anywhere, I say slowly, my mind processing the enormity of tracking him down, and almost certainly using a false name. Trying to keep his whereabouts hidden, for sure, adds Lonnie, checking the mirror, then driving away. Though he'd be on the sex offenders register, so the police should know. Right. I sigh. I don't see how that helps much. It's not like they'll tell us. We join the main road into Framley. The traffic is heavy. It starts to rain, and soon the cars ahead are shiny wet, water splashing off their roofs and into the gutters. Now there's no music. The only sound in the car is the swishing noise of Lonnie's windscreen wipers. The sound matches my mood. I was an idiot to think it would be easy to catch Vicky's killer. Naive to think I'd achieve something that a police investigation 30 years ago failed to do. The rain slows to a drizzle, then stops. Lonnie switches off the windscreen wipers, focusing on his GPS and a series of turns in quick succession. The quiet of the car presses down on me. Should I give up my search, or carry on trying to find Wilf Owens? I put down the passenger side mirror and peer at my reflection. A pair of anxious eyes stare back at me. My hair is still damp from the rain. I absently smooth the fringe back, off my face, then wipe a smudge of stray eyeliner with my finger. Into the silence, my phone pings with a text. It's from Mercedes. She's offering to take Dora with Danny to the cinema. Apparently there's a sing-along showing of Frozen starting in 15 minutes. I smile to myself, cheering up a little. Tora will love that. I text Mercedes back. Yes, thank you. Kiss kiss. She messages immediately with a wink emoji and the words, "Hope Lonnie behaving himself. Have some fun, girl. Kiss kiss kiss." I sit back in my seat and sneak a glance sideways. Lonnie's muscular hands rest at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. His dark hair is swept off his forehead. It frames the even features of his face perfectly. I can't look at him without getting butterflies in my stomach. Like a bloody teenager, I think to myself. Part of me wants to lean across and put my hand on his arm, then meet his gaze and let him know with my eyes how interested I am. I give myself a shake. "I want to keep looking for Wilf Owen," I say. "Okay, Miss Marple." Lonnie grins at me. "You know, that newspaper cutting of Si's said that Owens was a local, which means he might have relatives still in Framley." "Yes." I sit up. "If we can track them down, maybe they'll know where he is." Lonnie looks at me again. "There's something I don't understand, though," he ventures. "From what you've told me about that day, it doesn't sound like Vicky's killer deliberately lured her into the trees." "That's right. She went in to fetch her ball," I say, flushing reflexively as I remember how Vicky and I argued over who should look for it. How easily it could have been me going into Framley Wood. "So, do you think it was just a coincidence he happened to be there?" Lonnie asks. "I guess." I frown. There were lots of people in the park, so he wouldn't have been able to approach us openly, but I doubt if he specifically targeted her. I reckon he was just in the park, looking for a victim, and Vicky got unlucky. I hesitate, though that doesn't explain why he killed her but didn't. You know? I look down. "I'll tell you what does explain that." Lonnie's voice rises with the force of a sudden realization. I meet his gaze. "What?" "Maybe Vicky caught Owens abusing another child. That would explain both why he got violent and why there was no sign of any sexual—" He hesitates. "Why Vicky herself wasn't interfered with." A shiver snakes down my spine. I can't bear to imagine how terrifying Vicky's last moments must have been. "That makes sense," I agree. I just don't get why Mum wouldn't have said anything if that was what happened. I mean, even if Wilf Owens did threaten her, surely she wouldn't have let a violent paedophile go free. And there's something else even more confusing," Lonnie says thoughtfully. "I was thinking about it, and I don't understand how the timing fits." "What do you mean?" "Your mum came to the park to fetch you and Vicky home for lunch, right?" I nod. "Okay. So what made her go into Framley Wood? If she came in the main entrance, which is the closest to your house, she'd have been able to see you in the playground long before she reached the wood. Come to that, when was she in the wood? It must have been before she met up with you because you said you were with her right from that point until Vicky's body was found, right?" I nod, slowly fragments of memory rising into my mind's eye. There was something weird about the way she was behaving. I couldn't explain it at the time, but something was off. I meet his gaze. She seemed reluctant to go looking for Vicky, though then, of course, we did, but Even though I told her Vicky had gone into the wood to fetch her ball, Mum didn't want to go in there.
As if she'd already seen Vicky be killed,
Lonnie replies,
as if she knew the body was there and didn't want to see it again. Or have you see it?
Exactly. I blow out my breath. I think I'm going to visit my dad. I'm overdue to see him anyway, and it'll be a chance to find out if he remembers anything. Lonnie nods.
Sure. His care home's in South Framley, isn't it? I'll drop you. It's not that far from my place.
I bite my lip. That's really kind, but you can't spend your entire day ferrying me around.
It's really not a big deal. Lonnie grins. I was going to drop you at home. I'll just drop you at the care place instead.
He pauses.
Anyway, I like spending time with you.
His words hang in the air. I fix my gaze on the passing pavements, gleaming with wet from the earlier rain.
Can I ask you something, Bella?
Lonnie asks softly. I turn back to face him. For a moment, I'm certain he's about to ask me out, and my heart simultaneously leaps and shrinks.
Why do you think Vicky's death affected you so much? He asks.
I blink with surprise.
I mean, I get you were best friends and that you were there when it happened, but there's more, isn't there?
He pauses.
I realised today, your daughter, Tora. She's named after Vicky, isn't she? Tora. Victoria.
Yes, she is. Tears prick at my eyes. I've never discussed Tora's name origin, other than with Angus, of course, and he was never particularly interested in who Vicky was or why I might want to remember her through my only child. I think part of the reason it matters so much is that my feelings swirl and rise into my voice. I've never told anyone this, but Vicky and I argued over who should go in the wood to fetch her ball. The police interviewed me 1,000,000 times and I always glossed over it, but the truth is that I threw the ball into the trees and should have gone after it, and if I had, then Vicky would still be... I stop, my throat tight with emotion. Lonnie gazes at me, his green eyes full of sympathy.
It wasn't your fault, Bella.
I nod, and we drive on in silence for several minutes. The rain starts up again, pattering loudly on the car roof, then eases as Lonnie pulls up in the driveway of Dad's care home. He switches off the engine, then clears his throat.
I know it's a personal question, but are you and your ex-husband still... I guess I'm wondering if there's still anything there between you?
He raises his eyebrows. Thrown again by the turn of the conversation, I cover my confusion by gathering my handbag from the floor of the car. Definitely not. I honestly only think about Angus now in relation to Tora. I meet Lonnie's intense gaze. I've moved on. A beat passes.
Moved on enough to go on a date with me?
I press my lips together, my heart thumping. I'd like that, I say slowly. But there's Tora, and work to sort, and the house. I'm trying to get my life together, and I trail off.
Understood. Lonnie grins. Whenever you're ready. In the meantime, I'll look into Wilf Owens' relatives, see if there are any family members still local, and let you know what I find out. That's if you'd like me to.
Yes, I say. Thanks. And thanks for the lift. We stare at each other for a moment. I lean across and give him a swift peck on the cheek. Then I get out of the car and scurry along the path to the care home without looking back. Chapter 12. As I walk past the row of box trees that line the entrance to Golden Oaks care home, the sun comes out, shining brightly over the flat roof of the large stone facility. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the fluttering sensation that Lonnie's words have ignited in my belly, and enter the lobby. Despite being the best on offer in the neighbourhood, Golden Oaks has definitely seen better days.
The wallpaper in the lobby was probably once very pretty, featuring repeating patterns of small pink roses against a cream background. But now the cream is a murky yellow, and the roses have faded to a grubby greyish blancmange. The lobby furniture is equally shabby, and the patch of carpet I can see is worn from the tread of elderly footsteps and the passing of 100 Zimmer frames. It's all so swelteringly hot. I'm already taking off my coat as the lady on reception asks me who I'm here to visit. Having only been here once since my return to Framley, it's natural enough that I'm not recognised and waved through as I was when I came before with Frank. It still leaves me feeling guilty as I take the lift to the 3rd floor and walk to room 15. The nurse on the desk said Dad was having a good day. But that's what the nurse said when I visited almost 2 weeks ago, and Dad spent most of that visit asleep, too groggy when he did wake up to recognise me for nearly a minute, despite the nurse telling him I was his daughter in a loud, patronising voice. I take a deep breath outside his room, rap several times on the door, then walk inside. It's basic. There's a small shower room to the left, and the space beyond just has room for a bed, 2 cupboards and an armchair. Dad is dressed, and sitting in the armchair, gazing out of the window at the central lawn below. The view is pretty, full of carefully tended plants, many of which are in full spring bloom, all red and pink blossoms. "Hey, Dad," I call from the door. He leans his whole body around to see me, his face breaking into a huge and delighted smile. His skin is more lined than it used to be, and his hair is thinner on top, but it's still him, still Dad. "Bella Bug," he says, his eyes bright and his voice strong. I grin, filling with relief at being recognised immediately and delight at seeing him looking so much sparkier than on my last visit. I rush over and hug him. He feels frail in my arms, nothing like the huge physical presence from my childhood. I draw back, and he takes my hand. "How are you, love? It's been ages. Frank says you're back home now. How's little Tora settling in?" He clearly has no memory of my earlier visit a fortnight ago, and I don't bother to remind him. Instead, I tell him that Tora has just started at Framley Park Primary and seems to be loving it. "That's grand, pet," Dad says. "It's wonderful to have you home. Apart from anything else, it's good to know someone's living in the place while I'm doing my respite care here. I'll be able to help you sort things when I get out." I stare at him. Does he seriously think well over a year into his stay here that he's just in for respite care? Frank has advised me just to go along with anything he says, so rather than contradict him, I nod and smile and say, "That would be great, Dad. Thanks." Dad talks more about the house, reminiscing about the time he repainted the front gate, then proudly boasting that he's sure the boiler he installed 15 years ago is still going strong. "Not like boilers today," he exclaims. "Nowadays they build them to fail." "That's right, Dad," I say. I don't tell him that the boiler is fading as fast as he is, and soon he launches into a rambling story about his and Mum's first Christmas in the house, before either Frank or I were born. I wander over to the window as he speaks. The sun is out now, but the glass is still spattered with raindrops from the earlier downpour. The roofs of this part of Framley are spread out in front of me. To the left I can see the edge of the multi-storey car park belonging to the shopping centre, but I can't identify any other individual buildings. Just a long line of tiled roofs, probably belonging to older residential properties. That row of bright blue double chimneys a few streets away looks like it might belong to something more industrial, but I have no idea what. I sigh. The landscape has changed so much since I went away. I turn back to look at Dad, still chattering on about that long-ago Christmas. I have the Burn This notebook in my handbag. Perhaps showing it to Dad will jog his memory. He seems so much more alert than I thought he would be. The conversation flows on for a few more minutes. A nurse brings Dad a cup of tea and asks if I'd like one. As she leaves, I draw Mum's notebook out of my bag. I rest it on my lap and take a deep breath. "Dad?" I ask.
Did you ever see any of Mum's creative writing? Dad shakes his head, then takes a sip of tea. Are you sure? I press. Did you know she was writing things? He sets his cup down on the arm tray of the chair. The china rattles. Writing what? I hold up the notebook, my hand carefully covering the "Burn This" written on the front. Poems, short stories, stuff about the weather and nature, and things about us kids and loss. Bereavement. Dad frowns, as if thinking hard. Well, I know she always had a fancy for literature, and she definitely had a creative bent. He smiles. That's where you get it from. But did you ever see anything she wrote? I persist. Surely if Uncle John remembers Mum writing stories, then Dad will. After all, his memories from that time seem so clear. Dad shakes his head. I show him the notebook. The Burn This title now clearly visible. You've never seen this before? Dad shakes his head again. I'm expecting him to take the book and look inside, as everyone else I've shown has done. But Dad simply pats the cover. This was your Mum's? He asks, and there's a note of longing in his voice as he speaks. A lump forms in my throat. Coming out of my own disaster of a marriage, I spent a lot of time looking back at my parents. Their relationship was very traditional, but it worked. They were always so happy together. Dad, the proud breadwinner, opening doors and pulling out chairs for his wife and telling anyone who'd listen how amazing she was. And Mum herself, gazing adoringly up at him, while waiting on him hand and foot. It's definitely Mum's. It's her handwriting. I found it buried at the bottom of a box. I hesitate, unsure how much more to share. I don't want to upset him, but I can't miss the opportunity of questioning him while he seems so on the ball. Dad, do you remember my friend Vicky Daniels? Dad stares at me. I can't tell whether he recognizes the name or not. Vicky was the same age as me. The Danielses lived on our street. Vicky's dad, Si, still lives there, in fact. Dad looks down at his lap and nods, slowly. The Daniels family, he says. Did the nurse bring my tea? I point to the cup by his side. That's right, and poor Vicky was... Someone killed her in Framley Wood, right next to where we'd been playing in the park. It was August 1995, when Vicky and I were 10. Dad doesn't look up or speak. He just stares at his half-drunk cup of tea. Something tells me I shouldn't press him further, but it's impossible to stop now. I hold up the notebook again. Mum wrote about Vicky's murder in this. I think she witnessed what happened. I think she saw the person who killed her. My chest is tight with tension as I study Dad's face. He is sitting like a statue, still staring at his cup, utterly expressionless. Dad? He looks at me at last. Yes, love? Did Mum ever say anything about Vicky's death? I mean, anything to suggest she might have witnessed it? Dad's eyes meet mine. For a second I register the pain of his expression. Then his face grows blank, as if he's put on a mask. Dad, please. I reach for his hand. Did Mum see who killed Vicky? Dad lets out a long, slow breath, then utters a single, whispered word. Yes. Chapter 13. I'm staring at Dad, shocked to the core, as the nurse from before bustles in to deliver my cup of tea. She sets it noisily down, then plumps Dad's armchair cushion and removes his own half-empty drink. How are you doing, Eddie? Nice to have your daughter here. She scuttles away without waiting for a reply.
I try to gather my unravelling thoughts. Dad, are you saying Mum really did witness Vicky's murder? That she saw who killed her? That she didn't just write it down in her notebook, but told you about it? Dad looks away, gazing through the window. Dad! I get up and walk around his chair so I can squat down in front of him. If Mum saw who killed Vicky, why didn't she ever say who it was? I peer at his face. Did she tell you? Was it Wilf Owens? Have you kept it a secret all these years too? Dad meets my gaze.
Poor little Vicky.
He reaches for my hand.
You poor thing, Vicky.
No! I dart back, snatching my hand away. No, Dad, it's me, Bella.
Don't do that, Barb,
Dad says sadly. Tears prick at my eyes.
You're so loving, Barb. I know how much you love him,
he says, his voice now low and serious.
I love you. You love me. Baby makes 3.
I stand up and turn away. My heart is pounding. His mind has descended into fog again, but a few moments ago he was still lucid, wasn't he?
Barbara,
Dad says, his voice quavering slightly.
What's for dinner?
He reaches out and taps the side of my leg.
Barb?
I step back, out of reach. I'm your daughter, Bella, I say firmly. Barbara was my mother, your wife. Dad's face clears.
I know that,
he says gruffly.
How are you, love? It's been a long time, eh? Frank says you're back home. How are you and little Tora settling in?
Another half-hour passes. I try to bring our conversation back to the Burn This notebook, but Dad can't keep his mind located there. He's fixated on our house, his time frame jumping all over the place as he delivers a long tale about the delayed delivery of the red and gold carpet I remember Mum so badly wanting, and boasts again about the brand new boiler. Part of me wants to challenge him on the things he says that don't make sense, but there's no point. He isn't properly in the present anymore. When he starts telling me that he has heard voices coming from the radiator opposite his bed, I finish my tea and gently explain that I need to get home to Tora.
See you soon, love,
he says, leaning back in his armchair and closing his eyes. I creep away, my stomach in knots. I have no idea how seriously to take his conviction that Mum witnessed Vicky's murder. Was it really something she told him about? I can't see any way of knowing for sure. It's almost worse than if he hadn't said anything at all. I check the time, then the local bus timetable. When I was growing up, this section of town was on the same bus route as my school, just further along it. The bus still runs, though far less frequently than it used to. I make my way to the nearest stop and sit down under the shelter. The glass panel has been shattered, and though most of the glass has been cleared away, the metal casing remains, now twisted and rusty. I wait nearly 50 minutes for a bus, and though at least it stopped raining, I am chilled to the bone by the time I finally get on board. The bus is half full, mostly elderly women with shopping bags. I sit at the back and lean my head against the window. My thoughts drift from Dad to Lonnie. Now the initial excitement of him asking me out has subsided, I feel properly unsettled. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't attracted to him, but I'm scared, too. I don't want the complication of a relationship, and I'm sure that's entirely rational right now. I want to focus on Tora and creating a home for the two of us. And after what Dad just said, I'm definitely going to carry on looking into Vicky's murder. My bus passes the cinema, and I think about getting off and waiting for Mercedes and the girls, but the film still has half an hour to run, so instead I send Mer a text telling her to come round when it's over, and I'll give Danny and Tora their tea. 10 minutes later, I reach my own stop and head for home.
I pop into the local convenience store on the way. I'll do pasta with fresh tomato sauce for the girls, and I'm going to bake some fairy cakes for them too. It's just starting to spit with rain again as, bag of shopping in hand, I turn onto my street. A man in a grubby beige raincoat is slumped in the doorway of my house. I stop a few meters from the gate, alarm surging through my body. I've almost forgotten about the mysterious break-in this morning, but now my fears rise up again. Was this man in my house earlier? He must somehow sense me staring, because at that moment he looks up and sees me approaching. It's Cy Daniels. I fill with relief as he stands and waves at me, swaying slightly as if unsteady on his feet. Oh, God, he looks really drunk. I grit my teeth and make my way warily towards him.
"Bella," he smiles as I walk up the front path. "Must be strange to be back in your old house, eh?"
"Hello, Cy," I say cautiously. Is he hoping to be asked in? Because I don't want him here when Mercedes arrives with the girls.
"How did you get on?" he asks. "Did you find Wilf? Did he give anything away?"
Oh, God. Anxiety mingles with compassion as I set down my shopping bag and shake my head. We went to the address you had, but the woman there said he moved out 5 years ago. She didn't know where he went.
"She's lying," Cy says emphatically. "I bet she knows and she's covering up for him."
I frown. I don't think so.
"You need to go back and push her for more information," Cy insists, nodding vigorously and putting his hand on the front door for support.
Irritation rises inside me. I remind myself that this man is struggling with addiction and several terrible losses and try to inject some calmness into my voice as I speak. Lonnie and I are going to see if we can find out where Owens is. Lonnie's looking up his relatives as a starting point.
"It's not enough." Cy's voice rises. "You have to do more. Work harder, take risks, do whatever it takes."
For goodness sakes. I take a deep breath. I understand you're upset, Cy. I am too, and I am going to try and find out what—
"Then do it!"
He flares up, suddenly furious. Fear shoots through me, turning to anger as it speeds out of my mouth. "Don't shout at me!" I snap. "Go home, Cy. I'll let you know what Lonnie and I find out, but right now I need to get inside and get tea ready for my little girl." Cy glares at me for a few seconds. Then all the anger fades from his face and his features seem to crumple into defeat.
"At least you have a little girl," he mutters.
He leans in close so I can smell the sour whiskey smell of his breath.
"Just make sure you look after her."
It almost sounds like a threat. A shiver shoots down my spine, but before I can respond, Cy turns and walks away. I watch him stumble along the street, feeling troubled. Chapter 14. The next day is Sunday, which means dinner at Frank and Cheryl's again. It's becoming a regular fixture in our calendar, and though I'm still not quite sure where I stand with reserved, prickly Cheryl, I'm always happy to see Frank and Ashley, while Tora is delighted at any opportunity to spend time with her cool cousin Gabby. Tonight she's also looking forward to meeting Kai's baby, little KJ. What with Kai's girlfriend, Hanisha, and Uncle John and Auntie Lynn coming as well, almost the entire family will be present. In honor of the occasion, Tora takes ages getting ready, selecting a red and orange jumper, which, as usual, she teams with a unicorn hair slide. Thanks to all the time she takes pinning back her hair, we're the last to arrive, and the kitchen is already crowded and noisy. As we squeeze in around the table, I catch Auntie Lynn's eye. I haven't seen her since my return to Framley, and we've never been close. Despite the fact that they were married to brothers, I don't think she and Mum had much in common. Mum was a softer, warmer personality who wore leggings and tunics, Well, there's always been an edge to Auntie Lynn, who dresses like a 50s housewife in twin sets or cigarette pants, often finishing off her rather formal look with a string of pearls. Her crisp, dark red bob is now clearly coming out of a bottle, but otherwise she seems much the same as I remember her, down to her prim "hello," and the pitying way she says how sorry she was to hear that my marriage came to such a sad and untimely end. At least she greets Tora with a big smile, though Tora herself barely notices. She's too entranced by 10-month-old chubby-cheeked Kai Jr., who seems equally fascinated by Tora's unicorn hairslide. In the end, he pulls at it so much that she takes it out and hands it to me to put into my bag. The conversation ricochets around Frank's business and a long discussion with Uncle John about an annoying customer they had to deal with this week. On the other side of the table, Tora bounces little KJ on her lap, while Henisha moans that she hasn't had an uninterrupted night's sleep since the baby was born. "Oh, that's the worst," I say, sympathetically. "You need to try controlled crying," Cheryl says firmly. "It worked with all three of mine." Henisha frowns. I'm sensing she wasn't actually looking for any advice. "Isn't that the one where you leave the wee bairn to bawl its head off and disturb everyone?" Auntie Lynn gives a disparaging sniff. Cheryl and Henisha exchange a look, which says clearly that the last thing either of them are interested in is the opinion of a woman who has never had any children. Auntie Lynn sits back and folds her arms. I gaze at the disapproval on her face, remembering what Mum told me about Lynn's misery over not having children and her 2 failed attempts at IVF. I used to think of my aunt as intrinsically uptight, but now it occurs to me that maybe her rigidity arose out of bitter disappointment, from her grief at being childless. "Controlled crying isn't about letting the baby cry uninterrupted," Cheryl explains. "It's about creating a structure around their crying, so you go into them at the intervals you choose." She pauses. "You're in charge, not the baby." "Right," Henisha mutters, sitting back. "I'm sure Henisha will work it all out for herself," Ashley says pointedly. Cheryl sighs and murmurs something about getting the ice cream out of the freezer. As she walks across the kitchen and Henisha leans over to little KJ, I catch Ashley's eye and smile. This is what family is all about, I think. Hanging in there, together, in spite of all the irritations and tensions. After dinner, Kai and Henisha make a prompt exit with the baby. Left without him to focus on, Tora soon runs upstairs with Gabby, while Ashley disappears to take a phone call. Before too long, Auntie Lynn and Uncle John say they need to get home too. "Mustn't miss our beauty sleep," says Uncle John with a wink. "Oh, Bella, don't forget our anniversary party is next Saturday," Auntie Lynn says. I follow her through to the hall where she puts on her jacket and primps her fringe in the mirror. "John's doing a barbecue." She leans closer and whispers, "He's been a wee bit down recently. Now I've persuaded him to finally fully retire, but I'm sure the party will cheer him up." I stare at her, thinking how comfortable John looked in the hardware store the other day, and how happily he was chatting with Frank earlier about their tricky customer. John's fully retiring. I can't keep the concern out of my voice, but he seems to love it at work. Love it or not, it tires him out. Auntie Lynn purses her lips. "It's his last day on Friday, and I'd appreciate you finding something positive to say about retirement should the subject come up at the party. There are lots of wee projects around the house he'll be able to get his teeth into. Is that understood?" I give a dutiful nod as the others troop into the hall. 40 years married, Uncle John," says Frank, glancing at Cheryl. "That's impressive." "Indeed it is," Uncle John grins. "Hey, you get less for murder." The 2 men laugh, while Cheryl and Auntie Lynn roll their eyes at each other. As my aunt and uncle are leaving, Uncle John pecks me on the cheek and thanks me for the box of Dad's old things I gave him. "I've been going through everything," he says, looking a little sad. "A lot of memories. I'm grateful to have them." Alone with just my brother and his wife, I help them clear up while Frank asks how the boiler has been. It still cuts out at the worst times, I say. We really need to replace it. Frank heaves a sigh and promises again he'll get it sorted. Then he takes out his computer to start on that evening's admin. Cheryl asks me straight out if I'm dating Lonnie. "I know you were together most of yesterday," she says with a hint of accusation in her voice. "My hairdresser's cousin saw Lonnie, and the description of the girl he was with could only have been you." My jaw drops. "Jesus, Cheryl," Frank says, looking up. "That's a bit Wagatha Christie, isn't it?" Cheryl bristles. "Just be careful with that one," she says to me, pursing her lips. "If Lonnie's anything like he used to be, you'll end up regretting getting involved." "For Pete's sake," Frank says wearily. "Lonnie's all right." "If you say so," Cheryl says. "Actually, Lonnie was just giving me a lift somewhere yesterday," I interject. "Oh, really?" Cheryl asks. "Where?" And before I know it, I find myself telling her that Lonnie is helping with my quest to track down Wilf Owens, which inevitably leads to me explaining why I want to find him, which in turn prompts me to ask if Frank remembers the teacher from our old primary school, and if he thinks Mum would have known him.
"No, absolutely not,"
Frank explodes, slamming shut the lid of his laptop.
"And I thought I already told you to stop raking over the past."
Bridling at this, I defend myself. Why shouldn't I look into Vicky's murder? And soon we're arguing again. Cheryl stays uncharacteristically quiet. I'm guessing that she agrees with me that Vicky's death is worth looking into, but doesn't want to antagonize her husband by saying so. "Why are you so angry about this, Frank?" I ask, genuinely bewildered. "I get that it's uncomfortable, but Vicky's dad supports what I'm doing, and if he wants me to investigate, I don't see why anyone else would have a problem with it."
"I told you already," Frank snaps. "All your investigation will do is upset people. Take Vicky's dad. What's going to happen when the Wilf Owens lead runs cold and you have to tell him you've failed to find his daughter's killer? Isn't that going to be worse for him than if you hadn't raised his hopes in the first place?"
I'm tempted to retort that I don't think Cy Daniels could be in a much worse state than he already is, no matter what I find out. Then I remember what happened with Dad yesterday. "Dad thinks there's a lead to follow," I blurt out.
"What?"
Frank demands. I explain how I went to visit him and showed him the Burn This notebook. "He definitely said Mum witnessed Vicky's murder," I say. "He lost the thread soon after, but initially he sounded totally on top of things."
"For God's sake!" Frank's voice rises again. "If you'd spent any amount of time with him over the past year, you'd know he can go in and out of making sense in a heartbeat. How dare you bring Mum up in that way? How dare you upset him?"
"I didn't upset him." Tears prick at my eyes and my voice wobbles as I speak. "You're not being fair over this. I just want to help." Frank falls silent, clearly grappling with his emotions.
"I know, Bells," he says at last. "Sorry."
Cheryl clears her throat. "Well, enough of all that," she says brightly. "It's John and Lynn's party next weekend, and I said I'd help with the decorations. Let me show you what I've bought, Bella." I follow her into the smart, modern front room, my mind still on Frank's outburst. Cheryl shuts the door behind us and motions me onto the leather couch, then sits down opposite. "I wanted a quiet word," she says, "about Wilf Owens." I look up, feeling shocked. "You remember him?" "Oh, yes." Cheryl hesitates. "Frank doesn't know, but I had a narrow escape with that man when I was in Year 6 at Framley Park." My eyes widen. "Seriously?" Cheryl nods. "It was towards the end of the spring term, and I'd gone to the toilet during PE. Owen saw me coming out and asked me to go with him to the school library. It was lesson time, and I should have just gone back to the gym, which he knew. He was kind of agitated.
I had this strong sense something was off, but I didn't know how to get out of doing what he wanted. So I went with him to the library, where of course he shut the door, and we were on our own, and there was this look in his eye. She makes a face. "Oh, Cheryl," I say. "That sounds terrifying." "It was, for a second," she says. But then one of the other teachers came in, Mrs. Greenwood, I think. Owens couldn't get out of there fast enough. I was wary of him after that, but he never tried anything again. And of course nothing had actually happened, so I never told anyone. She grimaces. "I'm just telling you because I want you to be careful if you do go looking for him." "I understand," I say. Then more fervently, "Thank you for letting me know." The next morning, Monday, the sun is shining brightly, and Tora is, for the first time, reluctant to go to school, taking ages to team a yellow and pink candy-striped dress with a pair of pink trainers. I ask her several times if there's anything wrong or if someone in her class has upset her, but she shrugs off my questions, as if I'm missing the point. Perhaps I am. Much as I might want her to love everything about her new life, it's unrealistic to think she won't have off days or worries. At least she seems happier once she sees Danny in the playground. As the girls troop inside, I notice Mercedes looking harassed. Turns out she's been offered an extra nursing shift at the hospital today and is a hurry to get there. I offer to pick up Danny later, so she doesn't have to use her childminder. "It's only fair," I point out. "You had Tora a lot over the weekend." Mercedes gives me a hug, telling me I'm a lifesaver, and rushes off. I stop off at the shops on my way home to do a food shop. It's a relief to be engaged in something as simple as planning a meal. As I turn into our street, the sun is bright overhead, and my shopping bag handle digs sweatily into my palm. Lonnie will be in touch when and if he finds out where Owen's local family lives. In the meantime, I decide, I'm going to submit my teacher training application today. No more prevaricating. Assuming I'm accepted, I'll begin the course in September and will hopefully be in a position to get a job next year. An hour later, the shopping is unpacked and I've submitted my form. I sit down with a cup of tea, feeling pleased with myself. My phone pings. It's a WhatsApp from an unknown number. I open it without a thought. Stop looking. Now. Remember what happens to nosy little girls who run into the wood. Chapter 15. My blood runs cold as I read the message a second time. Without warning, it vanishes. I frown, pressing at the screen, desperate to retrieve it. But the message and the contact number have totally disappeared. I hurry into the house, my whole body shaking. It's a threat, a clear threat against me. Is it from Wilf Owens? Jesus, does he know I'm looking into him for Vicky's murder? My first instinct is to call my brother, but then I remember how angry Frank was at me for raking over the past. He's going to be even more furious that my poking around has elicited an actual threat. Instead, I ring Mercedes on her way to her shift. I break down as I describe the message, and Mercedes urges me to call the police, adding that she's going to get Lonnie to come over later and check on me. Perhaps I should protest, but the thought is too comforting. As soon as Mers rung off, I called the eye capsule. His phone goes to voicemail again, so I'm forced to leave yet another message. I keep my voice steady and calm as I tell him about the carefully worded threat I've just received, as well as my growing fears about Wilf Owens and my dad's admission that Mum did witness Vicky's murder. I add that though I can't be totally sure, I think my house was turned over a few days ago. It stands to reason that if the killer knows I'm looking into the murder, they know about Mum's burn this notebook. I gulp. I think they were trying to find the missing pages. I spend the rest of the day flitting from task to task at home. I can't settle to anything. I'm freaking out too much, going over and over the threatening messages in my head. Collecting Tora and Danny from school offers only a brief distraction. As we walk home, their excitable chatter about an upcoming school trip quickly moves on to a heated discussion on the merits of unicorns versus dragons. Tora is, of course, a big unicorn fan, but Danny thinks they're silly.
I noticed Tora quickly conceding. Yeah, you're right. Dragons are better, she says. Unicorns are for babies. I press my lips together to stop myself from interfering, my mind drifting once again to the killer's threat. Stop looking. Now. Mercedes's older daughter, Inez, turns up at 6:30 to collect Danny. I chivvy Tora into an early bath and she's in her pyjamas and playing on my tablet when Lonnie arrives. He stands on the doorstep with a sympathetic smile on his face. I hear it's been a tough day, he says, holding up a bottle of red wine. I have something that can help. I grin, in spite of my fears, and usher him inside. We sit in the kitchen, sipping wine. You do realise that if somebody's sending you a threatening text, it means you're really onto something, Lonnie says. I know, I say. I'm not overreacting to be freaked out, am I? Or to think that the message might have come from Wilf Owens. No way, says Lonnie. It would be odd not to be freaked out, and Owens is definitely a suspect. What do the police say? Nothing, so far. I left a message for D.I. Capshaw, but he hasn't called back. Lonnie makes a face. Man, it's like you've got to wait until there's an actual gun against your head before they'll do anything. I shudder. Sorry, he says. I do have some news about Wilf Owens's family, if you'd like to hear it. Definitely. I lean forward. What did you find out? He has a cousin called Lance, also an Owens, who lives on the Beaverbrook estate. Do you remember it, north of Frank's shop? I nod. The Beaverbrook is the town's most notorious estate. I don't know exactly which flat he lives in, but I reckon we could find out if we went there. What do you think? Lonnie asks. I want to go, I say, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. Our gazes meet. There's a softness in Lonnie's sea-green eyes I feel that I could almost rest in. He reaches for my hand, and I let his fingers linger, warm and comforting on mine for a moment. Just a thought, he says, sitting back. What if the threat came from Cy Daniels? He got so angry with you yesterday. I raise my eyebrows. How did you know about that? Mercedes told me. His cheeks redden. Right. I chew on my lip, remembering how threatening Cy had sounded. At least you have a little girl. Make sure you look after her. He was angry, I admit, but it doesn't make sense Cy would be trying to warn me off. He's pushing me to dig deeper. Unless that's a cover, says Lonnie darkly. I frown. Do you think he's really got the bandwidth to think up and act out a cover story for his real feelings? Maybe not. Lonnie shrugs. Whatever's going on here, I really appreciate your help, I say, a flush creeping up the back of my neck. I won't forget it. No problem. Lonnie drains his glass and sets it down on the kitchen table. I follow him across the hall to the front door where he stops and says, You know, everything I said before stands, but there's something else too. I raise my eyebrows. Your family was really good to me and Mer when we were growing up. John got me my job and Mer was always round at yours because of Mum working those long shifts after Dad went, so helping you do this, it feels like giving something back to your family too. Does that make sense? I nod, and he touches my cheek with his finger. I'll see you tomorrow morning, he says, softly. Chapter 16. The Beaverbrook estate is a lot more run down than I remember. As Lonnie and I drive slowly down the long, grimy street towards the entrance, I lose count of the boarded-up shops we pass. Bad, isn't it? Lonnie comments. I was in this area for work a lot last year, and there were far more businesses open, even then. I glance sideways at him. You do sales for a building supply company, don't you? I venture. Do you like that? Sales, I mean. Not particularly. Lonnie pulls the car over. It's just a job that pays the bills. He parks by the entrance and we make our way into the estate. I remember it being built in the early noughties, just before I left home for uni.
My parents and lots of other locals thought it was crazy to build more high-rises, but the council were convinced that their designs would make all the difference. It clearly hasn't worked out like that. The short tunnel through to the first tower block stinks of stale urine and is strewn with litter, while the high-rise beyond is visibly crumbling. Is this place even safe for people to live in? I ask. I doubt it, Lonnie says grimly. We walk past what clearly used to be a playground in the central quad, complete with swing, seesaw and sandpit. But the seats of the swing are missing, leaving rusty chains dangling in the breeze, while the seesaw has been ripped off its base and tipped on its side, and the sandpit is 2/3 dog poo. Scraps of plastic bags flap around our ankles as we pass the second tower. A knot of teenage boys in grubby sweatpants stands by the entrance. We ask if they know where Lance Owens lives. The boys shrug and turn away. Their looks are not threatening. In truth, they're not even properly curious about us. Most of them are around my niece Gabby's age, I think, maybe a little older. They seem as broken and without hope as the estate itself. The scent of cannabis drifts from several lower windows as we approach the third and final tower. We stop an old man in a mobility scooter who thinks we're trying to sell him drugs, then a frazzled young woman wrangling 3 small, shrieking children. Neither of them has heard of Lance. Drugs are definitely exchanging hands at the base of this high-rise. That's obvious from the small queue of people shuffling along the path. Lonnie stops a woman with a shock of grey hair, casting daggers at the drug trade going on opposite. He explains what we want, and the woman nods. Yeah, you'll find Lance and his family at number 35, she says with sharp, angry eyes. It's the 3rd floor. You'll have to walk, lift are bloody broken as usual. We puff our way up the stinking stairs. As we reach the 3rd floor landing, a massive rat scuttles along the corridor. Ah! I let out an involuntary yelp, reaching instinctively for Lonnie's arm. As the rat hurries past, Lonnie meets my gaze. A long moment passes where all I'm aware of is the burn of his eyes and the touch of his warm, muscular arm under my hand. Then I spring away, coughing to cover my confusion. This must be it, I say, pointing unnecessarily to the large graffiti-scrawled sign saying 3rd floor on the wall in front of us. A moment later, we arrive at Lance Owen's flat. The door is dirty and stained. I take a deep breath and knock. No reply, so I rap smartly again. More seconds pass. At last, shuffling noises sound inside. I'm braced for an old man to open the door, but in fact he's young, in his 20s, which is surely far younger than Lance can be, and with a toddler wriggling on his hip. Hello, I smile. I'm Bella, and this is my friend Lonnie. Are you Lance? That's my dad, the man says. I'm Mason. Oh, I frown. Is Lance here? No, he's away on a job. What do you want? Mason asks suspiciously. I'm looking for someone. Your dad's cousin. His name is Wilf Owens? As I speak his name, the young man's face clouds over. I don't want to talk about that bastard, he says. He made my dad's life a total misery. He starts to shut the door with his free hand, but the little girl on his hip is wriggling so much he has to set her down, and I shove my foot forwards into the gap between door and frame. Please, I persist. I think there's a chance Wilf Owens was involved in the killing of a friend of mine when we were little girls. I glance at the small child now, clinging to his leg and staring up at me with big eyes and a grubby smear on her cheek. My friend wasn't much older than your daughter when she died. Mason hesitates. Look, he lowers his voice. I'll tell you what I know if you promise you won't come back here or go to the press. Deal? Of course, I say. A beat passes. The wind whips along the draughty corridor, bringing with it the stink of rotting food, with a top note of weed. Wilf changed his name and moved abroad about 5 years ago. Cut all ties, Mason says. We didn't know where he'd gone until earlier this year. He pauses, and I stare at him, my heart thudding hard. This is it. Mason is about to acknowledge Wilf is back in the country. which means he surely must be behind the threat I was sent yesterday.
Go on,
Lonnie says. The police called in March, Mason goes on, his voice flat and serious. They said that Wilf had topped himself on a beach in Thailand. Oh, I suck in my breath. He's dead.
Yes.
Mason gives a curt nod. We kept it out of the press and we didn't go to the funeral. That's all I'm going to say. And he pushes the door shut, leaving me and Lonnie standing outside in the cold, dirty corridor. What the hell do we do now? Lonnie and I walk back to the car in stunned silence. I'm so deep in thought that the sudden ringing of my phone makes me jump. I glance at the screen and see the contact name. D.I. Capshaw. Now, he calls. I hold the phone to my ear. Finally got time for me, Detective?
Hello, Bella.
He sounds weary.
I understand you've been busy finding a suspect, among other things.
Yes, I say, trying to gather my thoughts. Clearly, Wilf Owens wasn't behind the threat I was sent yesterday, but that doesn't mean he didn't kill Vicky 30 years ago. It's Wilf Owens, a paedophile who—
Let me stop you there, Bella, D.I. Capshaw says firmly. We know all about Wilf Owens, and I can assure you that he was very much investigated in relation to Vicky's death, albeit some years after the event.
And? I demand. I glance at Lonnie as we walk out of the estate. He raises his eyebrows.
Mr. Owens had an alibi for Vicky's murder, D.I. Capshaw says. I can't go into details, but I can assure you it satisfied the investigating officers at the time.
I stop as we reach Lonnie's car, letting this sink in. Okay, so maybe the killer wasn't Wilf Owens, but I'm certain my mum knew who it was. There are clues in her writing, the way she wrote, the ring, she clearly recognised him. And she told my dad, too.
Yes, you said in your message. That's one of the reasons I'm calling, D.I. Capshaw says crisply. Would your dad be prepared to give a statement confirming what your mother told him, and when?
Sure, but— I hesitate.
Dad is in a care home, but if you were prepared to go there and talk to him— A care home?
I can hear the wariness in the detective's voice.
Bella, please be honest with me. Is your father a reliable witness?
I take a deep breath. He was diagnosed with Alzheimer's a while back, but when I spoke to him about what Mum saw, he was having a really good day, mostly on the ball.
Right, D.I. Capshaw sighs. I'm sorry, but I don't have the manpower to interview someone whose evidence isn't dependable.
You can't just give up. My voice rises. What about the threat I was sent? That proves the killer is still out there. Silence on the other end of the phone. A gust of wind blows the sour smell of rotting food into my face. Lonnie clicks open the lock of his car, and I slide into the front seat. D.I. Capshaw clears his throat.
Let me see. Stop looking now. Remember what happens to nosy little girls who run into the wood. Have I got that right?
Yes, I say, a shiver running down my spine. And it's not just that. A few days ago I came home and I'm sure someone had been in the house. Lonnie gets into the driver's seat beside me. I can feel his gaze on my face.
Was the property broken into? D.I. Capshaw asks. Was anything taken?
No, I admit. I just found the door on the latch.
Which you might have done yourself, Capshaw points out.
It's just about possible, yes, but it's also possible that whoever was in my home wanted me to know they'd been there, especially when you take into account yesterday's written threat.
Let's be accurate here, D.I. Capshaw says. The words you describe may be disconcerting, but they don't exactly amount to a threat, do they?
Is he serious? Why would anyone refer to Vicky and the woods if they weren't trying to scare me off? And why would they write at all unless they had something to hide? Another long silence. I look over at Lonnie and shake my head.
Did anyone else see this message you received?
D.I. Capshaw asks eventually.
I mean, was anyone else with you when it pinged onto your phone?
No, I say.
I see.
Irritation boils up inside me. What do you see? I demand.
That those are very powerful and well-crafted lines, D.I. Capshaw says evenly. You're a copywriter, a professional writer yourself, aren't you?
My jaw drops. Are you accusing me of writing a threat to myself? Why the hell would I do that? Beside me, Lonnie lets out a long, low whistle.
I'm not accusing you of anything, the detective says. I'm just saying that taking everything together, I don't feel there is enough fresh evidence to justify the use of scarce resources on ramping up the murder investigation again. He pauses. I'm not saying Vicky's death isn't important to us. It is, and we're very grateful to you for passing on all the information you've received, but at this time I advise you to step back and let the police do their job.
Which means do nothing, I demand, my cheeks burning.
What would you have us do, Bella? D.I. Capshaw asks, his voice infused with an irritating calm. As I told you before, whatever your mum wrote, the facts are that we have no living and reliable witness to Vicky's murder and no way to identify her supposed killer other than a gold ring with a black diamond. He pauses. Talking of the ring, you have to admit that it sounds a bit over the top, a sort of literary flourish, if you like.
I grit my teeth. I don't believe Mum made the whole thing up.
Well, I dare say we'll never know, he says evenly. Now, I'm sorry, but I have to take another call. He rings off.
I let out a low, exasperated breath.
What was that? Lonnie asks, his face wreathed in concern. I repeat what D.I. Capshaw said. Lonnie rolls his eyes. So, Cy Daniels was right after all. The police can't be asked to investigate.
I'm on my own, I say glumly.
Not on your own, Lonnie grins. I'm here.
Our eyes meet. Heat rises through my face. Thank you, I mumble.
You're welcome. Lonnie's smile deepens. Now, tell me exactly what your dad said when you asked him about this.
It wasn't much. I clear my throat. I asked him straight, did Mum see who killed Vicky, and he took a moment, then said, yes.
Then what happened?
I frown, trying to remember. Outside, a drizzle of rain mists the windscreen. The grey skies in the distance match the gloom of my mood. The nurse came in with some tea, and when she'd gone, Dad didn't even know who I was. He called me Vicky, then thought I was Mum and called me Barbara.
Okay, so he used the same two names of the people that you'd just been discussing.
Lonnie puts the key in the ignition and the car's engine growls into life.
Might that mean his mind was, at some level, still focused on that conversation?
I'm not sure, I sigh. He started talking complete nonsense, something like, "You're so loving, Barb, I know how much you love him." I grimace. Then he said a silly poem-type thing. "I love you, you love me, baby makes three." Something like that. I sigh. D.I. Capshaw's right. No way is he a reliable witness.
Not on the surface, Lonnie says, changing gear. But suppose in some part of your dad's head what he said was relevant? Is there any way what he said might tie in?
I think for a minute. Why would Dad's wandering mind have led him to saying Mum was loving, or how much she loved someone? I gasp, an idea gripping me. What if the killer was not just someone Mum knew, but someone she loved? Someone apart from Dad? What if she kept quiet to protect them?
Bella, yes. Lonnie nods, gripping the steering wheel. That explains why she recognized the killer and why she knew his ring.
Exactly. My heart races as we drive along the rainy street.
So, the next question.
Lonnie glances sideways at me. Who would your mum have loved so much that when they murdered a little girl, she'd be prepared to say nothing? I go over it in my head and keep coming back to a single name. I take a deep breath. Apart from Dad himself, there's only one person, I say. Only one person she loved enough to do that for. Chapter 17. Frank, I say, feeling sick to my stomach. He's the only person Mum would have covered up for, and it does kind of make sense of Dad saying, I know how much you love him. Then that thing about baby makes 3. That's the 3. Him, Mum, and Frank. At least it was until I came along. But no way could Frank have murdered anyone, especially a child. Yeah, it's impossible. Lonnie hunches over the steering wheel, staring at the road ahead. The rain is easing, leaving Framley looking dull and grey. I've known Frank most of my life. I've seen him after he's sunk 6 pints, and he never gets aggressive. A bit blary, at most. I sigh. Can you think of anyone else Mum would have kept quiet to protect? Only you. Lonnie glances sideways at me, and I roll my eyes at him, then lean my head against the cold glass of the car window. I don't know. Or maybe Mum misunderstood what she saw. I hesitate. Or maybe it was some kind of accident. I mean, Frank has got seriously angry with me for raking up stuff over Vicky. He hates that I'm looking into it. Do you think it's possible that at 16 he might have hurt Vicky without meaning to? I thought you said Vicky was killed with a deliberate blow to the side of the head, probably a rock. That's right, I grimace. So what do you want to do about this? Lonnie asks. Because if you're going to suggest talking to Frank, I really think that's a bad idea. Agreed. I hesitate. What would really help is if we could find the gold ring with the black diamond. Remember what Mum said about the truth shining out of it? Lonnie presses his lips together doubtfully. You know, Frank did go through a bit of a rap and bling phase when we were teenagers. I took the piss out of him for it. I nod, slowly, a fresh idea curling around the edges of my mind. Lonnie glances at me, a concerned expression on his face. He turns the steering wheel with one hand to take the corner and says, I feel I may regret asking this, but what are you planning now? 10 minutes later, and we're pulling up outside Frank and Cheryl's house. I'm certain Frank and Kai will be at work and Gabby at school. Cheryl may well be here, but I have a cover story planned to explain our visit. There's no way she's going to buy us making a special trip over here because you suddenly got all nostalgic and wanted to look at old photos, Lonnie hisses as we walk up the front path. I'll say it happened while I was sorting out Mum and Dad's old boxes. Frank's taken most of the pics from our childhood, so I only found a few prints and I just want to see more. Of course, what I'm really intending to do is to see if any of the photos show Frank wearing the ring Mum describes. Right, Lonnie sounds sceptical. I reach the front door and press the bell. Silence from inside the house. Clearly Cheryl isn't here after all. Lonnie and I look at each other. Well, that's a relief, he says. Is it? I produce a bunch of keys with a gonk keyring from my bag. Frank gave me a spare set when Tora and I moved into Mum and Dad's house. Lonnie's eyes widen. Are you serious? You don't have to come in if you don't want to, I say. But miss all the fun. Lonnie makes a face, then follows me into the house. It's weird, being here on our own. The house is strangely quiet. I feel like a burglar, Lonnie whispers as we creep along the hall. We're just going to check the photos, then leave, in and out as fast as possible. Do you even know where they are? Lonnie asks. As it happens, I do, I say, leading the way into the living room.
Unlike Mum, who left most of her prints loose and unlabelled, Cheryl's photo collection is highly organised. I open the cupboard beside the TV and show Lonnie the neat row of albums. "This is it," I say. "It's not going to take us long to go through them." Lonnie examines the dates on the outside. The albums peter out after 2010 or so. "Just as well we're looking for pics from the 90s, he says. "Harder to snoop when photos are on people's phones." I select an album marked 1993 to 1998 and draw it out. Lonnie and I sit side by side on the sofa as I turn the pages. Almost all the early pictures are of Cheryl herself. We reach 1995, and Lonnie points to one where she's pouting at the camera, her hair far longer than it is now, cascading in carefully tousled waves from a centre parting. "Very jagged little pill," he murmurs. "What?" I ask. "Nothing, just Cheryl was... Everyone thought she was so cool back in the day. When I met her, she'd been going out with Frank for a few months and all the guys fancied her. Well, not me." He pauses. "There was always something a bit fake about her for me. Plus Frank was obsessed with her, and, you just don't go there when it's your best mate." I stare at him. "Do you think that's why she's not your #1 fan?" I ask lightly. "What, 'cause I didn't fall under her spell like everyone else did?" He shrugs, turning the next page of the album. "Oh, wow, look. It's Frank and Cheryl's school photo from March 1995. That must have been taken around the time they got together." I scan the long line of St. Hawes secondary modern students and find younger versions of Frank and Cheryl standing side by side on the back row. Frank's hands aren't visible. I turn the pages slowly. Frank appears in lots of the spring 1995 photos, but he's not wearing jewellery in any of them. "He's so skinny," Lonnie mutters. "And all that hair." It's true. My brother is virtually unrecognisable from his present-day self, all long, lean limbs and with a full head of hair. "No ring, though," I say, heavily, suffused suddenly with guilt at giving in to the slightest suspicion my brother might be a killer. "His bling phase started that summer," Lonnie says, glancing at me, "trying to impress Cheryl." Nodding, I turn the next page and come face to face with a photo of myself as a 10-year-old. Cheryl must have taken it on a visit to our house as I'm standing in front of our old fridge, turning sideways onto the camera like I'd read models did. I look so eager to please in the picture, a bright smile fixed on my face. I gaze at the dark, wispy hair escaping from the braids Mum always tied my hair into, and it suddenly strikes me that in later photos taken after that summer, I'm hardly ever smiling, as if Vicky's death cast a permanent shadow over me. We turn a few more pages and come to a picture of Lonnie and Frank with their arms around each other's shoulders. Frank is wearing 2 rings on his right hand in this, but neither feature a diamond, black or otherwise. Lonnie looks just as I remember him, all smooth skin and dark wavy hair. "I thought you were so handsome back then," I murmur, then suddenly feel self-conscious. "Ah," he says, "that was Frank's stag do. God, we were young," he sighs. "Do you want to check out their wedding photos? I can't imagine Cheryl let him wear anything too out there, but it might be worth a look." I nod. Lonnie replaces the album and rummages along the row. "I can't see a wedding album," he says. "Is there anywhere else they might keep it?" "I don't know," I say, "but I think they have a wedding picture in their bedroom." We head upstairs. I haven't been in Frank and Cheryl's room since I got back to Framley. It's as neat and cheechy as the rest of the house, with a pink check duvet on the bed and ruched Austrian blinds at the window. There. Just as I remembered, the chest of drawers sports a photo of Frank and Cheryl on their big day, with Ashley as a baby in their arms. Frank definitely isn't wearing any ring other than his shiny, plain, brand-new wedding band. I blow out my breath, unsure whether to feel relieved or frustrated as my mind slides back to the wedding itself. I was 12 when they got married, and hated the frilly yellow bridesmaid dress I was forced to wear. I have a strong memory of Lonnie being there as Frank's best man, super handsome in his suit and accompanied by his girlfriend at the time. She was stunning. I remember noticing enviously, all long legs and tumbling blonde hair. I'm going to ask Lonnie what happened to that girl and what he remembers of the wedding, but he has slipped out of the room to use the bathroom. I wander to the large, fitted wardrobe that stretches across the far wall of the room. It's a long shot, but might Cheryl keep any other photos in here? I feel a bit guilty about looking inside, but now I'm here, I might as well just put my mind at rest. More pictures of Frank not wearing a black diamond ring surely proves he isn't Kay, beyond the tiniest shadow of my remaining doubt. Cheryl's clothes and shoes take up at least 2/3 of the wardrobe, while most of Frank's belongings seem to be squashed in behind the final door, and in a far messier state. There are 2 plastic bags on the floor here, crammed in behind a heap of grubby boots and trainers. I pull the bags idly towards me and peer inside. The first bag is full of old receipts from about 15 years ago, before Frank's record-keeping went online. The second contains all sorts of random bits and bobs, from a roll of insulation tape and a small paintbrush to a handful of Allen keys, and several buttons that look like they came off shirts or jackets. "Found anything?" Lonnie asks, re-entering the room. "Nah." I scrabble deeper in the bag. My hand lights on a plastic card with a magnetic strip, like a bank card, but plain white. I turn it over. A brand name is printed on the back. Proton Security Systems. A date has been written in marker pen underneath it. August, 1995. I stare at the date. That's the same month Vicky died. I shove the plastic bags in the wardrobe, then stand up, holding out the key card. "What do you think this is for?" I ask. "A safe," Lonnie says. "You program the card with a number and use it to open the door. Means you don't have to remember the number." "Why does Frank have it?" Lonnie puts his hands on my shoulders. His touch is warm and firm. We're standing very close to each other. "My guess is," he whispers very seriously, "that Frank has a key card for a safe, because he has a safe." But he doesn't have one. I'm certain there isn't one in the house. And why has he written the exact month Vicky died on it? "Maybe it's the safe at Wilkins Hardware," Lonnie suggests. "I remember one being installed in the back room soon after I started working there." He looks at me. "Sometime in July or August 95. Everyone thought—" Without warning, the front door opens and shuts. I freeze as the unmistakable tapping sound of Cheryl's heels echoes across the hall downstairs. Chapter 18. I shove the mysterious keycard into my pocket and scramble to my feet. Lonnie is already out on the landing. I take a quick look around Frank and Cheryl's bedroom to make sure there are no telltale signs of our snooping, then hurry after him. I lead the way downstairs, calling out for Cheryl as I go. "It's just us," I cry. "Sorry, I didn't mean to give you a fright." "Hey, Cheryl," Lonnie calls out. Cheryl's right eyebrow disappears under her artfully side-swept fringe as we reach the bottom of the stairs. "What are you two doing?" she demands, making no attempt to hide that she's clearly cross to come home and find us upstairs. "I'm so sorry," I gabble. Clearly my original excuse about wanting to check out old photos isn't going to fly. "We were just passing, and earlier Tora said she'd left something in Gabby's bedroom, so I popped by on the off chance. She's such a scatterbrain." "Oh," Cheryl frowns. "What was it? Did you find it?" I think fast. "Just her unicorn hair slide." I fumble in my bag and draw out the slide that I know has been languishing at the bottom since we were here on Sunday. "She took it off because the baby was messing with it, and she's very attached to it," I gabble. "We did knock, but no one was home. I hope you don't mind us just coming in." "No, not at all." Cheryl says in a tone of voice that clearly means yes, a lot. Her gaze flits over to Lonnie. I didn't know you two were seeing quite so much of each other. She emphasizes the word much with just a hint of contempt. How are you, Cheryl? Lonnie says smoothly, giving her a broad smile. Cheryl stares back at him, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. Wow, she really doesn't like him. Not working today, Lonnie? Actually, he's been a big help to me while I'm settling in, I say before Lonnie can reply. He was just giving me a lift to the dump, in fact. That's how come we were passing. The lie trips easily off my tongue. I look down, immediately feeling awkward, and focus on putting Tora's unicorn hair slide back in my bag. Always happy to help, Bella. Lonnie gives a little salute. Cheryl glares at him. Well, I guess we'll be off, I stammer. Cheryl grunts but says nothing to suggest we should stay, so I speedily usher Lonnie towards the front door. As soon as we're outside, I take a deep breath of damp, cold air. Phew, that was close. It was, Lonnie agrees. Man, Cheryl is not going to be best pleased if we start dating any time soon. He grins sideways at me, and I can feel my cheeks burning. I don't care what Cheryl thinks. I look away. Lonnie chuckles. Come on, let me drop you back at yours. A few minutes later, he pulls up outside my house. I glance at the time. To my astonishment, it's almost 2:30 p.m. I'll need to leave to fetch Tora in a bit, I say. Thanks for all your help today. I hesitate, my hand on the car door. Lonnie nods, then leans towards me. I'll see you soon, he says quietly, his lips brushing lightly across my cheek. Inside the kitchen, I switch on the kettle. As it comes to the boil, I take the keycard out of my pocket and turn it over in my hand. Proton Security Systems. August 1995. A dim memory of the back of Frank's shop comes to mind. Lonnie's right that there did used to be a safe in there, right next to the tall cupboard Dad used for paper files. If I close my eyes, I can visualize it. A black metal oblong built into the wall. The brand name ran along the top right-hand corner. Proton. It's too late today to go to Frank's shop, but maybe I'll pop over there tomorrow. I'm still certain there's no way Frank had anything to do with Vicky's murder, but the August 1995 date written on the card is too much of a coincidence to ignore. It takes some kind of unusual battery, I say, offering Kai an apologetic smile. I can't remember which. I was wondering if you could look it up. It's the morning after I discovered the keycard in Frank's wardrobe. I'm in the family hardware store, hoping to sneak into the back room and see if the old safe is still there. Trouble is, Wilkins Hardware is almost empty. Just one other customer browsing the shelves of painting and decorating accessories, while Frank is stock-taking right beside the door to the back room. An unusual battery for bathroom scales, Kai asks, scratching his head. No, kitchen scales, I explain patiently. Digital ones. Kai stares at me blankly. He's as skinny as Frank was at his age, and has his dad's fine dark hair, already receding a tiny bit at the temples. What's the brand name? Frank asked, coming over and frowning at his son. Kai shrinks away from his father. Is he scared of him? The thought had never occurred to me before, but now it sears through me. I have a sudden memory of Frank as a teenager shouting at our dad. I don't remember what he was saying or why they were arguing, but his red, angry face flares horribly before my mind's eye. I push the image away and describe the kitchen scales, an expensive designer set that I bought several years ago. Frank directs Kai to look up the make on the computer, then turns his attention to the customer, now approaching the counter with a paint roller and a tray set under his arm. This is my chance. Just nipping to the loo, I whisper. Then before either Frank or Kai can object, I'm scooting along the aisle and through the door at the end marked staff only.
I shut the door gently behind me and peer around the back room. It's been years since I was here, and the sight of the room itself with its beige walls and small wooden table sends a wave of nostalgia washing over me. Dad used to bring me here on Saturday mornings when he was training Frank to help in the shop. He'd leave me in here, my legs dangling off the chair because they were too short to reach the floor, with a tray of nails or screws to sort into small boxes. He was always delighted with my efforts, which I'd proudly present to him when he'd check in an hour or so later, often bringing me a bar of chocolate as a reward. I hurry to the cupboard at the back of the room. Dad's safe used to be tucked in the corner beside it. I peer down. There is a safe here, but it's far bigger and shinier than the one I recall from my childhood, and the brand name on the front is not Proton. My heart sinks. Dad must have upgraded to a newer model before retiring, or else Frank did it last year, after he took over the day-to-day running of the shop. Either way, the keycard I found isn't going to open this safe. I let out a loud sigh. How frustrating. What's up? Frank is standing at the door, gazing curiously at me. My stomach lurches. I was just wondering about the safe that used to be in here. Remember it? Frank nods slowly. Yeah, it used a card, didn't it? I'd just started working here full-time, and out of the blue, Uncle John said we needed a new safe. At first, Dad thought it was a waste of money, that we didn't turn over enough to warrant it, but there'd been a few thefts locally, and John persuaded him it would be more secure. Where's that safe now? I bite my lip. Frank shrugs. No idea, he says. They replaced it ages ago. Oh, okay, I say, trying to keep my voice even. Should I tell Frank that I found the keycard for the old safe in the bottom of the wardrobe? No, it would be too hard to explain why I was looking in there in the first place. Dad, Kai calls from the shop, and Frank turns away, closing the backroom door behind him. I blow out my breath, trying to think logically. Both Uncle John and my dad hated throwing valuable things away. I bet the safe is still here somewhere. I look around the room. My eyes light on the low door to the crawl space at the far end of the room. I was forbidden to go in there as a child, which of course made it all the more enticing. I once locked myself inside by accident, and even now the memory of being trapped in the cold and dark sends a shiver down my spine. I drop to my hands and knees, lift the latch, and crawl inside. The ground is cold and hard and dusty. I let my eyes get used to the gloom. There's not much here. Some paint cans to the left and an old computer with a broken screen to the right. Beyond the terminal is a dusty-looking tarp covered with cobwebs. Gritting my teeth, I crawl over and lift the corner. Yes. My heart leaps with excitement. The Proton safe is right here, looking far rustier and more battered than it did when I was little. My fingers tremble slightly as I fish the keycard out of my pocket and hold it against the safe door. With a click, the door opens. I hold my breath as I peer into the shadowy interior. The safe is empty. My heart sinks. All that effort spent on a wild goose chase. I reach into the small space, feeling around the corners to make sure. My fingers curl around a scrap of paper that seems to be trapped between base and wall, at the very back of the safe. I ease it out, then crawl backwards out of the tiny, dark space. I stand up, brushing the dust off my knees, and unfold the piece of paper. It's clearly been torn off the bottom of a larger, longer document, and shows a list of dates, roughly one a month, through the second half of 1995. It looks like it was typed on a very old manual typewriter, rather than via the inkjet printer that I'm certain went with the company's 90s word processor. The number 5 is set a half a head higher than the other letters, and the ink is faded and hard to read. I squint more closely. Against each date is an amount, all between £1,000 and £2,000, and set against each amount is a series of initials. I scan down the list, mystified. 28th of August,
95. The date jumps out at me. A thin black line has been made across the 28. I stare at the entry, my heart thudding in my chest. This was the day Vicky died. Beside the date, the amount posted is £1,680. What does that signify? Some kind of work-related cost or payment? But then why is the information not on Wilkins Hardware branded paper, like every other store-related document I've ever seen? The initials next to the number are FW. I frown, looking up and down the list. The initials are all FW, right up to and including the 28th of August entry, after which they switch to SH for the remainder of the list. My blood runs cold. I have no idea who SH is, but FW can surely only stand for one person. My brother, Frank Wilkins. Chapter 19. I sit at the table in the shop's back room and study the scrap of paper again. What on earth does it mean? 28th of August, 95. £1,680. FW. Hey, sis. Frank's voice from the door makes me jump. I shove the paper into my pocket and turn to face him, my cheeks burning. Are you okay? He asks. I nod. I'm sure at some point I'll show Frank what I've just found, but I need time to think first. I stand up. I think I'm going to get going. Frank raises his eyebrows. Without your digital scales battery? Bloody hell, Bells. Kai spent nearly 20 minutes tracking that down. Oh, yes, sorry. I follow Frank out to the front of the shop, where Kai hands me the battery. I pay the trade price, Frank's standard friends and family discount, and make an effort to appear more like normal me, asking after Hanisha and little KJ. Good, thanks, says Kai with a gruff grunt. I can't help but grin. My nephew reminds me so much of Frank. As I leave the store, my new battery in my bag, I examine the scrap of paper from the safe again. What was Frank doing with such a large amount of money? He was only 16 in 1995 and certainly wouldn't have been responsible for handling significant amounts of Wilkins Hardware money. I break off from my musings in order to message Lonnie an invite to tea, then fetch Tora from school. I wrangle her away from my iPad and we spend the next hour making a veggie bolognese together. It's bubbling on the hob when Lonnie arrives at 6 p.m. Tora's eyes light up as he asks about her day. I watch her chatter away to him about a book cover project she's doing and feel a pang of pleasure at the serious way he listens to her. But I also feel anxious. I badly want to let this man into our life together, but not if he's going to break Tora's heart by walking out of it. She's already gone through so much because of her dad. At one point, while they're talking, Lonnie looks up and catches my eye. I can see he senses that something significant is bothering me, but I'm pleased that he knows to wait until we've had dinner and Tora has gone up to get ready for bed before turning to me and asking, "What is it? What's wrong?" I hesitate for a second, then fetch the scrap of paper from the safe and hand it to him, explaining how and where I found it. We're sitting side by side on the sofa as the final gleam of daylight fades from the sky outside. Lonnie pores over the paper for a moment. Was there anything else in the safe? Nothing. I point to the FW initials. It's obvious Frank was involved with this money in some way. His initials are by every entry up to the 28th of August. Don't you think it's suspicious that the 28 is crossed through and that the initials change after that? Lonnie says, not looking up. Do you have any idea who SH is? I ask. I've been racking my brains. The only S I can think of is Cy Daniels, but I don't see what he'd have to do with it, and anyway, I don't think SH or FW are people. Lonnie meets my gaze. I'm not sure about SH, but I'm fairly certain I know what the initials FW stand for, and it's not Frank Wilkins.
I stare at him. What are you talking about? Lonnie takes a big breath in, then blows it out. Look, maybe I should have said something before, but I didn't want to upset you, and it didn't seem relevant, but what? I take the scrap of paper out of his hands. Lonnie, what's this about? I don't know for absolute sure, but I think... He hesitates. I think back in the day your dad was using his business to help a gang launder money. My jaw drops. Dad was doing what? It's basically when a gang making money illegally from drug sales or whatever hands over cash to a legitimate business, which then fakes receipts to account for that cash, and I know what money laundering means, I snap. I'm asking why on earth you'd think my dad was involved. For the kickback he'd have been given, I imagine. Maybe to keep the business afloat when online sales started being a thing in the mid-90s. Lonnie makes a face. Look, I don't know any of this for a fact. Everything I heard, it was all just rumours. And I'm certain it didn't go on for long or that your Uncle John or Frank had any idea about it, but looking at this piece of paper, it fits. I sit back, reeling. How is any of what Lonnie has just said possible? So what does all that have to do with these initials, I ask, pointing to the FW. That's the thing, he says. That FW is why I guess I should have mentioned the money laundering rumours before, and to stress again, it was all just rumours, and I'm certain that the whole thing had stopped by the time I went away to Spain, so just tell me, for God's sakes, I interrupt, a fierce, shameful heat rising through my body. Surely Lonnie is wrong about this. Surely there's no way Dad could have been involved in something so wrong, so criminal. What does FW stand for? Lonnie meets my gaze. It's a place, he says. FW for Framley Wood, where the cash drops for the money laundering were rumoured to be made. The silence tenses around me. I swallow down the horror that rises inside me. Are you telling me that Framley Wood was the place where my dad collected illegal cash from some criminal gang? As far as I know. I peer more closely at the paper. This has the date of Vicky's death on it. So if what you're saying is true, then Dad was in Framley Wood on the very same day Vicky died, which would potentially place him at the murder scene, Lonnie says. Oh my God. I look at the paper again, and after that date, the location changes to SH, which would make sense. Framley Wood was a crime scene crawling with police, so they did the drops somewhere else. I look up. What could SH stand for? Something hall or hotel? Lonnie shrugs. What are you going to do with all this? I honestly don't know. I mean, part of me wants to take it to DI Capshaw, but I'm not sure it will cut much ice. It's not exactly hard evidence, and there's no direct connection to Vicky. It will take a bit of explaining as well, Lonnie says wryly. Maybe even close down Wilkins Hardware if the money laundering comes out. That doesn't seem fair on Frank. Your dad isn't even involved with the shop anymore. I put my head in my hands. Tell me exactly what rumours you heard. It was mostly just talk around town that Wilkins Hardware was laundering money for a local gang. Lonnie frowns. Honestly, I can't remember more than that. It was all very vague. So how do you know my dad was involved? I demand. Because it couldn't have been Frank or John, Lonnie says. Frank had no clue at that point about the money side of things, and John is the most upstanding man I've ever met. Straight as they come and honest to a fault. And my dad isn't. I get that you don't see it. Lonnie sighs. Your dad always treated you like a princess. Frank often said so. But he hesitates. Eddie was hard on people. He drove tough bargains that John wouldn't have been capable of, and he had a much shorter fuse.
None of that means he was involved in organised crime. My voice rises.
Of course not. It's just not so surprising if it was him. He was much more reckless than John, more of a rule-breaker.
Lonnie touches my shoulder and I shake my head, my eyes fixed on the swirl-patterned carpet at my feet.
Look, just because your dad may have been in Framley Wood earlier in the day, it doesn't mean he had anything to do with Vicky. I know for a fact that he was definitely in the shop when your mum rang to tell him she'd been killed,
Lonnie says softly.
I took that call.
That was you? I look up.
He nods. I'd spent the entire morning on my own in the back room sorting through a massive delivery of nails and screws. I came out when your mum rang and Eddie was there in the shop, along with the others.
That doesn't mean anything, I say. They didn't find Vicky's body for over an hour. Dad could have been in Framley Wood and easily made it back to Wilkins Hardware by then. But he can't have killed Vicky, I say. Apart from the fact that he isn't capable, he wouldn't threaten me. There's just no way.
Of course not, says Lonnie.
In fact, I muse, with his dementia he wouldn't even be able to use WhatsApp. I don't think he's had a mobile phone since he went into the care home.
Lonnie nods sympathetically.
Wait. My eyes widen. Suppose whoever Dad was with did it.
What do you mean?
I clutch my forehead. If Dad really was there collecting money, then somebody else must have been there too, to give it to him.
Not necessarily, Lonnie points out. It might just have been a drop, where the money is left somewhere out of sight to be picked up or collected.
The person from the gang would still have been there at some point, I gasp, and Dad would never have told the police because it would have led to too many awkward questions.
I suppose, says Lonnie, sounding unconvinced.
How on earth am I going to find out for sure what Dad did or saw or knew? I ask, sitting back. He isn't capable of explaining what he did yesterday, let alone 30 years ago. Lonnie watches me for a moment.
I'm really sorry, Bella. Perhaps I should have kept quiet about all this.
No, you did the right thing, I say with a sigh. I'll try and find out more from Uncle John at the anniversary party. Maybe Dad let slip something to him.
Lonnie clears his throat. Good call. Talking of the party, I'm going as well, so would you and Tora like a lift there?
I meet his gaze. Yes, I say. Thank you. That would be great. A few minutes later, Lonnie heads off for band practice. I stay on the sofa after he's gone, staring at the scrap of paper from the safe as my mind sinks into an entirely new and terrifying darkness. Is it really possible that my lovely, loving father laundered money for a bunch of gangsters? And if that is true, what other secrets are my family hiding? Chapter 20.
I sleep badly and wake late the next morning. Tora is already up and dressed in jeans and a turquoise sweatshirt, standing in front of her mirror as she carefully pins back her hair with a plain blue slide. As I stand in her doorway, yawning, my eye is drawn to the clothes scattered across the bed. 2 pink tops, one with rainbow edging around the sleeves, a white embroidered dress, 3 different t-shirts and several pairs of trousers of varying colours and styles. I frown. The room was clear last night. Has she been trying on and dismissing different outfits? As if she's an anxious teenager wondering how to fit in on a night out or attract a boy she likes, rather than a 9-year-old child.
You're taking a lot of trouble over what you wear, I say gently.
Tora glances at me in the mirror and shrugs. I point to the unicorn hair slide on the table in front of her. Its pair is still in my handbag.
How come you're not wearing that? I ask.
I thought you loved it.
It's babyish, Mum, she says,
as if this should be obvious.
Especially for school.
I hesitate.
Okay, well, That's fine, but did someone at school make a big thing of it being babyish? Was it Danny? I remember her saying something about it before, but it's just a matter of taste, really, and you don't have to do what anyone else... I stop, frowning again as Tora heaves a huge, angry sigh. What is it, sweetheart? Nothing. Please tell me, Tora. It is Danny, isn't it? No. Tora rolls her eyes. Danny thinks unicorns are cute, just not for school. Oh. I rack my brains, wrong-footed again, as I've so often been over the twists and turns of little girl friendships. Okay, so clearly you're fine about not wearing your unicorn hair slide. That's great. But then what is wrong? Tora shrugs. I gulp. Is it having Lonnie come around so often? No, she says. I like Lonnie, it's just... She hesitates, and I stop myself from jumping in to prompt her, knowing it's best to let her work out the words for herself. It's just, do you think I talk funny? I frown. What do you mean? I dunno. But Tate in our class said the way I say grass was weird. Like, he kept following me around, saying it to make everyone laugh. Grass. Did he now? I bristle, making a mental note to let her teacher know. Well, Tate doesn't know what he's talking about. There are lots of different ways of pronouncing words, and no one way is better than any other. You tell him that next time. Oh, there won't be another time, she said. Tate already said sorry. He did? I ask, confused again. Well, good. Good for you for getting him to do that. I didn't, Tora said. Danny did. She told him to shut up. Ah, I say, internally cheering for Danny. Actually, she said, shut up, pig butt. I smother a smile. I see. Tora considers her reflection in the mirror. Is Lonnie coming over again tonight? She asks. No, but we'll see him at the weekend. He's taking us to Uncle John and Auntie Lynn's anniversary party on Saturday. Oh, Tora says. You know how he plays in a band? Do you think he'd teach me the guitar? I don't know, I say, feeling thrown by the question. I'll find a time to ask him, but not right now. Let's go down and get you some breakfast. Tora chatters on about learning the guitar from Lonnie. I try to sidestep the issue. The idea of them having a special bond makes me feel anxious again. I couldn't bear it if he lets her down. The knots in my stomach only tighten once I've dropped her at school, and my mind returns to Dad and the money laundering, and the possibility that both my parents witnessed my best friend's murder and conspired to keep quiet about it. I can't bear to think about it all anymore, so I send Ashley a text, asking if she's up for a drink tonight. I need an evening out where I can put my worries to one side for a few hours. Ashley replies with a thumbs-up emoji immediately, and my spirits lift. The Guardsman is one of Framley's newer pubs, all bright colours and loud dance music with a crowd of people half my age filling its red leatherette boots and metal tables. Ashley suggested it, just as she also organised Gabby to come over and babysit Tora. This is the first time I've gone out leaving Tora with someone since I arrived in Framley, though, of course, she's had a few sleepovers with Danny. It feels strange to leave her, and even stranger to be out of the house after dark. As Ashley and I settle ourselves into a corner booth, I gaze around the room. There's a buzz about the place, full of after-work drinkers, women with big eyelashes and carefully tousled hair, and young men in skinny trousers and crisply ironed shirts. I shuck off my jacket, feeling underdressed in my jeans and green jersey top. Drink? I ask, turning to Ashley, who is applying a second layer of matte red lipstick. She's much more done up than I am, her blonde hair shiny and straightened and plenty of kohl around her eyes. Dry white wine, please, she says. She hesitates a second, then stands up to take off her coat. My jaw drops as she slides it off and places it carefully on the seat beside her. She's dressed in the tightest and shortest of black mini-dresses, revealing the full curves of her breasts and hips. I watch her glance furtively around the room. Jesus, is she checking to see who has noticed her? I follow her gaze to a group of young men on the other side of the pub, all throwing hopeful looks in her direction, then to an older man on his own in the corner, staring at her with a wolfish grin. Ashley makes eye contact with him, just briefly, then smooths down the virtually non-existent skirt of her dress and sits down again next to me. I lean across, shouting a little to be heard over the music. "Have you brought me to a meat market?" I ask, eyebrows raised. She sticks her tongue out at me. "You sound like Mom, lighten up. This is a great place." I shrug, not wanting to get into an argument. "Hey, I sent off my teacher application earlier this week. Have you thought any more about doing midwifery?" "Yeah, but I haven't made any decisions yet." Ashley frowns. "I thought you were getting the drinks." I stand up and make my way to the bar. It's busy and I have to wait a few minutes to get served. Several men standing nearby, and one woman, catch my eye with that very specific intensity of gaze that indicates sexual interest. I look away quickly each time, feeling the heat of embarrassment rising through my neck and into my face. It's been years since I was propositioned in a pub. It used to happen a lot back then, but usually towards the end of an evening, when punters were drunk and looking for company before time ran out. This place is in another league of pickup joint altogether. I order our glasses of wine at last, then glance over at Ashley. The older man from the corner table is already sitting next to her. She's giggling at something he's saying. He smirks and places a large, fleshy hand on her thigh. I stare, feeling horrified. Is this Ashley's life? Endless hookups with random guys? Cheryl's words about her being dumped by yet another married man flash into my head. My sister-in-law might have been cruel saying that, but maybe she wasn't exaggerating. I blow out my breath and carry our drinks over to the table. Perhaps I'm being too prudish, too judgmental. "Hey, Bella." Ashley's voice has grown soft and simpering, a kind of little girly tone that is clearly part of her flirting routine. "This is Tell." She turns to the man. "This is my auntie. Her name's Bella." She lets out a peal of laughter. "Don't worry, she's not had the world's best facelift. She's only just out of her 30s. I force a smile and hold out my hand to the man. He's even older than I thought from across the room. Probably in his late 60s, though groomed and well kept, with a tanned face, a row of bright white teeth and neatly trimmed dark hair with a touch of silver at the temples. He lifts his hand from Ashley's thigh to shake mine. I notice his nails are perfectly manicured and that his watch looks expensive. He gives my fingers a firm squeeze. "Hello, Bella. I'm Tell Jones." I'm not expecting the London accent, and he catches the look of surprise on my face. He laughs, and, for a second, I feel that I've met him before. There's certainly something familiar in the shape and colour of his green eyes. "Eastender, born and bred," Tell says. "Moved here for money, stayed here for love. Well, stayed for a bit, ha ha." I nod, feeling uneasy. How many times has this man delivered that particular line? Ashley is giggling again, as if he's just said the wittiest thing imaginable. I stare at her, wondering if she's really having as good a time as she's making out. I can't fathom what she sees in Tell. She leans closer to say something. I can't hear what it is over the blaring music, but Tell's next words are clear enough. "Yeah, I made a packet here in Framley, but she wasn't the right woman, so the marriage went south, and soon afterwards I did too. I was away for a long time, but fate brought me back here a few years ago." He gives Ashley a suggestive smile. "And now it's brought me to this bar," he says. "And to you." "Oh." Ashley bats her eyelids with self-conscious exaggeration. Jesus. I shake my head. Tell plies us with questions as we sip at our wine, asking what part of Framley we live in and what we do for work. Ashley answers for us both. I sit back and watch,
wondering what on earth Tell is hoping to get out of this attempt to chat us up. Does he think he's on for a threesome? Ashley may be all over him, but I'm certainly sending out strong back-off signals. As soon as Tell makes an excuse and heads for the loo, I turn to Ashley. "I think I'm going to leave once I finish my drink," I say. "This isn't really my kind of place." Ashley wrinkles her nose. "Don't be like that, Bella. This guy, Tell, is really nice. Aren't you having a good time?" I hesitate. "It's fine. I just thought it was going to be the two of us. I wasn't expecting all this." I wave my hands to indicate the pub around us. "You know, all this singles bar action. But that's why I brought you here, so you might meet someone." Ashley pouts. "I'm sure Tell's got a friend he can introduce you to." God save me. That's nice of you, but anyway, you can't go this early." Ashley gets out her mirror and checks her lipstick. "I tell you what, if you promise to stay for another hour, I'll leave with you." I glance across the bar to where Tell is visible outside the gents' toilet speaking into his mobile. "What about him?" Ashley shrugs. "Treat him mean, keep him keen. If he's interested, he'll ask for my number." I sigh, then agree to another drink, which, naturally enough, Tell is happy to provide on his return to our table. I imagine his earlier phone call must have been to recruit a wingman, because a few minutes later a friend of his appears at our table, affecting surprise at having just spotted Tell across the room. This man is slightly younger than Tell, though less groomed and with a slightly lopsided face. He makes a beeline for Ashley, which I'm expecting Tell to resist, but to my surprise he moves across to let the younger man, whose name I haven't caught, take his place and turns to me instead. I stare at his hand. If he dares to lay that on my thigh, I swear I will slap him. I look up. Tell is smiling at me. There's genuine charm in his face, and for a fleeting moment I experience once again the sensation I've met him before. He folds his arms and leans in a little closer. "I wanted to get you on your own," he says. I draw back, suddenly wary. "Oh, look, I'm really not—" "Relax." His grin deepens. "I think you know my kids. You're good mates with my daughter, Mercedes, and I'm hearing that you're also up to you-know-what with my son, Alonzo. Ha ha, been seeing a lot of him." My heart thuds. Of course. Tell Jones, the same surname as Mercedes and Lonnie. No wonder those green eyes look familiar. "That surprised you, hasn't it?" He chuckles. "Don't worry, I won't let on to Alonzo that I met you in this knocking shop." I wince. Clearly, Lonnie's father thinks both that I'm up for a random pickup and that, in some way, having sex with another man would be a betrayal of Lonnie, when in fact we're not actually in a relationship. "You don't understand," I start, but Tell cuts me off. "Skip it, Bella," he says gruffly. "Lonnie and I hardly speak, so there's nothing to worry about." "How did you know who I was?" "My daughter, Mercedes. She's a bit less judgmental about me than Alonzo." He sniffs. "She let slip the other day you were back from London with your little girl and been seeing a fair bit of her brother. I worked out the rest from listening to you and Ashley here just now." He taps the side of his head. "Brains as well as beauty, you know." There's something horribly flirty about the way he's speaking and looking at me. I suddenly feel overwhelmingly uncomfortable. Tell leans closer. "Looking into a Framley Wood murder, I hear. Cold case, isn't it?" I stare at him, my heart thudding. "If there's one thing that life has taught me," he continues, "it's to let the past be the past." He raises his eyebrows. "Know what I mean?" I suddenly know I can't stay here a moment longer, no matter what I promised Ashley. I take a big gulp of my wine, then set it on the table and push it away from me. "I have to go," I say, getting up. "Bella?" Ashley is looking round, but I don't meet her gaze. "Sorry," I say in her direction. "I'm really sorry, but I've got a terrible headache and..." Unable to finish my lie, I snatch at my jacket and head for the door without looking back. Out in the open air, I set off for home.
I half think about trying to call a cab, but the cool night air is calming, and once I've gone halfway, I decide to do the rest of the journey on foot as well. It's barely 9:30 when I let myself in at the front door. Tora is thankfully in bed and asleep. Gabby is on her phone on the sofa and jumps up when she sees me. "I thought you'd be later," she says. "I wasn't feeling too hot," I say, scrolling for Frank's number. "I'll call your dad to come and pick you up. Is everything okay with Tora?" "She's been great," Gabby grins. "We discussed her outfit for the party on Saturday." For a moment, I wonder what she's talking about. Then remember, Uncle John and Auntie Lynn's anniversary shindig. "Oh?" I say. "What's the upshot?" Gabby laughs. She's going to wear her green t-shirt dress with her silver sandals. She's hoping you'll wear your green dress too, yeah? "Sure," I say, absently. My thoughts are still on the pub and my encounter with Tell Jones. Why would he have made that comment about me looking into Vicky's murder? How does he even know about that? Did Mercedes tell him? I speak briefly to Frank, then go up to check on Tora, who's sleeping soundly. As I make my way back downstairs, Frank texts Gabby to say he's outside. I show Gabby to the door, watching as she makes her way along the path. Frank waves from the car, then drives off. As I turn to go back inside, I catch sight of something propped up in the corner of the porch. I didn't notice it earlier, on my way in. I peer closer. It's some kind of bag. A backpack, with pink straps. My heart in my mouth, I bend down and pick the bag up. It's brand new, stiff and shiny. I know before I turn it around what I'm going to see on the front. Sure enough, there it is. The Hello Kitty logo. I ease open the zip and peer inside, my heart thudding. It's empty. Clutching the bag, I stagger inside and shut and bolt the front door. This bag is a modern-day version of the one Vicky was so proud of the summer we were 10, the very same bag that she had with her when she was killed. I can't bear to look at the thing and shove it to the back of a cupboard I never use, full of spare glasses and plates. Then I sit on the sofa, heart pounding, my head in my hands. Chapter 21. After another night barely sleeping, I'm woken by an early text from Ashley. "Did you get home okay? Hope your head feels better than mine right now. Great night. Those guys were fun." She ends the text with a series of wink emojis. I'm just wondering exactly how far that fun went when she sends another message. "Fun but well behaved. Younger one a bit handsy, but Tell put me in a taxi. Small world that he's Dad's friend's Lonnie's father. And he says you're dating Lonnie, you dark horse. Is it true?" I grit my teeth, remembering how uneasy my conversation with Tell left me feeling. My thoughts drift to the Hello Kitty backpack, now shoved in the back of a kitchen cupboard, as I write back, "We've had a coffee, just friends." To which Ashley replies with another wink emoji and a couple of ROFLs. Saturday afternoon, and Tora and I are with Lonnie in his car, heading to Uncle John and Auntie Lynn's anniversary party. It's overcast, the sky full of scudding clouds that match my mood. I've told Lonnie and Mercedes about the backpack being left on my doorstep, but there seems little point confiding in D.I. Capshaw. I can just imagine his laconic voice on the phone, querying why I am interpreting a brand new Hello Kitty backpack as a dangerous warning from an uncaught killer. That's if he doesn't accuse me of making the whole thing up, like he more or less did with the vanishing text message. Uncle John and Auntie Lynn live in Addington, near my old grammar school, in the westernmost part of Framley. When they moved here 40 or so years ago, it was very much a workers' district, but over the past decade it's become one of the most aspirational areas of town. My aunt and uncle's house is certainly at the grander end of the neighbourhood, a detached brick building covered in ivy and set back from the road. It's far fancier than my parents' home. Lonnie parks on the street and the three of us get out of the car. I smooth the creases out of my outfit. As requested by Tora, I'm wearing a green silk shirt dress, just a few shades darker than her own pale green shift. She has teamed her silver sandals with a shiny silver hair slide and matching necklace. Not a unicorn in sight. I thought about putting on trainers, but decided Auntie Lynn would prefer a more upmarket look, and have squeezed my feet into my only summer heels, a pair of pointy-toed slingbacks. As we set off along the gravel drive, Lonnie gives me a look, which has more than a hint of sexual interest in it. A week ago this would have left me covered in embarrassment, but now I feel confident enough to hold his gaze. "You look good," he whispers. He's dressed in a crisply ironed white shirt and navy trousers, his dark wavy hair swept back off his forehead. The sun appears from behind a cloud, lighting up his face, and the thought flits through my head that we look good together. I smile. Lonnie takes my hand and gives it a brief squeeze. We reach the front door and Tora bends down to examine the stone cat at the side of the porch. A bunch of white and gold balloons have been tied to its tail. Lonnie tugs on the old-fashioned bell pull, and a deep, echoey chime sounds inside the house. I fidget nervously on the doorstep. I'd imagine this party would be a good place to see if Uncle John knew anything about the Wilkins hardware money laundering, or Dad being in Framley Wood the day Vicky died. But now I'm here, I can't imagine how I'll begin. A moment later, Uncle John opens the door, a tea towel in his hands. His eyes twinkle as he takes in the fact that Lonnie is standing beside me. "Ah," he says with a broad smile, "two of my favourite young people. And who's this grown-up little girl you've brought along? It can't be Tora, can it?" Tora giggles, her gaze lingering on Uncle John's sprawling purple birthmark, as Lonnie gives Uncle John a hug and points out that we are both over 40. Inside, the hall is already heaving. We leave our coats and bags in the home office by the door, then Tora races off to find her cousin Gabby, while Lonnie and I follow Uncle John through to the kitchen. He pours us each a drink, then asks Lonnie about his work. I spot Ashley over by the sink. She side-eyes Lonnie and grins at me. Ignoring her, I gaze through the window. The sun is shining brightly on the crowded patio, smoke rising from the huge barbecue on the left. Frank and Kai are beside it, peering at whatever Uncle John has been cooking. Dad is standing at the very edge of the knot of people, looking a little lost. I tell Lonnie I'm going to check on him and slip away. Out in the hall, I'm waylaid by Auntie Lynn before I reach the patio door. She's standing with Cheryl beside a table piled high with wrapped presents. "Oh, Bella, thanks so much for coming," Auntie Lynn says briskly, leaning across to air-kiss me. She's wearing a smart cream skirt and a pink pussy bow blouse with matching lipstick that is bleeding into the corners of her mouth. "Happy anniversary," I say, planting a kiss on Auntie Lynn's powdery cheek and handing her the bottle of champagne I've brought with me. "Oh, fancy wine again?" Cheryl says waspishly. She gives me a thin-lipped smile and makes her way outside. I shrug. What is her problem? Seriously. "Thank you, Bella," Auntie Lynn says, putting the bottle onto the present-laden table. "Word to the wise." She draws me closer. "John is in a bit of a funk today, despite the party. Yesterday was his last day at the hardware store, and he's not feeling great about the whole retirement thing." She shakes her head, as if this indicates some failing in my uncle. I bristle. Perhaps he's just used to feeling useful and doesn't want that taken away from him, I suggest pointedly. Auntie Lynn tuts. "Believe me, there are plenty of ways for him to be useful around here. I have 2 pictures that need putting up in the living room, and the wood in our bedroom balcony railing has rotted right through." "Right," I say. "Aye. Well, good." Auntie Lynn's eyes are already wandering to the next guest. I take another sip of wine and head for the door. Outside, the sun has vanished behind a bank of ominous grey clouds. There must be 20 or so partygoers out here, though the only people I recognise are my brother and his family. "Hello, Bella Bug," Dad says cheerfully, sidling up to me. "This is a nice party." I nod, meeting his gaze. His eyes are bright and clear today, like they used to be before the Alzheimer's. My heart leaps, and it occurs to me that maybe I can ask Dad directly about the money laundering after all. I take my father's hand. "Dad, I need to talk to you about something." "Go on, Bella Bug." He stares at me expectantly. He's wearing one of his old suits, and though his body seems a little shrunken inside it, I focus on that spark behind his eyes. I'm just going to ask straight out, I say, aware that though the waves of his dementia might have washed him onto shore right now, they are likely to sweep him out to sea again at any moment. Did you take money from criminals and process it through Wilkins Hardware in the mid-90s? Dad stares at me, clearly bewildered. What? Money laundering, I repeat. Overhead the clouds are darkening. A sudden gust of chill wind blows through a pile of napkins. They fly across the terrace like white-winged birds. Taking cash from a gang and putting it through the books for them, for a kickback.
I don't know what you're talking about, Bella.
He still sounds remarkably lucid. I press on. I was wondering if that's why you installed a safe in 1995, to keep the gang's money secure? Dad shakes his head.
John wanted that safe. I thought it was a stupid idea.
I press my lips together, remembering that Lonnie had said the same thing, which at least means Dad's memory is crystal clear right now. Okay, so maybe the safe isn't relevant, but did you go to Framley Wood as part of the money laundering? I take a deep breath. I think that... Were you there to collect cash the day Vicky died? The confusion on Dad's face turns to annoyance.
That wasn't me, he says curtly.
I know you didn't kill Vicky, I say, trying to reassure him. We already talked, remember? You told me about Mum witnessing the murder, and I lower my voice. I think it's possible the person you were meeting from the gang was...
No! No! Dad's voice rises to a shout. No! 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 No!
Chapter 22. Everyone else on the terrace stops talking and stares at us. Dad is visibly trembling.
No! No! He yells again. No!
Frank strides up to me.
What happened? What's wrong with him?
I don't know. I shake my head. Everyone around us is still staring as Auntie Lynn and Cheryl come over.
Shall we get you inside, Eddie?
Lynn is clearly trying to sound soothing, but her tone is sharp and patronising.
No!
Dad yells. He looks around, his eyes wild with terror.
Where am I?
Calm down, Cheryl snaps. Dad glares at her.
Get away from me! This is all your fault!
He turns away, staring out to the garden as Cheryl backs away. The fear on Dad's face is heartbreaking.
Where am I?
He pleads again. Grandad? Ashley touches his hand. He looks at her, and his face softens and calms instantly.
Ah, he says, Bella Bug, my sweet girl.
I catch Ashley's eye. She gives me a swift look as if to suggest we should go with the delusion. Dad turns, clearly intent on introducing her to everyone.
This is my daughter, Bella Bug,
he says to me, gazing proudly at my niece.
She graduated from university recently and works up in London. Very successful.
How nice, is all I can manage. That's lovely, Ashley coos. Shall we go inside? Dad nods, suddenly calm as a lamb. I help Ashley steer him into the house. First door on the right leads to the living room, which thankfully is fairly empty. A big table, containing wrapped platters of bread and cheese and bowls of salad has been placed against one wall. Auntie Lynn, Frank and I settle Dad on the couch opposite, as Ashley slips quietly away.
Maybe it was a mistake letting Eddie come, Auntie Lynn says thoughtfully. I did wonder if it would be too much for him, but John really wanted his brother here. And as we'd already had that argue over him stopping work.
Frank catches my eye. He gives a weary shake of the head as if to warn me away from the subject, and I intuit that, like me, he thinks Auntie Lynn has pushed for full retirement unnecessarily fast. I look down at the carpet.
I'm sure Dad will be okay in a minute,
Frank says, patting Auntie Lynn's shoulder.
Bella and I will look after him. You get back to your guests.
Auntie Lynn gives a brisk nod and a final glance at Dad, still sitting meekly on the sofa. As she leaves the living room, Frank looks over at the small knot of people chatting away by the window. I want to ask him why he's let our aunt bully our uncle into ending the part-time work he so clearly enjoys. But before I can speak, Frank steers me into a corner where we won't be overheard.
"What the hell did you say to Dad?" he mutters.
I gulp.
"Was it this ridiculous nonsense again, about Mum supposedly seeing who killed Vicky? Because I've asked you not to bring that up,
I found that old safe I was asking you about," I interrupted. "And I found something inside it, too."
You did?"
Frank looks baffled for a moment. Then his eyes widen.
"Oh, Christ. Did you find that old porn mag?"
He gives an embarrassed laugh, his demeanour shifting from fury to awkwardness.
"What?"
I stare at him. Frank shakes his head, his face flushing.
"I got into so much trouble over that bloody thing. You should know that pre-internet everyone bought mags off the top shelf. Anyway, one day during my first year at the shop I brought in a porno and left it in the back room. Dad went ballistic when he found it."
"Over you looking at porn? Frank, this isn't—"
"No, Bells, get real. Dad didn't care about that. What he minded was that I'd left it lying around where you might come across it."
Frank makes a face at me.
"Dad could forgive a lot, but not that. Not something that might hurt his precious Bella bug. He said he chucked it away, but I always wondered."
"I didn't find pornography in the safe," I say. My heart thuds.
"Oh," Frank frowns. "Okay. So what was it?"
I take a deep breath. A bit of paper torn from a bigger sheet with some dates and amounts on it. It's in my bag right now. I think it's evidence that Wilkins Hardware was involved in money laundering in the 90s. I hesitate. "Did you know?"
Frank glares at me. "Are you kidding me right now?"
A few yards away, sitting calmly on the sofa, Dad starts aimlessly humming to himself. "I'm deadly serious." I pause. There were rumours that Dad did cash pickups in Framley Wood, and according to this scrap of paper I found, there was likely a collection the same day Vicky was murdered there. Frank's jaw drops. "What are you saying?"
"That Dad killed Vicky."
"Of course not. But I'm certain there's some Frank!" Cheryl's voice cuts through the air. "John needs you outside for a moment."
Frank grips my shoulders. "I don't know anything about any money laundering or cash collections in Framley Wood, and I'm sure Dad doesn't either."
His eyes blaze with fury. I gasp as he lets me go and strides off outside. I sink down on the sofa beside Dad. He's staring dreamily into space. "Would you like a glass of water?" I ask, touching his arm.
"No, thanks, Barb,"
he says. I take away my arm and close my eyes. Despite all my efforts to bring Vicky's killer to justice, I seem to have achieved nothing except to upset people.
"You okay?"
I open my eyes to find Lonnie standing over me, a tight, strained look on his face. I spring up. Frank just got furious with me for getting Dad in a state by asking him about the money laundering. I haven't even talked to John yet.
"I'm sorry." Lonnie hesitates. "I hate to leave you, but my dad has just arrived. He's out on the patio and I don't want to talk to him, so I'm going to head."
"Oh." My heart bumps in my chest. Tell Jones is at this party. Why? How come your dad is here?
He's known John for years, since before he left Framley. That's actually what led to my job at Wilkins Hardware. Lonnie grimaces. I didn't imagine John would have invited him today, though.
I see. I gulp. Should I mention I met Tell 2 nights ago in a singles bar? No, not right now. There's no need. Not if Lonnie's planning on leaving without even speaking to the man, and not if I can avoid him too. I know it probably sounds weird or mean not to want to speak to my dad, but... Lonnie trails off. You don't have to justify yourself to me. If you need to go, that's fine. A tendril of guilt twists inside me. I clear my throat. Actually, if you give me a few minutes to find Tora, we can all go together. Lonnie stares at me.
You want to leave?
I explain that it's probably a good idea to take Dad back to his care home. If you don't mind dropping him there, I ask. It'll save Frank the journey.
Okay.
Lonnie agrees. What about talking to John, though? I'll see if I can grab a quick word now, then find Tora. Would you mind sitting with Dad while I do all that? I doubt anyone will come in here. No problem, he says. I'm hoping I'll find Uncle John without having to go outside and risk an encounter with Tell Jones, and, much to my relief, I do. He's alone in the kitchen, in fact, taking a tray of mini tartlets out of the oven and placing it beside a bowl of bronzed sausages from the barbecue. The aroma of cheese and buttery pastry fills the air. I'm suddenly transported to my parents' parties when I was a child. Mum smiling as I dutifully offered guests cocktail sausages on sticks, and Dad guzzling whiskey with his friends. I can see him and Cy Daniels now, laughing in the corner of the living room while Vicky and I sneaked behind an armchair, secretly gobbling down handfuls of crisps. "All right, pet?" Uncle John asks, a harassed expression on his face. "It's going to rain any second, you can feel it in the air, and the burgers aren't quite done." I follow his gaze through the kitchen window. The skies are the colour of steel. I spot Tell Jones with Ashley on the edge of the patio. Ashley's giggling. Presumably it's something Tell has just said. Even from this distance I can see she is being super flirty. Ugh, what does she see in him? She's 11 years younger than Mercedes, his own daughter. "It's not raining just yet," I say. Uncle John nods, absently, using a spatula to transfer the tartlets onto a plate. "Is Eddie okay?" he asks. "What upset him earlier?" "He's fine," I say, totally calmed down, though I've asked Lonnie to give me a lift so I can get him back to the Golden Oaks. "Ah, I imagine that's for the best." Uncle John looks up, his eyebrows raised. "Lonnie, eh? So what's the score there, then?" I shrug. "There's something I need to ask you," I say tentatively. "I'm sorry to do it now, but I really need to know." "Go on." Uncle John sets down his spatula and looks up. "It's about the day Vicky Daniels died. I think Dad was in Framley Wood and may have seen or even been with the killer." Uncle John's eyes fill with shock. "What?" "I know Mum wrote about it in her notebook," I press on, "so I'm sure she was there too, and obviously what I'm wondering is, did either of them ever say anything about Vicky's death to you?" There's a long pause. "What makes you think Eddie was in Framley Wood the day Vicky died?" Uncle John asks. "Money laundering. I think he was collecting cash for a gang and putting it through Wilkins Hardware, then taking a cut." "But that's... Who on earth put such a ridiculous notion in your head?" Uncle John splutters. "It doesn't matter how I know, I just want to find out. Did Lonnie put you up to this?" Uncle John demands. His cheeks flushed a dark pink against the purple of his birthmark. "I'll fucking lamp him if he did." My jaw drops. I've never heard my uncle swear before. Outside, as if in divine commentary, a distant rumble of thunder rolls across the sky. Uncle John looks down, his hands gripping the sides of the counter so tightly the knuckles are white. A terrible sense of foreboding sweeps over me as he looks up and our eyes lock. His expression is unguarded and agonized, full of fear and fury and guilt. "You knew," I gasp. "You knew about the money laundering." My heart hammers in my chest. "I bet you know who killed Vicky as well." "How dare you come here to my house and hurl accusations at me?" Uncle John slams his hand down on the counter. I jump back. "Get out!" he roars. "Fucking get out!" Chapter 23. I stumble out of the kitchen, my mind reeling. I'm vaguely aware of John pushing roughly past me, but I'm too shocked to notice where he goes. Outside there's another loud rumble of thunder, then the rain begins and a torrent of water smashes and splashes onto the patio outside. The sounds of squeals and doors slamming echo towards us as everyone outside rushes into the house. Still numb with shock, I search for Tora among the crowd. All I want now is to fetch her and get out of here. Once Lonnie and I have dropped Dad and got Tora settled at home, I will tell him what has just happened and we can try and work out what on earth it means. I spot Gabby across the hall. Her blonde hair is neatly brushed, making her look startlingly like Cheryl as a teenager. and she's wearing a pretty tea dress and sandals which I'm certain her mother must have forced her into. She's the most likely person to know where my daughter is. As I make my way towards her, Ashley grabs my arm. "Hey, Bella," she gabbles. "Guess who I've been talking to outside? Tell Jones. He's gone now, but—" "Wow," I say. "Sorry, I have to—" I hurry past her to where Gabby is now leaning against the wall, looking bored. "Have you seen Tora?" I ask. Gabby wrinkles her nose. "I think she went to the loo, the one upstairs." I turn on my heel and head upstairs. The bathroom door on the first floor is shut. I pause outside, rapping gently against the wood. "Tora?" There's no reply from inside. I push at the door, and it opens to reveal only the blue and grey swirls of Uncle John and Auntie Lynn's pristine marble floor and the white units beyond. I turn and cross the landing. Through the window on the right, I catch sight of the rain tipping down, the garden and the patio below deserted and dripping wet. I try the nearest door. It opens into a spare bedroom, neat and sparse, with a single picture of a hay wagon over a wooden bed, spread with a plain white eiderdown. I'm about to shut the door again, thinking the room is empty, when Tora peers around the end of the bed. "There you are, sweetheart," I exclaim, walking inside. "Why are you sitting up here all by yourself?" She shrugs. "My tummy hurts a bit," she mumbles, her face pale and miserable. And there's a tiny bit of bleeding in my pants." "Ah, okay." My suspicions around John vanish for a moment as I squat down beside her. "Don't worry. Remember, we talked about this. It's just your period, or, at this point, probably just a very light bleed that says your periods are on their way." I bite my lip. I know girls reach puberty earlier these days, but Tora won't be 10 for another month. She nods, still looking uncertain. "Do you think it's already happened to Danny and the others at school?" Her voice trembles slightly. "Will it make me different from everyone?" "No," I say firmly. "It happens to every girl. It's all totally natural. Let's get you home, then we can have a proper talk about it." Tora nods, and I pull her into my arms. As we hug, I spot an elegant writing desk in the corner of the room. On top of the desk sits the box of Dad's things I gave to Uncle John. Next to the box is an ancient manual typewriter and a pad of writing paper. A memory stirs of the old-fashioned type on the sheet in my bag downstairs, and the way the number 5 was set higher than the others. I found that scrap of paper inside a safe that both Lonnie and Dad claimed John insisted on buying. As Tora draws back, I get to my feet and walk over there. "What are you doing, Mum?" I hardly hear her. My heart thuds as I take a sheet of paper, place it in the typewriter, and with trembling fingers type the line, 28 Aug. 95. The 5 jumps up, just as the 5 on the paper in my bag did. I gulp, my head spinning. Is it possible that Lonnie was right about the Wilkins hardware money laundering, but wrong about the Wilkins brother who carried it out? That it was Uncle John in the woods when Vicky was murdered? It would certainly explain why he exploded at me just now. "Suppose I make a mess in Lonnie's car?" I shove the paper in my pocket and rest my attention back to my daughter, gazing anxiously at me across the room. "Why don't you just go to the bathroom and get some toilet paper for now? That'll be fine to get you home. We'll buy some proper stuff later." Tora's face fills with relief that I've given her a plan. We leave the room, and I wait on the landing while she scuttles into the bathroom. I'm numb with shock, still struggling to process what I've just discovered. Out of the blue, I hear a shuffling noise in the room at the far end of the landing. "I can't do it any more. Everything's going to come out." It's Uncle John, his voice loud and angry. "It's too much." Who is he talking to? Is this something to do with the money laundering, Vicky's murder? Heart racing, I hurry over and stand outside the room, listening hard. The shuffling sound comes again. Someone is there, just on the other side of the door. As I hear them, Uncle John speaks again, but this time I can't make out what he's saying. He must be across the room.
I hesitate a moment, then rap softly on the door. Hello? I wait a few seconds, then knock again, more loudly. No reply. I ease open the door and peer inside. This is Uncle John and Auntie Lynn's bedroom, all white wood and pearly finish on the wardrobe and dressing table. It's empty, which doesn't make any sense. I glance around. The doors onto the balcony and the ensuite bathroom are both closed. The rain is still falling, though less violently than before. Into the silence, a terrible scream erupts from downstairs. It's followed by a series of panic-stricken shouts. "Don't touch him! Call an ambulance!" The voices are coming from outside. Flooding with dread, I hurry across the room and onto the balcony. The wooden railing has given way in the middle. As I tiptoe closer to the edge, I dimly remember Auntie Lynn saying earlier that the wood was rotten. People are swarming on the patio as the rain teems down. I peer over the railing. Uncle John's twisted frame lies on the glistening stone slabs below me. I gasp, my stomach lurching into my throat. Down on the patio, a woman I don't know is kneeling beside Uncle John, 2 fingers pressed against his neck. Is she checking for a pulse? She looks up at Lonnie, standing opposite, and shakes her head. A terrible wail rises into the air. Auntie Lynn staggers sideways, collapsing into the arms of the man next to her. Everyone is there, even Dad. They're all staring down at Uncle John, rain cascading down their clothes. Cheryl and Frank clutch each other. I force my eyes back to the body, to the neatly combed white hair and his smart grey suit, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. Uncle John is dead. Chapter 24. My head spins. What remains of the damp wooden balcony railing wobbles as I clutch it. Time seems to slow to a crawl as I stare down at Uncle John's body. His hands are outstretched on the stone slabs below, as if in an effort to break his fall. "Bella!" Lonnie calls my name. I wipe the rain from my eyes. Everyone on the patio is looking up at me. Multiple voices rising through the air in a cacophony of sound. "What happened, Bella?" Cheryl shrieks, piercing through the noise. The crowd falls silent, waiting for my response. All I can hear is the pattering rain. "Did you see him fall?" Frank yells, his voice desperate, his cheeks flushed. I stare numbly back at him, as more voices I can't distinguish whirl up. Everything is shock and confusion. I step away from the balcony railing. What did happen? John sounded angry and defensive when I overheard him just now, as if the person he was talking to was trying to force him to do something and John was refusing. So what happened next? Did whoever he was talking to push him over the balcony? I suddenly realized that I didn't see whoever it was leave the bedroom before I came in here. My stomach clenches in fear. Are they still in the room? I spin around and, ignoring the voices on the patio below, I head back into the bedroom. Moving fast, I check the ensuite bathroom and under the bed. No one is here. "Mum?" Tora is in the doorway, rubbing at her forehead. "What are you doing?" I glance over my shoulder towards the balcony. Tora mustn't see the body. "Come on," I say, scooping my arm around her back as I pass. "Downstairs." By the time we reach the bottom of the stairs, a crowd of people has surged inside. Frank and Cheryl are in the front of the group, many others behind and beside them. "What happened?" Frank asks, wild-eyed. "Did he fall?" "Did he jump?" Cheryl grabs my arm. Her fingers grip me in a tight grasp. She sucks in her breath. "Were you with him?" More voices join them, all speaking at once. I can't make out any more individual questions, but horror is written on every face. Tora clings to my side. My mind reels. This is too much to take in. How can Uncle John have been so alive one minute and now— "Give Bella a moment," Lonnie says firmly. He grabs my arm and steers me away from the throng. I keep tight hold of Tora the whole time. She is looking up at me, bemused. "What's happening, Mum?" she whispers. "Uncle John, he fell and—" I shake my head. How can I answer? I can barely make sense of it myself. Lonnie guides us into the utility room where Uncle John and Auntie Lynn's washing machine and dryer are stacked one on top of the other. "Is Uncle John dead?" Tora's eyes grow round. "I'm afraid so, sweetheart." Tora nods, frowning as if she's trying to solve a difficult puzzle. She sits down on the stool in the corner. Lonnie takes me by the shoulders and looks deep into my eyes.
"We just heard the fall." He shudders. "Did you see what happened?"
"I didn't see anything. I was outside the bedroom, on the landing," I stammer. My brain feels like it's wading through mud. Lonnie's fingers are warm on my back. "I heard Uncle John inside the room. He was saying that he wouldn't do something. He sounded angry, then it all went silent. I knocked and called out, but there was no reply, so I went in. I couldn't see him or whoever he'd been talking to, but I heard noises outside, so I went onto the balcony and looked over and—" My lips tremble. Lonnie nods. He glances at Tora, then back to me.
"Frank has called the emergency services," he says. "I imagine there'll be an ambulance. And the police. They'll want to speak to you. To everyone."
I nod, still feeling dazed.
Lonnie hesitates. "Stay here with Tora. I'll see what's happening. Explain to everyone that you didn't see, the fall."
"Okay." Lonnie leaves and Tora huddles close to me. I lean against the utility room sink, waves of shock breaking over me. I don't know how much time passes, but after a while my sister-in-law brings me a cup of sweet tea. "You okay?" Cheryl asks. I nod. Somebody's organising a video in the study for the younger children," Cheryl continues. "Shall I take Tora?" I nod. Tora stands obediently and follows Cheryl out of the room. I'm only alone a few minutes, when the sound of sirens fills the air. I step out of the utility room in time to see 2 paramedics hurrying through the hall, closely followed by a couple of uniformed police officers. Things get very surreal, very quickly. Everyone, except Auntie Lynn, who has been taken to another part of the house, and the smallest children, who are still in the study, are asked to wait in the living room while a forensic team arrives and a cordon is set up around Uncle John's body. Lonnie sits beside me on the sofa. Neither of us speak. Nobody in the room speaks. It's like we're in a collective state of shock. The white and gold party balloons bob cheerfully in the breeze from the open back door. I can't bear to look at them. It's not like I was close to Uncle John, not really, but I can't get the image of him lying dead on the patio out of my mind. Who was he talking to just before he died? Did they push him, then hide under the bed or in the bathroom as I came in? I can't make sense of it. Chapter 25. An hour passes. We're all still in Auntie Lynn and Uncle John's living room, but the earlier shocked silence has given way to a series of conversations in low, hushed voices. Nobody can understand why John, who would have known all about the dangers of a rotten wooden railing, could have fallen through one. I sit in silence, hunched over, Cheryl's tea now cold in my hands. Somebody has placed a blanket over my shoulders and brought me my handbag. I glance around the room. Apart from my immediate family and Lonnie, I hardly know anyone here. Lonnie tells me that it looks like his dad slipped away from the party just before John's death. I gaze across at Frank and Cheryl, who are muttering to each other by a window. A hush falls over the room. I look up. A slim, suited man with a square jaw and sharp, dark eyes is striding purposefully into the middle of the room. He stands, exuding an air of authority as he gazes around. There must be almost 30 people crammed in here, and we're all watching him. "Good afternoon.
His voice is steady and carries a slight drawl. It seems familiar.
I'm Detective Inspector Capshaw.
I sit up straighter. Capshaw doesn't look anything like I'd imagined. There's an intense quality to him, which I hadn't picked up on at all from our phone conversations. And he's older, too, with a lined forehead and a shock of thick grey hair.
Thank you all for waiting for us. I realise that, earlier events have been a terrible shock, and we appreciate your forbearance.
He indicates a man and woman standing in the doorway.
My team and I are going to conduct a series of interviews. It's procedure. We need to understand where you were and what you may have seen at the relevant moments.
Is Lynn all right? Frank asks from over by the window.
She's my aunt. John was my uncle.
He stops, and though he's trying to cover it, I can see the pain in his expression. We're really worried about her, adds Cheryl, taking Frank's hand. Please, can we see her?
D.I. Capshaw gives a brisk nod. My condolences, he says, glancing at his colleagues. Perhaps we can begin our interviews with you two, then you'll be free to be with your aunt.
A second later, the younger detectives are leading Frank and Cheryl out of the room. Cheryl is still gripping Frank's hand. As I watch them, it strikes me that it's the first time since my return to Framley that I've seen them show each other any kind of physical affection. D.I. Capshaw materialises beside me. He holds out his hand.
I understand you're Bella.
His voice is gruff and heavy with meaning. He's acknowledging he knows we have talked before without making everyone else in the room aware of it.
Yes.
I stand and shake his hand. I can sense everyone looking at me, but I keep my gaze on the detective.
Let's talk privately, D.I. Capshaw says.
I follow the detective out of the living room and across the hall into the kitchen. I catch the scent of Auntie Lynn's perfume. What on earth must this be like for her? Losing her husband of 40 years in such a sudden and violent way. Was Auntie Lynn in here? I ask.
Yes, but one of our uniformed officers has just taken her to an upstairs room where she can be more comfortable. She's asked to be with her husband, but until the forensics team have carried out their examination, I can't authorise his removal.
Oh. D.I. Capshaw pulls up a kitchen stool at the very spot where I was talking with Uncle John so recently. He gestures I should take a seat opposite.
Apparently you were upstairs on the balcony when John fell, he says.
No, not exactly.
The detective nods, his gaze intent. Can you tell me what happened? What made you go into his bedroom?
I explain I was waiting for Tora while she went to the bathroom, and that I heard Uncle John talking to someone on the other side of his bedroom door. Those actions took place less than an hour ago, but they already feel like a surreal dream.
Let me get this straight. You're saying you overheard your uncle talking to someone just before he fell from the balcony?
That's right. John was arguing with them. He said, I can't do it anymore. Everything's going to come out. It's too much. The detective's eyes bore into mine.
Did you hear anything the other person said?
I shake my head. No, but I heard them moving about right by the door. Then John spoke from across the room.
And there was no sign of this second person when you entered the room?
No, but I knocked and called out before I went in. It would have given them time to hide if they pushed John over the balcony. I shiver at the thought of John's killer being in the room with me. They must have slipped out of the bedroom while I was on the balcony.
And how long between you going onto the balcony and coming back in to find your daughter standing in the bedroom doorway?
Not long. A minute at most.
D.I. Capshaw frowns. That's a tight margin for a getaway, he says. Do you have any idea why someone might have wanted to push your uncle off his balcony?
Yes. I close my eyes, trying to unravel the chaotic swirling of my thoughts. I take a deep breath and explain how furious Uncle John became earlier when I asked him if he laundered money for the family firm in the 1990s. I'm expecting the detective to ask more about this, but instead he lets me talk,
So I set out the facts as I understand them, organising them as I speak into the only coherent narrative I can make sense of. I think it's possible that on the day Vicky died, Uncle John was collecting cash from a gang member in Framley Wood. Vicky interrupted them and the gang guy killed Vicky and threatened my uncle into keeping quiet. My mum saw it all but said nothing in order to protect my uncle and possibly herself. I hesitate. Then, today, Uncle John realised how close I was to the truth and decided he should come clean, but the gang guy worked out what he was planning and killed him before he could do it. The narrative sounds more and more far-fetched as I speak. I can see from the quizzical look on D.I. Capshaw's face that he isn't convinced. "Okay, let's go back to the root of this," he says. "Your claim about the money laundering is based on a piece of paper in an old safe at your family firm. Is that right?" "Yes," I say, "and upstairs just now I typed something on my uncle's old manual typewriter and it uses exactly the same typeface." I draw the recently typed sheet of paper out of my pocket and point to the 5. "See? The number 5 jumps up like that in exactly the same way on the paper from the safe." D.I. Capshaw nods. "Show me." I rummage in my handbag, looking in the inner pocket for the original scrap of paper. It's not there. I delve deeper, pushing aside a hand sanitizer and Tora's old unicorn hair slide. The paper is gone. A shiver snakes down my spine. Someone must have gone through my things and removed it. Was that the killer too? "It's been taken," I say, looking up. "But I'm sure the money laundering really happened. It's not just how Uncle John reacted when I asked about it. There were rumours at the time." I stop, not wanting to drag Lonnie into my story. After all, it's not like he knew anything for sure. In fact, he was convinced Uncle John was too honest to be involved in something so criminal. "Rumours. I see." D.I. Capshaw taps his finger on his phone. "Let me ask you something else. According to your own testimony, only about 5 to 10 minutes passed between your argument with John Wilkins and the argument with his supposed killer, which you only overheard John's side of. That's right. So what makes you so sure the two arguments are connected? Apart from anything else, how did John's killer, whom you're assuming is also Vicky's killer, even know that you'd challenged your uncle?" "I don't know. Maybe he was standing outside the kitchen and overheard us." "There's something else, Bella," D.I. Capshaw says. "If John Wilkins was really involved with an organised crime outfit in the 90s and witnessed a gang member commit an horrific child murder, why on earth would he invite that person to a party 30 years later?" I gulp. "I don't know." D.I. Capshaw clears his throat. "Perhaps there's another way to look at this. Do you think it's possible that your accusations upset your uncle so much that he went up to his room to let off steam? Perhaps the words you overheard were just him speaking his feelings out loud." "But I heard another person moving around by the door. Uncle John's voice was coming from further away." "Yes, you said. But sounds can be deceptive. I reckon what you heard could easily have been John pacing about as he, ranted. It would fit with what happened. John was beside himself. He went out onto the balcony in a state of extreme upset, forgot that the wooden railing was rotten, and—" he makes a face. "A terrible accident was the result." My jaw drops. "No. I'm telling you, my uncle was talking to someone. I know it sounds far-fetched that anyone from organised crime was here at the party, but we know Vicky's killer had been warning me off. It's all connected, don't you see? There's the vanishing text message they sent last week, and the Hello Kitty backpack just like Vicky's that they left by my front door." "A backpack?" D.I. Capshaw frowns. "Perhaps somebody left that for your daughter." He pauses. "She's the same age as Vicky was when she died, isn't she?" Almost, but I don't see—
Listen, Bella. The detective adopts a gentler, more soothing tone. I know how focused you've been on finding Vicky Daniels' killer, and I can imagine it's overwhelming to be back here in Framley, the very place where she died, with all the memories and your daughter reminding you every day of your traumatized 10-year-old self. I draw myself up.
This is not about me or my daughter, and I'm not imagining anything. I'm sure Vicky's killer pushed Uncle John off the balcony.
Very well. D.I. Capshaw lets out a heavy sigh, sitting back. I'll instruct my officers to ask party guests if they saw anyone going into or coming out of your uncle's bedroom in the minutes before he died. Please don't leave the house yet. A uniformed officer will take your statement, and I may need to talk to you again later.
And with that he stands up and walks away, leaving me with a deeply uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach.
Chapter 26. Another hour passes. D.I. Capshaw reappears briefly to say that he has called in an officer trained in interviewing children, and that, once I've given my statement, they are planning to speak to Tora, with me, of course, present.
But Tora didn't see anything, I protest. She was in the bathroom when I went into Uncle John's bedroom.
If your theory is right, Tora might well have seen John's killer leaving the bedroom. Don't worry, the interview won't take long, and we can stop if you think she's getting upset at any point. Slightly mollified, I let the detective go. A few minutes later, a young bespectacled constable takes me through my story once again, making notes as I speak. Afterwards, he brings in Tora and the special officer for child interviews. I have to admit, they are very good with her. Tora is clearly intimidated by the situation, but she answers their questions easily enough. No, she didn't see anyone on the landing or the stairs before I arrived, or after she came out of the bathroom. Dad is classed as a vulnerable person, so Frank and I are allowed to sit with him as well, while D.I. Capshaw talks to him. "Where were you when your brother fell from the balcony, Mr. Wilkins?" the detective asks. Dad stares at him blankly. "Maybe try calling him Eddie," Frank suggests. D.I. Capshaw clears his throat. "Did you see your brother today, Eddie?" Dad nods, then stares into the middle distance, not meeting the detective's gaze. "Did you see him in the house or the garden?" "My brother is John," Dad says firmly. "That's right, Eddie, but now John has fallen from the balcony," D.I. Capshaw says gently. "Did you see him go upstairs? Did you go upstairs yourself?" Dad considers this for a moment. "John is on the balcony?" he asks, sounding confused. "Was I there?" D.I. Capshaw glances at me. Frank sighs. "Dad?" I lean forward and touch his hand. He looks at me and smiles. "Is it time to go, Barb?" "I'm afraid something bad happened to John," I say, softly. He nods, his eyes fixed on mine. "On the balcony?" "That's right." I grasp his hand. "Did you see John go up to the balcony?" Dad shakes his head, then turns to Frank. "Was I on the balcony?" he asks again. "No, Dad." Frank puts his head in his hands, then looks up at the D.I. "Dad was in the living room the whole time. I'm sure there are lots of people who can confirm that." "Yes, our friend Lonnie was with him," I add. "Just check his statement." "I'd really like to get my father back to his care home now," Frank says. D.I. Capshaw nods. He turns to Dad. "Thanks for your time, sir. You've been very helpful." As Dad struggles to his feet, D.I. Capshaw tells me I'm free to go home too. As the police are also done with Lonnie, I fetch Tora and the three of us leave together. It's a relief to be out of the house. Lonnie and I speak in low, shocked voices the whole way home. Lonnie's face is covered in disbelief, the strain of John's loss evident in his eyes.
He asks if I mentioned the money laundering to the police, and I explain that I did, but that the scrap of incriminating paper with the financial details has vanished from my bag.
Oh, man. Do you think the killer took it? Lonnie asks, sounding appalled. Who else? I shudder. It's horrific to think that Vicky's killer must have been at the party watching me all afternoon. I fall silent. How can he have struck again right under my nose, and me still be so far from working out who he is? Beside me, Lonnie grits his teeth and drives on. My thoughts drift to an earlier point in the afternoon, before the shock of Uncle John's death. You seemed really upset your dad was at the party, I say.
I was,
Lonnie said curtly.
I didn't even know Dad and John were still in touch.
He pauses.
Good timing for Dad that he left the party before it all happened. I'm sure he'll be relieved to have escaped a police interview.
He looks at me.
Dad's been arrested for assault a couple of times over the years, never charged, and of course he claims total innocence, but he's no fan of the cops.
Oh, God. Lonnie's voice cracks. I just can't believe John is gone. As he tells me again what a great father figure Uncle John was to him, and how he can't understand how such an honest, upstanding man could possibly have got involved in money laundering, my mind lights on another horrible thought. If D.I. Capshaw is going to write off my uncle's murder as an accident, it means that his killer, who is almost certainly also Vicky's killer, is going to remain undetected, at large, and able to strike again. The first 4 days after Uncle John's death pass in a blur. I receive confirmation that I've been accepted onto a teacher training course to start in September, which means I should be in a position to begin a full-time job 1 year after that. But it's hard to focus on the future when the world around me has just been turned upside down. Out of respect for our uncle, Frank temporarily closes the shop, though I know he is worried about the income he'll lose. On Wednesday, Lonnie comes over for tea and is sweetly attentive to both me and Tora. I mention at last Tora's desire for him to teach her the guitar, and he promptly fetches a small acoustic that used to belong to his son and gives her a first lesson. He's the perfect balance between exacting and encouraging, and, at the end of half an hour, Tora is over the moon at being able to play 3 chords.
You can have that guitar, if you like, Lonnie offers. We'll get you one of your own in a few years when you're ready for a full-size version.
No, that's too much. We can't take it, I protest. Lonnie waves my objection away.
It's really not a big deal.
Oh, thank you. Tora hugs him. As she takes the guitar upstairs to practice in her room, Lonnie quietly asks me how she and I are coping. I tell him that we're fine, that it is Frank I'm worried about. He has spent so much more time with our uncle than me and must be feeling his loss on multiple levels. And yet he still needs to make a living, and having his shop shut for days on end is a real challenge. Before I know what's happening, Lonnie is on the phone to Frank, offering to hold the fort at Wilkins Hardware for the next week. He has to take time off his regular sales work to do this, but he says he's happy to help out, that it's the least he can do after Uncle John was so good to him all those years ago. I see him every evening after that. He comes round after work for dinner and then leaves about 10 or 11. I'm not quite ready to take things further, but I watch Tora growing fond of him and feel a warmth spread across my chest as he makes time to listen to her tell him about her day and teach her to play the start of Sweet Home Alabama. Tora has understandably been subdued since the party, but she seems to come out of herself when he's around. Lonnie has a band rehearsal on Friday, so I invite Mercedes and Danny over. The girls play upstairs while Mercedes and I drink wine and discuss the shock events of last weekend's party.
I've been wondering if it was suicide, Mercedes says quietly, shaking her head. But what a way to do it, in front of all your family and friends, with kids there.
I say nothing. So far I've only told Lonnie and the police, of course, about my suspicions. It's not that I don't want to confide in Mercedes, more that I'm exhausted from going over the whole business in my head.
What does Lonnie say? Mercedes asks.
I can hear the agenda in her voice.
She's eager to find out how I feel about her brother, but that's another thing I don't really want to discuss, so I fudge an answer, then change the subject. Lonnie really seemed to hate your dad being at the party. I look at her. How do you feel about him? It's complicated for me, Mercedes says. I know he's done a lot of bad things, but he's still my dad. I think Lonnie had a far worse time with him when we were kids. Dad kind of either spoiled me or ignored me, and anyway, I was barely 11 when he left. But Lonnie was a teenager, and they locked horns a lot. She pauses. Was your dad ever violent? Mercedes nods. Never with Mum, but he definitely pushed Lonnie around a bit. She sighs, tears glistening in her eyes. That's why Lonnie hates bullies. He's always tried to be everything our dad isn't. The following day is Saturday, 1 week since Uncle John's death. The boiler breaks down yet again and I reset it in a daze using Frank's pressure valve trick. Tora spends the morning practicing on Lonnie's guitar while I go over and over what must have happened at the party. No matter what D.I. Capshaw says, I know what I heard. John was angry with someone before he died, and that person killed him, just like they killed Vicky 30 years ago. Whoever it was must surely have been a guest at the party. I start compiling a list of those present, but soon get stuck, so I call Frank and ask him to fill the gaps. For goodness sake, Bells, he says with a sigh. The police are investigating. They've talked to everyone who was at the party. Just leave it alone. Don't let her pester poor Lynn, I hear Cheryl saying in the background. She's in enough of a state as it is. Frank sighs again, and presumably to pacify us both, gives me the names of the 20 or so guests he can identify. I spend the rest of the day poring over the list. I really need more information, but the only person I know who can supply that is Auntie Lynn, and aware that Cheryl is right to protect her, I hold back for now. A week on from John's death and the temperature rises to over 30 degrees. The forecasts say we're set for a heatwave that will last well into the week. By Wednesday, the humidity and the grumbling have well and truly set in. It's already warm when Tora and I leave for school. We're running a little late, as usual, and as I hurry Tora along the road, both of us are covered in a sheen of sweat, and I have a sudden memory of following Vicky to the park on that terrible August day. I can see her now, in her pink shorts with the fluted hem, turning impatiently to tell me to hurry up, wisps of blonde fringe sticking to her forehead. I shrug the image away and drop Tora at school, then catch the bus to Dad's care home. I've timed the journey carefully so that I can check in with Dad, then get home in time for lunch with Lonnie. Lunch was my suggestion. It's a chance for us to be alone, without Tora. Maybe for us to take things to the next level. The thought of this preoccupies me so deeply on my journey that I almost miss my stop. Indeed, it's not until I'm walking up to the entrance of Golden Oaks, the fierce sun on my back, that my focus turns fully to Dad. How is he doing with his brother's death? Will he even remember what happened to John? Frank and I have agreed we need to visit Dad every other day at the moment, while Auntie Lynn, who usually visits once or twice a week, is in mourning at home. I tap on Dad's door, more than a little trepidation in my heart, then hear him laughing inside. As I enter his room, he's joking with one of the nurses, his eyes twinkling as he asks her to add some whiskey to his coffee. I wonder for a moment if he's going to mistake me for Mum again, but he doesn't. In fact, he greets me with a warm smile and even remembers Tora and I are living in our old family home. "How are you doing, Dad?" I ask. Suddenly his face clouds over. "It's a bad business," he mutters. "It must be hard for you, without John," I stammer. "Ah, yes," Dad says thoughtfully. He looks at me, the pain in his eyes flaring, then subsiding. A few seconds pass and his face grows blank. "Some things are meant to be," Dad continues softly. "Written in the stars and bars and cars." He's gone again. I press my lips together and stare out of the window at the rooftops of Framley, the familiar misery of loss spreading through my veins. Through the gap in the houses opposite, I catch sight of the cobalt blue double chimneys I noticed on my last visit. They glint in the sunlight, a strong contrast with the grey rooftops surrounding them.
John tried to accept it, but it was hard,
Dad says, so quietly that I can barely hear him.
It hurt him very much.
I frown, turning round. What did he try to accept? I ask. What hurt him?
What he knew, of course,
Dad says. I hesitate. You mean Vicky? Vicky Daniels? Her murder? Dad stares at me.
She was pregnant, you know.
Who? My exasperation rises. Who was pregnant? John's wife? Auntie Lynn? I thought she couldn't have kids.
No, not Lynn, Dad insists. That's why John did it, so Lynn would get pregnant.
I shake my head. I don't understand. Dad frowns.
Sorry, Bellabug,
he says, sitting back in his armchair with a sigh.
I'm so sorry.
A moment later his breathing slows and deepens, and when he wakes a few minutes later, he has no memory of our conversation. Chapter 27. It's just gone 11 a.m. by the time I get home after visiting Dad. Upstairs I make my bed, then focus on Lonnie's lunchtime visit. I try to put everything else out of my mind, as I rifle through my tops and dresses, selecting a silky shirt that will hopefully make me look attractive but not too try-hard. I find myself wondering what the sex will be like. It's so long since I've been intimate with anyone, and I'm worried I won't remember what to do or how to act. I take a look at my strained face in the mirror and apply a little mascara and lipstick, telling myself that it's not sex. It's making love with a man that I care for and who, I'm increasingly certain, cares for me. I'm just finishing getting ready when the doorbell goes. It's not quite 11:30 a.m, and Lonnie isn't due for another hour, so I assume it must be the postman. But there, standing on the doorstep, is Cy Daniels.
You haven't come round for ages, so I'm here for an update,
he says, storming into the house.
What have you found out?
With a guilty jolt, I realise I haven't thought about Cy once since Uncle John died, and that he has no idea about my latest suspicions. I take him into the kitchen and sit him at the table, then quickly tell him what happened at the party, feeling the shock of Uncle John's death all over again as I watch Cy's expression morph from petulant curiosity to downright astonishment.
Your uncle died? Cy frowns. Right after you accused him of killing my daughter.
Of witnessing her death, I gently correct. I think Vicky's killer wanted Uncle John to carry on covering up for him, but John knew I was close to the truth and refused, so the killer pushed him off the balcony. Cy nods, his eyes wide with excitement.
And you told all this to the police?
Yes, I confirm heavily, but they don't see it the same way. Cy sits back in his chair. He's freshly showered, I notice, his grey hair still damp. For once, he doesn't smell of alcohol.
So,
he frowns,
so what do the police think happened?
The detective, D.I. Capshaw, he thinks it was most likely an accident due to John being overwhelmed after I confronted him. Cy makes a face.
Idiot, he frowns.
You
heard John talking to someone. If they were innocent, why haven't they come forward?
I know, I say, but D.I. Capshaw thinks I must have misheard. He reckons John was alone, and apparently none of the party guests saw anyone near the room, so there's no one who can back me up. I shrug to indicate the futility of the situation, then walk over to the kettle and make Cy a cup of tea. It's a relief, after D.I. Capshaw's sceptical response, to be with someone who definitely believes everything I've seen and said. And yet it's kind of worrying that the only person who is entirely on my side is an obsessive alcoholic.
"Whoever killed your uncle must also have killed my Vicky," Si says, taking a sip of tea, "which means her killer was at the party. You probably know them."
I'm aware. I shiver at the thought. But I can't get a guest list until I talk to Auntie Lynn, and, well, she just lost her husband, so... Si grunts. There's one thing that's been puzzling me, I say. I get why Mum would have said nothing to the police about the money laundering and the murder if Frank or Dad were involved, but would she really have kept quiet to protect Uncle John? Even if Kay threatened her, you'd have thought she'd have told someone eventually.
"Oh, Barbara would have done anything for John," Si says matter-of-factly. "They've been best friends since long before I met her. John adored her."
I wrinkle my nose. Adored her? What do you mean?
"You know the two of them were in the same class at school?"
I nod.
"Well, your mum told me once that John got bullied a lot over his birthmark until she put a stop to it."
I nod again, remembering Uncle John himself telling me the same thing.
After that they were inseparable. Barbara protected John and John worshipped Barbara. To be fair, he wasn't the only one. Everyone loved Barb. She was always confident, charismatic."
He gives a wistful sigh.
"Always smiling, though that changed after Vicky died, of course."
I still don't understand.
"Of course it helped that she looked the way she did."
Si's expression takes on a dreamy, far-away quality.
"When you and Vicky were little, all the dads at the school gates fantasized about her. She was stunning. A goddess."
I wriggle uncomfortably. Are you suggesting Uncle John had a thing for her?
"No, I already told you they were best friends, like brother and sister."
Si chuckles, lost in his memories. His gaze is sober enough, yet there is something hidden behind his eyes. He knows another detail that's relevant here. I'm sure of it. But what? Something about Mum? Or John? How can you be so sure that Mum and John's friendship didn't turn into an affair when they were older? Around the time Vicky died?
"You'll have to trust me on that."
Si clears his throat.
"How about another cuppa?"
He's trying to change the subject. In fact, he looks decidedly shifty. What aren't you telling me? I ask.
"Nothing,"
says Si defensively. Please, Si.
"I'm not. Listen, I'm just saying there's no way your mother ever hooked up with her brother-in-law, and certainly not in the spring and summer of 1995.
How can you be so sure of the dates?
Because she—"
He flings his hands in the air as if surrendering to me.
"If you must know, she was seeing someone else then."
His words hang in the air. What? I stare at him. Someone else? Si lets out a deep, heartfelt sigh.
"It's true, Bella."
Who? I demand. Si looks away, his normal straight-shooting manner vanishing under a cloud of awkwardness. I stare at him. Si? I gasp. Who was Mum having an affair with? Si's cheeks turn from pink to scarlet as he looks up.
"Me,"
he says.
"She was having an affair with me."
A deathly silence fills the kitchen. I stare at him, my head spinning. Are you serious?
"It wasn't anyone's fault, just one of those things."
Si's voice fills with embarrassment.
"It started at a Christmas party the year before. I found her crying and we had a cuddle and, well, she was on my mind a lot after that. By February I'd found a way to get her on her own, and one thing led to another."
But what he's saying makes no sense. It's one thing to think of John or Si being interested in Mum, but Mum herself was devoted to Dad. Surely she was the last person in the world who'd have an affair. Mum wouldn't have. The words sound strangled as I say them. Cy heaves a sigh.
She felt desperate about what we were doing, he says. Hated the idea of my wife finding out. That's why she ended it, in fact, shortly before Vicky died.
But Mum and Dad were happy, I insist.
No, they weren't.
Cy looks me in the eye.
Eddie made your mum's life a misery.
It's like a slap in the face. I don't believe you, I say indignantly. What's this really about, Cy? Did you have some mad crush on my mum that she wouldn't reciprocate? Was that it?
Of course not. Look, forget it. I think I'll pass on that second cuppa.
Cy gets up.
Please keep me posted on what you find out.
I don't trust myself to speak, so I give him a curt nod, then see him out. I slam the front door shut behind him. I can't believe what he has just said about Dad making Mum miserable. And yet why would he lie? I'm still wondering this when the doorbell rings. I grit my teeth. Is that Cy coming back? What is he playing at? I snatch the door open, ready to yell. But the man waiting on the path isn't Cy Daniels. It's D.I. Capshaw, with a uniformed female police constable at his side. I stare at them, bewildered. Why are the police here? I step onto the front step, suddenly aware of the sun's fierce glare. The female officer looks hot in her uniform. Her face is flushed and her forehead is beaded with sweat as she squints at me. What's this about? I demand. Have you discovered something to do with Vicky?
I'd like to interview you again. Under caution, Bella, the detective replies, his voice firm and assured. Please come with us to the station.
But I've told you everything I know. My thoughts flash to Lonnie's imminent arrival. Anyway, this isn't a good time, I'm afraid. I start to shut the door, but D.I. Capshaw shoves his foot in the way.
If you don't come with us to the station right now, he says calmly, I will have to arrest you.
Chapter 28. As we drive to the police station, I keep asking why I'm being threatened with arrest, but D.I. Capshaw is resolutely silent on the subject. And what about Tora? I ask, my voice rising in anger. Who is going to pick her up from school? Please give me the name of the person you'd like to collect her and I'll make sure the message gets to them, the female detective constable says evenly. I shake my head, then ask her to call Mercedes. I don't mention Lonnie, but I'm sure Mercedes will let him know what's going on. The DC says she will make the call, then asks for my phone until my interview is over. I hand it over, scowling, and look out of the window for the remainder of the journey. My emotions ricochet from fear to fury and back again. What possible suspicion can the police have against me? Why won't they explain so I can show them where they are wrong? As we arrive at the station, D.I. Capshaw asks if I'd like the duty solicitor to sit in on our interview. No need, I snap. I've got nothing to hide. Very well. He leads me into a bleak-looking interview room with a stained floor and blank walls. I'm offered a rickety plastic chair that clicks and clacks against the linoleum as I shift anxiously from side to side. What on earth gives you the right to drag me in here like this? I demand as the detective eases himself into the chair opposite, the female constable next to him. Okay, let's get to it, he says, pressing the record button on the machine beside us. For the tape, I am Detective Inspector Ian Capshaw. The other police officer present is Detective Constable Sasha Tomei. He looks at me. Please state your full name and date of birth. I give my details, then stare at the detective. D.I. Capshaw clears his throat. New evidence in relation to the death of your uncle John Wilkins has recently come to light. I frown, sitting up straight. What evidence? An individual has left an anonymous message on our bulletin board, claiming to have witnessed you entering the bedroom of John Wilkins in the last few minutes before he died. This witness says they overheard you arguing with him. He gives me a wry smile. Basically,
They're saying exactly what you told me the other day, but with you as the protagonist instead of the innocent bystander. I stare at him. That's ridiculous. I'm fully aware it could be a hoax, Bella, believe me. However, I'm afraid we do need to go over your movements for Saturday afternoon again. He sits back, putting his hands behind his head. And so, I recount what happened at the party once again, from the confrontation with Uncle John in the kitchen right up to the moment I saw him dead on the patio beneath his bedroom balcony. After I've finished, the detective hesitates a moment, then says, "Are you sure you've told us everything, Bella?" His dark eyes bore into me. I bite my lip. I guess there is one other thing. I literally only just found out, but it seems my mum and Uncle John were super close and... I hesitate. I think my mum might have been having an affair. Not with John, I add hastily. A different man. My guts twist at the thought. Do you know the name of this man? D.I. Capshaw asks, sounding only mildly interested. Vicky's dad, Cy Daniels. The indifference vanishes from the detective's eyes. Your mother was having an affair with Vicky's father at the time of the murder. I think it ended before the murder, I say, feeling desperately disloyal to Mum. I spoke to Cy Daniels earlier, and he told me that there had been something between them. Right. D.I. Capshaw glances at his colleague, a look of shock still on his face. I suppose it's possible, now I'm thinking about it, I stammer, that my mum might have covered up for Vicky's dad. Cy Daniels had a cast-iron alibi for his daughter's death. D.I. Capshaw interrupts. The original investigation was adamant about that. Right, I say. Well, I guess that makes sense. Cy wasn't at John's anniversary party and Vicky's killer must have been one of the guests. I lean forward. You should look at everyone's jewellery. See if anyone at the party has a ring like the one Mum described the killer wearing in her notebook account. Ah, yes, the mysterious gold ring set with a black diamond. D.I. Capshaw sighs. You'll be pleased to hear that I already instructed my officers to ask the party guests if anyone owned or had seen such a ring. I questioned your aunt about it myself. It's a dead end, I'm afraid, Bella. What about the money laundering? I demand. I bet Auntie Lynn knew about that, or at the very least wondered how John was suddenly bringing home more money. Actually, she insisted that they never had any extra money, and that John was the last person who would indulge in criminal behaviour, a view which, I might add, has been reinforced by every single person we've interviewed. I shake my head. Lynn's lying about that. She must be. A beat passes. Let's bring this back to you, Bella, D.I. Capshaw says, a soothing note now in his voice. Because this isn't the first time you've accused other people of lying, when it seems highly likely you yourself have been, shall we say, economical with the truth. What do you mean? My stomach gives an uneasy twist. Well, for starters, you've claimed knowledge of a number of potentially vital pieces of evidence, but been unable to produce any of them. He pauses. First, the mysterious ransacking of your house where nothing was taken. Then the vanishing text threat, and the disappearing piece of paper which supposedly indicates John Wilkins was involved in money laundering. Plus, of course, the unidentifiable killer, who your uncle was apparently arguing with just before he died. He pauses. It's becoming a bit of a pattern, wouldn't you say? I stare at him. Is he seriously suggesting I've made all of those things up? D.I. Capshaw lets a few moments pass in tense silence. Then he shuffles the papers in front of him, coughs as if collecting himself, and looks me in the eye. I said when we spoke last Saturday that it seemed likely that John Wilkins fell to his death in a tragic accident. Do you remember? Yes, I say. Well, the evidence of our new witness points to murder, D.I. Capshaw continues, and there's definitely a plausible scenario whereby John is standing on his balcony and receives an angry shove which sends him crashing straight through the rotten wood. What are you saying? A chill unease creeps through me. According to John's widow, only one person at the party, apart from the hosts, knew that the wood was in that state and potentially highly dangerous. He pauses, looking me straight in the eye. That person was you, Bella. Lynn Wilkins was very clear that she told you on arrival about the balcony railing. She did, but... I gasp. Let me take you through our latest theory. D.I. Capshaw fixes me with a steely look. It seems to me possible that, in a fragile and overwrought state after weeks of fruitless inquiries, you created a narrative that explained your mother's notebook story. You took a vague rumour about historic money laundering and twisted it into a firm belief that your uncle either committed or witnessed little Vicky Daniels' murder. No, you confronted your uncle at his party. He denied everything, which drove you into an overwhelming rage, so you followed him upstairs, argued with him, and pushed him against the balcony, which you knew would give way. That makes me sound completely neurotic, I splutter. Not to mention simultaneously psychopathic. You have to believe me. It wasn't me arguing with Uncle John. I heard him with someone else. Someone nobody else either heard or saw. But that's the same with the anonymous witness, I protest. You only have their word it was me arguing with Uncle John. Don't you see this witness of yours is the killer? Whoever it is, they're trying to discredit me, to frame me. Trust me, I'm keeping an open mind. The detective sighs. Let's start again. He makes me repeat my account of the anniversary party a few more times, after which I'm left on my own for several hours. At last, he tells me I'm free to go. He refuses to say if I'll need to return, which I assume means that he still sees me as a key suspect but doesn't yet have enough evidence to charge me with Uncle John's murder. It's beyond surreal. So much so that, though I know I should be both furious and frightened, I just feel numb. By the time I get to Mercedes's house to pick up Tora, she and Danny are tucking into their tea. Tora glances up as I walk in, a worried look on her face, and I wonder how much she understands about what is happening. Tora isn't stupid, and sometimes imagining what might be going on is worse than knowing the truth. I tell her that everything is totally fine, that the police just had a few more questions about the party. She makes out she's relieved by this, though I still see the anxiety behind her eyes. Lonnie arrives, and I'm soon holed up with him and Mercedes, explaining everything that has happened today, starting with Si's claim that he and Mum had an affair. He said that Dad made her life a misery. I shake my head. Lonnie lets out a whistle. Man, I'd never have believed that, he says. I thought your parents were really happy. They always seemed great together, so unlike ours. He glances at Mercedes, who nods in agreement. Your house was my fantasy home growing up, she said. Mum called your dad Steady Eddie because he came back from work every evening, reliable as clockwork. And I know our mum did her best, but she had to work such long shifts, whereas yours was always around, smiling and baking and looking after everyone. A little later, Lonnie takes me and Tora home. I spend a bit more time than usual with Tora upstairs, trying to reassure her again that everything's okay. I wish I could reassure myself. She falls asleep while I sit with her, and I head back downstairs, still feeling churned up. Walking into the kitchen, I find Lonnie placing 2 steaming bowls of pasta and a bottle of red on the table. As he looks up and meets my gaze, I suddenly remember how I'd invited him round for lunch earlier, how I'd imagined what we might do then. before the rest of the day came crashing down around my ears. As we look at each other, my fears about trusting him rise again. But this time I tell myself I don't need to give in to them. Lonnie has proved time and again how much he cares for both me and my daughter. Look at how much he's helped me investigate Vicky's murder. Look at how much kind attention he gives to Tora. Look at how he supported me after Uncle John's death, even though he was hurting deeply from that himself. "Hey, you," he says softly, still holding my gaze. And in that moment, I realize that there is something about him I can't look away from, and all other thoughts vanish. My legs feel shaky as I walk over to him. Then I reach up, close my eyes, and let my lips find his. This time, I don't break away. Chapter 29. The following Sunday, 2 weeks and 1 day after John's death, Tora and I go to Frank and Cheryl's as usual. I've sent Frank a couple of messages about my police interview and the way D.I. Capshaw appears to be skewing the circumstances of John's death to suit his own agenda. I haven't had a reply, but then Frank often doesn't answer texts. Plus, now he's reopened the shop, he's probably very busy. It's obvious from the moment we arrive that there's an atmosphere in the house. Gabby opens the door, but instead of smiling at Tora and inviting her in, she just grunts, "Hi," and stumps sullenly upstairs, her boots thudding on the steps. Tora, who has been quiet all day, visibly shrinks even further into herself. Cheryl, meanwhile, bustles into the hall. "Hello there," she says in her usual cheery, brittle way that always to my ear sounds a little false. "Frank and I are in the kitchen. It's just us. Ashley's out on a date." She makes the word sound like a bad smell. Tora and I follow her into the kitchen, where my brother is seated at the table. He glowers at me, ignoring poor Tora completely. Cheryl frowns. "Gabby!" she yells suddenly, making me jump. "Gabby! Come back here, now!" A moment later, Gabby reappears. She stands in the doorway, a snarl on her lips and her eyeliner heavy on her eyes. "What?" she asks sulkily. "Take Tora up to your room," Cheryl commands. The expression on Gabby's face suggests that this is the last thing she wants to do, but taking a look at her mother clearly decides it's not worth a fight, so instead turns to Tora. "Come on then," she says wearily. It's not exactly the warmest of invitations. "And take off that makeup," Frank barks. Gabby rolls her eyes. I watch Tora traipse off after her cousin, wondering why Frank and Cheryl are so angry. Cheryl shuts the door behind the girls, then says to me quietly, "Sit down, Bella." I'm tempted to tell her that I'll stand. However, like Gabby, I'd rather avoid antagonizing Cheryl, so instead, I sit down opposite my brother. "What is it?" Frank turns to me, an expression of bitter disappointment on his face. "How could you? Making up stuff to the police." "What?" My heart plummets. "I didn't," I protest. "The police interviewed Auntie Lynn again 2 days ago. Apparently they really pushed her over your money laundering accusation." Frank shakes his head. "As if Uncle John, of all people, could have got involved with something as extreme as that. The last thing that poor woman needs right now is to hear that someone in her own family thinks John was a member of an organised crime syndicate," Cheryl adds. She leans against the kitchen counter, staring stonily across the room at me. "I didn't say that he was." I glare back at her. I just found a typed sheet of dates and amounts that almost certainly come from John's old typewriter, and I pointed out that they fit with the rumours that Wilkins Hardware did money laundering for a bit in the 90s. "Oh, Bells," Frank's voice cracks. "I know you must have had a hard time over the past year, and I get it must be a huge adjustment to be back here, but—" He pauses. "I blame myself, to be honest. I saw you were getting too caught up in it, but—" "What are you talking about?" I butt in. Vicky Daniels, Cheryl says icily. She stalks over and sits down beside Frank so the two of them are facing me. I'm sorry, Bella, but someone has to say it. You've become obsessed with finding Vicky's killer, and it's led you to see things that aren't there. What? My jaw drops. Why do you assume I'm the one making stuff up? Uncle John covered up what he did for years. We're not saying you're doing it deliberately. Frank glances at Cheryl, then back at me. We think you've inherited some of Mum's fragility. You know? When I was a kid they called it suffering with your nerves, but really Mum had serious mental health issues. I stare at him, my blood running cold. What are you talking about? Dad talked to me about it a few times, Frank says. That's right, Cheryl chips in, sounding infuriatingly self-righteous. Mum was unstable, obsessive about things, Frank goes on. She blamed herself for not keeping a closer eye on Vicky the day she died. If you remember, she was supposed to be looking after the two of you. She felt desperately guilty that her negligence, as she saw it, had led to the little girl's death. He pauses. I think that's probably why she made up a story about it. She was always looking for a creative outlet, but over the years she became more and more fixated on things, imagining Dad was gaslighting her over stuff when he wasn't. It wasn't obvious to anyone on the outside of their relationship, but I saw the toll it took on Dad. Poor Eddie, Cheryl says with a sigh. Wait, I say, a fresh anger rising inside me. This is rubbish. Mum wasn't unstable. Have you considered that Dad was gaslighting her? For goodness sake, Cheryl mutters. Please, Bella, you have to see reason. Frank reaches for my hand across the table. I snatch it away. Cy Daniels told me that Dad made her life a misery. Cy Daniels is an alcoholic. Cheryl spits. You can't trust anything he says. I bite my lip. Frank draws in a deep breath. I think we're getting off the point, he says. Bella, you need to accept the possibility that the things you're presenting as facts are just aspects of your imagination, like the things Mum got fixated on were aspects of hers. Dad said she blurred the line between truth and fiction all the time. Quite, Cheryl says acerbically. And it's not when it leads you to accusing John and Eddie of things neither can defend themselves from. I look into Frank's pained eyes. It suddenly strikes me that if he thinks I'm living in such a fantasy world, he might also believe me capable of murder. You don't really think I killed Uncle John, do you? My voice sounds small and fragile to my ears. Of course not, Frank says. The police didn't mention it as a theory either, though they did ask what we thought of your state of mind. Look, it still seems most likely that poor Uncle John had a tragic accident, but Auntie Lynn is torturing herself that he was more depressed than any of us realised about her pushing him into full retirement and that he took his own life. She feels terrible that she missed the signs, Cheryl says, adding self-importantly, I've organised a roster of people to check in on her every lunchtime. If John really was depressed, Frank goes on, it does seem likely that your false accusations would have upset him. Probably the last straw, Cheryl adds with a sneer. His death wasn't my fault. I can hear the bitterness creeping into my voice. It wasn't an accident and it wasn't suicide. I heard someone else moving about in the room. They were with him just before he died. It stands to reason they killed him. Over the potential exposure of some ancient money laundering. Frank spreads his hands wide, his expression clearly indicating how ludicrous this sounds. No, I say. Because the two of them were caught exchanging cash in Framley Wood, and Vicky caught them at it, and whoever Uncle John was with killed her. Mum saw. She told Dad.
All three of them knew about it, and they covered it up to protect John and the business, or maybe because the killer threatened them. My brother sits back, shaking his head. "I told you this was hopeless, Frank," Cheryl mutters. "I think you should consider seeing a therapist, Bells," he says gently. "It would have helped Mum so much if she'd ever been prepared to do it." Jesus. Tears prick at my eyes. I don't need a therapist. I stand up. No way am I crying in front of them. I'm going to take Tora and go home. I half expect them to try and stop me, but they say nothing, so I hurry out to the hall and shout for Tora to come straight down. Half an hour later, we're back at home. I call Lonnie to come over. I need to talk to someone who believes me and believes in me. While I'm waiting for him to arrive, I order pizza for the three of us. It arrives a few minutes before Lonnie himself. Tora rushes to the door to let him in, then hurls herself into his arms in that typically impulsive, enthusiastic way of hers. I haven't let him stay the whole night yet. I don't want to confuse Tora by having him here in the morning, but it won't be long before I do. Released by Tora, Lonnie reaches over to kiss my cheek. As he draws back, our eyes meet and I flush, remembering the touch of his fingers on my skin the last time we made love. After we've eaten pizza and Tora is upstairs in bed, I tell Lonnie about my meeting with Frank and Cheryl earlier. They think I'm mentally ill, like they claim Mum was. Frank refuses to accept the money laundering even happened. Oh, man. Lonnie shakes his head. Do you want me to speak to him about it? What can you tell him? I fold my arms. You only heard rumours yourself. That's the trouble. There's no proof. But I'm not giving up. It's more important than ever that the killer is brought to justice, and I need Frank and Cheryl to see that I'm not imagining things or getting obsessive, and neither was Mum. Lonnie frowns. So, what are you going to do? And I tell him the next step in my plan. Chapter 30. Guilt mingles with anger as I hurry up Auntie Lynn's front path. I know it's not fair to interrogate the poor woman when her husband of 40 years has only just died. However, I can't wait any longer to get a full list of party guest suspects, and I need to push her about the money laundering too. Even if Uncle John didn't tell her what he did back in the mid-90s, she would surely have noticed a load of extra money coming into the house. If I can get her to admit that, then maybe I can persuade the police to look into it, and find out who John's contact in the gang was. Remembering what Cheryl said yesterday about people checking in on her every day at lunchtime, I time my own visit for 10:30 a.m., hoping she'll be alone. I press the doorbell, and the chime echoes and fades inside the house. I try to compose myself so as not to betray the anxiety that rises as I wait. At last the door clicks and eases slowly open. I fix a sympathetic smile on my face as Auntie Lynn appears in front of me. She's as neatly groomed as ever. Not a hair of her sleek red bob is out of place, and the ironed-in creases of her trousers could cut paper. Still, there's no mistaking the terrible strain around her eyes. "Hello," I say softly. "Bella." She frowns, clearly surprised to see me. There's no alarm in her expression, though, so I'm guessing the police haven't passed on their suspicions about me. I wasn't expecting you." "I know," I say. "I'm so sorry to turn up unannounced. It's just I was thinking of you, and it's not a good time, I'm afraid." "I know, but—" I push at the door a little, keeping it open with my hand. I stare at her face. The beige of her lipstick has seeped into the lined skin around her mouth. "I really need to talk to you." Auntie Lynn hesitates. "Oh, very well, come in." She steps back to let me into the hall, then leads me into the living room. She settles herself down on one of the chintzy sofas and indicates I should sit opposite. No sooner have I done so than she gets up again. "Would you like a drink?" Her Scottish accent sharpens as she speaks. "Tea? Coffee? I'm all at 6s and 7s, but nothing, I'm fine. Honestly, please sit down. I just need to ask you something. Auntie Lynn raises her eyebrows as she slowly resumes her perch. She sits forward, hands clasped in her lap. The piercing press of her sharp eyes and the tilt of her slightly pointed chin make her look a bit like a sparrow. In fact, Lynn is like a bird in many ways, small and precise in her movements, watching everything around her with beady attention. What is it? She tilts her head to one side. I take a deep breath. I think the police may have mentioned that there's a suspicion Uncle John was involved in something criminal. Money laundering through Wilkins Hardware in the 90s. Auntie Lynn stares at me, a new frostiness creeping into her expression. How did you know the police asked me about that? She shakes her head. I mean the idea that John would... Money laundering, for heaven's sake, it's ridiculous. And deeply upsetting. Her voice quavers. John was a good man, an honest man. I know. I gulp. It was actually me who drew the police's attention to, the suspicion. Auntie Lynn's eyes widen. What? No. I'm sorry, Auntie Lynn, but I think it's possible Uncle John was in Framley Wood for a cash collection as part of the money laundering on the day of Vicky's death, that perhaps the person he was with was Vicky Daniels' killer. For pity's sake! She makes a tusk-tusk noise. Cheryl told me you've been raking over that poor child's violent passing. If I'm right, I persist, it's also possible that Vicky's killer was at your party and that they were responsible for what happened to Uncle John. There's a long pause. Auntie Lynn glares at me. I'd like you to leave. No, wait, Auntie Lynn, please. I try to keep my voice steady. It all starts with the money laundering. It stands to reason Uncle John would have taken a kickback, and you must have noticed at the time if more was coming. Get out of my house. Auntie Lynn gets to her feet. No. I stare at her, my own anger rising. No. I stand up. I get this is hard for you, but I need to know. And before I know what I'm doing, I'm charging upstairs 2 steps at a time. I can hear Auntie Lynn shrieking behind me as I storm into the master bedroom. The duvet is rumpled on one side of the bed, a long satin gown flung over the pillow. I experience a flush of shame at intruding into my aunt's privacy. Pushing it away, I stride over to her dressing table and yank open the drawers. 2 perfume bottles, a worn compact, and several lipsticks meet my gaze. What on earth are you doing? Auntie Lynn stalks in. Her face is puce with fury. Looking to see what the kickback from the money laundering went on, I demand. What did John buy with it? It must have been small, nothing too showy. I open the jewellery box on top of the dressing table. A string of pearls and 3 gold chains are laid next to a series of stud earrings. I lift a ruby pendant out of the jewellery box and turn to my aunt. She stares at me in horror. When did you get this? I demand. John bought it for our anniversary last week. Auntie Lynn's voice cracks. Ruby, for 40 years. I hesitate, flooding with guilt. Oh, I catch sight of myself in the dressing table mirror, all wild-eyed intensity. I look unhinged. I take a deep breath. I'm really sorry to be doing this, Auntie Lynn, but the way John reacted when I asked him about the money laundering, I know he was involved. I carefully replace the pendant, then notice a small key at the bottom of the jewellery box. I hold it up. What's this for? Auntie Lynn presses her lips together. Bella, this is outrageous behaviour. I demand that you stop, or I'll... What? Call the police? I set down the little key, then brush past her and stride out onto the landing. Where else can I look? My gaze lights on the door to the spare room where I found Tora at the party, where I discovered the manual typewriter next to the box of Dad's things I gave John all those weeks ago. If those items from the past are here, maybe others will be. I open the first door of the fitted wardrobe. Auntie Lynn's smart winter coat hangs next to Uncle John's Crombie, with plenty of hanging space remaining and some empty shelves. That is where our guests leave their clothes, Auntie Lynn says icily. Now, I've already asked you to.
For goodness sakes! Auntie Lynn's voice rises as I yank open the next door in the wardrobe. More clothes hang from the rail. Underneath them is a padlocked trunk. No! Auntie Lynn shrieks. Stop! She sounds suddenly panic-stricken. I drop to my knees. On instinct, I rush back and fetch the key from the jewellery box. It fits perfectly in the trunk. Please, Bella, don't. There's a terrible agony in Auntie Lynn's voice. I lift the lid. Gasp. The left-hand side of the trunk is full to the brim with baby clothes. A selection of tiny baby grows in white and yellow are packed in next to a white all-in-one snowsuit on the top. I look around at my aunt. Why does she have these? Her eyes are frantic, her hands clasped over her mouth. A sense of foreboding creeps over me as I peer into the trunk again. The right-hand side is mostly paperwork. I lift a bundle of papers out and Lynn groans but makes no effort to prevent me. Instead, she sinks onto the spare bed, watching as I scan a handful of letters and medical reports. Most of these directly refer to her IVF treatments and span a far longer period than the 2 failed cycles Mum told me about. One begins, Dear Mrs. Wilkins, I was so sorry to hear about your latest miscarriage. I know how disappointing, devastating even, this will feel after so many interventions. Miscarriage? I look up, all my earlier anger and urgency morphing into pity. Tears are bubbling in Auntie Lynn's eyes. Latest miscarriage. Oh, Lynn, I had no idea. I take a small but bulky envelope out of the trunk and draw out an 11-week ultrasound scan and a tiny teddy bear. My heart constricts. I did 10 rounds of IVF altogether, Auntie Lynn says flatly. I lost most of the babies at 11 or 12 weeks. One survived longer. Moira. She passed at 19 weeks, just before John and I were going to tell everyone. I'm so sorry. I bite my lip. I thought you only did IVF a couple of times. That it just didn't take at all. My aunt wipes her face and straightens up. By the end of 1994, we'd run out of money, but John said he'd find a way to pay for more treatment. She meets my gaze. I never asked him where the cash came from. Whatever he did, it was for me. Her voice cracks. He was a good man. Fresh tears stream down her face. I'm crying too now, as I gently place everything back in the trunk and hand her the key. I want to put my arms around her, but she's holding herself away from me, clearly not wanting to be touched. Did you? I swallow hard. Have you talked to anyone about this? Lynn says nothing. Was there anyone you could lean on at the time? I try to imagine the strain of going through endless failed pregnancies and having nobody to share them with. Obviously, I leaned on John, Auntie Lynn says, sniffing back her last tear and standing up. She locks the trunk and shuts the wardrobe. He made it clear we couldn't risk anyone finding out where the money for the treatment was coming from. You could have told Mum, couldn't you? I suggest. She would have kept quiet. Apart from anything else, she would have wanted to protect the business as much as you or Uncle John. For Dad's sake. Is that what you think? Auntie Lynn folds her arms, her tone growing suddenly harder. Let me tell you something about your mother. The only person she ever really cared about was herself. I don't think that's fair, I say, shocked. Auntie Lynn purses her lips. I ken that you don't want to believe it, but perhaps it's time for you to hear the truth. Barbara was self-absorbed to the point of mental instability. Fragile was the word Eddie always used. She gives a disparaging sniff. They'd have a very different name for it in Glasgow. I stare at her. She sounds like Frank and Cheryl. I don't understand. Auntie Lynn smooths her hair back. Your mother had a tremendous capacity for self-delusion. Her voice drips with disapproval. She made your father's life very hard. According to Cy Daniels, it was Dad who treated her badly. Auntie Lynn rolls her eyes. The truth is quite the opposite. When you and Frank were little, your mother was always flitting about, spending your dad's hard-earned cash on one silly fad after another, while poor Eddie worked all hours at the hardware store to put food on the table. Her mouth curves into a sneer. There was the creative writing she dabbled in. Well, you've seen some of that. Then, oh goodness, more hobbies than I can possibly remember, none of them leading to anything. She tried her hand at watercolours, then life drawing, and, let me see, there was an upholstery course and hat-making, wicker-work, plus all sorts of embroidery projects. My mind flashes back to the box I opened weeks ago, full of Mum's crafting paraphernalia. The embroidery boxes and half-finished wicker baskets flash in front of my mind's eye. So what if she had a few hobbies? It wasn't the hobbies themselves, but her attitude. She blethered endlessly about how she was trying to find herself. Auntie Lynn almost spits out the last two words, and I flinch at the contempt in her voice. What about the year she learned French? Auntie Lynn goes on. That was when you started at secondary school and was studying it too. I frown, a vague memory rising up. Barbara even tried the piano for a few months. Auntie Lynn sighs contemptuously. It was always the same. After all the flash and upset, nothing took, nothing lasted. John refused to acknowledge it, but I saw her behaviour for what it was. Attempt after attempt to make her feel superior to everyone less creative around her. I can't bear the bitterness seeping out of her voice. It's like she's bottled up all her despair over her childlessness, and it's coming out in poisonous attacks on Mum. You sound like you hated her, I say, flatly. Not hate, Bella. Goodness sake, you're just like her the way you go straight to the extremes of everything. Auntie Lynn gives another tusk. Barbara was just a silly wee lassie, an attention-seeker. She always got what she wanted, including a perfect family, a boy and a girl and reliable, adoring Eddie for a husband. But nothing was ever enough. You're wrong. Well, you would say that. Auntie Lynn gives me a withering look, then clasps her hands together. Time to go now, Bella. You've got what you came for, and I hope I can trust you to be discreet about it. Of course, but I hesitate. I was hoping you'd give me the names of the party guests. I'm certain one of them attacked John. Lynn shakes her head. Enough now. Come on. I'll see you out. Still trying to work out how I can persuade her to help me, I follow her down the stairs. As we reach the hall, a key turns in the front door. Only me, a voice calls. I've brought a lasagna. It's Cheryl. I freeze as my sister-in-law walks inside, her heels tapping on the parquet floor. She's wearing a tailored blue coat with shiny pearl buttons, and her blonde waves are pulled into a neat ponytail. A very different look from Auntie Lynn's, but just as put together, at a million miles away from my own straggly, unbrushed hair and shapeless sweatshirt. Cheryl's eyes widen as she sees me. She sets down the silver foil-covered dish she's holding and says icily, Bella, don't you keep turning up in the most unexpected of places. Bella is just leaving, Auntie Lynn snaps. Cheryl catches her tone straight away. I hope you haven't been upsetting your aunt. She glares at me. I suddenly miss Mum desperately. She was always on my side. I hate the way Auntie Lynn has just talked about her. So what if Mum was always trying to find a creative outlet? That just shows she was brave and imaginative and curious. Auntie Lynn's face is a mask, but I glimpse a sliver of fear in her eyes. She hates how vulnerable she has just made herself by acknowledging those 10 terrible rounds of IVF and, by inference, the illegal activity that paid for them. As I reach the door, she clutches my arm and leans closer, pretending to kiss my cheek. I won't let you make John look small, she hisses in my ear.
see anything, and I'll deny it. I draw back and nod. Then, without another look at either of them, I race out of the house. Chapter 31. I throw myself into housework when I get home, dusting and vacuuming, then sorting through another box in the small bedroom. Auntie Lynn's claims about Mum and Dad ricochet around my head as I look through the piles of loose photos, ornaments and holiday souvenirs. Picture after picture of my parents shows them with their arms around each other, smiling for the camera. Surely they can't have had such a terrible marriage as Si and Auntie Lynn say. I call Si and explain that I don't have a list of party guests to work through. He takes the news in his stride. There's a thickness to his voice, and I'm pretty sure he's very drunk. Neither of us mention his supposed affair with Mum. Lonnie comes round again for dinner. I rang him earlier and told him about my visit to Auntie Lynn. He is devastated that we now have further proof that John was involved in the Wilkins hardware money laundering, but says it makes it easier to understand his motive, to help his wife have the baby they both desperately wanted. As Tora eagerly hurries upstairs to fetch the guitar Lonnie gave her, I give him a hug and make him promise he won't reveal what I found out to anyone else. As I relax into the warmth and strength of his body, he reaches down to kiss me, and I'm suddenly on fire, full of desire. We stare at each other, lust in our eyes, as Tora's footsteps clatter back down the stairs. Lonnie takes a step away, releasing me. I mouth, "Later," and he nods. After we've eaten, I send Tora up to wash and get into her pyjamas. Lonnie reaches for my hand, his eyebrows raised. "Let me just make sure she's down for the night," I whisper. As I head upstairs, Tora calls me from the bathroom to say there's no hot water. I check the boiler and fix the water pressure yet again, then send Frank a text telling him that the boiler is definitely on its last legs and please can we replace it urgently. I'll pay him back once I'm earning. Before I go back down to Lonnie, I glance inside Tora's room to check she's turned out her light. It's far more of a mess than usual. A mix of clean and worn clothes is scattered across the floor. The contents of her school bag have been dumped on the floor by the door, while the little desk in the corner is strewn with an array of hair slides and baubles, bead bracelets and plastic necklaces. I stare at the discarded unicorn hair slide, the pair of the one that is still in my handbag from weeks ago. And suddenly I feel even more despondent. It's been 6 weeks since I found Mum's notebook, and I'm no further on in my attempt to bring Vicky's killer to justice than I was on day one. At least Lonnie is here. Not just a sanctuary for me, but offering hope for the future. As I cross the landing, my phone pings. I'm vaguely hoping it's Frank confirming he'll call an engineer about the boiler, but instead it's a WhatsApp from a random number. "Stop now, or you'll be next." Blood pounds in my ears, the shock of the threat holding me for a second. Then I'm scrabbling at my phone, determined to take a screen grab before the message disappears. Too late. As I press wildly at the side of my mobile, this latest threat vanishes, leaving only my heart still beating and fear coursing through me. I run downstairs and burst in on Lonnie. "He sent me another threat," I cry. "The killer!" Lonnie sits up, eyes widening. "What did it say?" "To stop digging into Vicky's death." My chest tightens as the weight of the threat presses down on me. He said I'd be next if I didn't do what I was told. Then the message disappeared, like before. Shit. Lonnie's face falls. "Are you sure it's really gone?" I sink into the chair opposite him, feeling overwhelmed. "Look for yourself." I hand him my phone. Lonnie peers at the screen, scrolling away for a moment. "You're right. There's no trace." He gives me the phone back, letting his hand rest on mine. "I'm so sorry, Bella. What do you want to do?" There's no point going to the police. The detective inspector I spoke to before already thinks I'm making stuff up. I swallow hard, forcing the fear that rises inside me back down. All I know is that I can't give up. I just have to get to the truth faster.
And before the killer gets to me. I leave this thought unsaid. Lonnie nods. Okay, let's take stock. He sits up, holding my gaze. These are the things we know for sure. 1, your mum witnessed Vicky's murder. 2, she described the killer as wearing a gold ring set with a black diamond. We can be certain those things happened. Can we? I grimace. The police and half my family think Mum made all that up as a piece of creative writing. No, Lonnie insists. We know those things are real because if they weren't, you wouldn't have been threatened. I nod slowly. That's true. We assumed for a while that your mum must have known Kay because she seemed to recognize his ring, but I don't think we can be quite so sure of that now, Lonnie says. However, we can be fairly certain that John was in Framley Wood for an illegal cash exchange on the day Vicky died. He pauses, a look of pain passing across his face. It stands to reason that whoever he was with was Vicky's killer. He pauses, but we still don't have any idea who Kay is, other than the fact that they were in the house during my aunt and uncle's party and probably killed Uncle John. Lonnie nods, and we sit for a moment, lost in our thoughts. There is one other thing we know about them, I say slowly. We know that they are, or at least used to be, a member of an organized crime gang. I look up. Maybe I could look into the local situation, see if I can find— Absolutely not. Lonnie's eyes widen with alarm. Apart from the fact that you don't have a clue where to begin, people in gangs are definitely not people to mess with. I guess, I say, slumping back into my chair. There's a long silence. Then Lonnie puts his hand on my shoulder. I look up and gaze into his green eyes. Look, I was wondering. He sounds uncharacteristically uncertain. What? I shift closer to him. I was wondering if you and Tora would like to come over to dinner this Friday. I've already asked Mer and the girls. He hesitates. I've invited my mum, too. I'd really like you to meet her. That is, meet her again. You can't have seen her since you were a teenager. He gazes at me, a look of bashful self-consciousness on his face. You want me to have dinner with your mother? I grin. It's more that I want to get our families together. Lonnie's eyes roll. I'd like to invite Frank and Cheryl, too. I make a face. Tell me if you don't want to, Lonnie says. I'd love to, I say, thinking that at least if we're in a big group, Frank and Cheryl are less likely to accuse me of being mentally ill. Lonnie gives me a big, relieved smile. Mum's been nagging me to get us together, and this is the least pressured way I can think of doing it. I'm sure, I smile back. So, you've told your mum that we are dating? Lonnie grins. Actually, I haven't told Mum anything, but Mer has said plenty. Ah, I say, my cheeks burning. That would be Mercedes. Friday is a beautiful day, weather-wise. Not so hot as last week and with a warm, gentle breeze, so I take the opportunity to walk to Lonnie's house. Tora, normally amenable to a stroll, throws a tantrum at this. And then, even more uncharacteristically, shows no interest in what she's going to wear. I'm sure there's something wrong, but she just shrugs when I ask, and before I can push the issue, the damn boiler fails yet again. This time, Frank's water pressure valve fix doesn't work. Lonnie lives about 15 minutes walk past the high street, in an upcoming area of southern Framley jokingly referred to as Shawlingham Borders, thanks to its proximity to the more upmarket town of Shawlingham proper, where Lonnie grew up and where his mum still lives. His house is halfway along a row of small terraced properties. I raise my hand to press the front doorbell, then hesitate. I'm feeling nervous, I realise. I really want Lonnie's mum to like me.
I glance down at my daughter, whose hair shines a deep dark brown in the fading June light. She's standing with her head down, none of the usual eager sparkle in her eyes. She's been withdrawn since the anniversary party. Is it something to do with her period starting? Or has Uncle John's death affected her more than I thought? Tora barely knew him, but she will definitely have picked up on how devastated the rest of her family is feeling. "Are you okay, Sweet Pea?" I ask. She glances up at me, a look of irritation in her eyes. "Yes, Mum," she says sharply, "and please don't call me that in front of everyone." "Okay, Missy," I say, feeling taken aback. "Instruction noted." Lonnie grins as he opens the door. "Come on in," he says. "Mum's already here." We follow him through to the open-plan kitchen. I've been here before a couple of times, and he's definitely had a clean and a tidy up before this visit. Is that for his mum's benefit, I wonder, or just because he wants everything to go well tonight? Lonnie's mum stands up as we walk over. She's rather beautiful, I think, with a sheet of iron-straight, raven-coloured hair falling on either side of her remarkably unlined face. There's a worn and weary look around her eyes, but the warmth in them is unmistakable, and very much reminds me of Lonnie. "Hello, Bella," she says with a faint Spanish lilt. "It's so good to see you again after so many years." "Hello, Pilar," I say, smiling. "How long has it been?" "Since when you were only little older than your daughter." Pilar turns to Tora, who smiles shyly up at her. "I hear a lot about you from my nieta Dani. I understand you are, how do you say, busy friends." We all laugh, and Lonnie thrusts a glass of wine at me, encouraging me to sit down next to his mum. A moment later, Mercedes arrives with Danny and Inez, and soon the girls are chatting away while Mercedes, Pilar, and I discuss how tidy Donnie's house looks. Mer teases her brother about this, winking at me that it's clearly my influence. I glance at Pilar, feeling a little embarrassed, but she grins too. "It's good to see," she says, patting my hand. Another 5 minutes pass, and Frank and Cheryl arrive. I wasn't sure how it would feel to see them after our last conversation, but both my brother and sister-in-law are making an effort for the occasion, careful not to betray any hint of the frustration they both expressed with me earlier in the week. It helps that I can focus on the boiler, keeping the conversation on a very practical level. "It totally died tonight," I say, "so we now have no hot water." Frank makes a face. "Yeah, sorry, Bells. I should have sorted it sooner." "I can organise it," I offer. But Frank frowns and promises to deal with it tomorrow, then drifts off to talk to Lonnie. I watch the two of them laughing and chatting together. It's nice to see the easy bond between them. At the other end of the table, Cheryl sits quietly at first, looking a little self-conscious. But after a few minutes, Pilar asks her a question about which hairdresser she uses, and soon Cheryl is talking animatedly about Cut Above, her favourite local salon, and complaining again about the proliferation of nail bars on the high street. Wine is poured and drunk, and the atmosphere becomes increasingly easy and comfortable. Lonnie bustles in the kitchen, refusing offers of help, while the rest of us chat, happily squeezed around his little kitchen table. The food, when it comes, is delicious. Platters of hors d'oeuvres, with salamis and olives and homemade bread and dips to start, followed by a chicken and rice tray bake. "Very good," Pilar pronounces. "It is," I echo. Lonnie looks pleased and relieved. "I actually have a bit of news," Lonnie says. We all turn to him, expectantly. "Frank and I have discussed it, and I've decided to give up my sales job to join him as co-manager of the hardware store." "Oh!" His mother clasps her hands together. "Que bien, Alonso, that is very great news." "Certainly is," Frank says gruffly. A murmur of appreciation ripples around the table. Lonnie looks directly at me. "The money will probably end up being less than I can make in sales, but I won't have to travel anywhere near as much, which means more time with my band, and," he smiles meaningfully at me, "more time at home." I smile back, feeling the burn rise in my cheeks. Is he indicating he's making this change to be with me?
Mercedes pokes me in the ribs. "You are a good influence, girl," she whispers. "Mum loves you." I'm blushing, trying to work out how to respond, when Lonnie brings over a tres leches cake he has made using a recipe from his Spanish abuela. We tuck in. Then almost as soon as we've finished, Cheryl says she has a headache and, apologizing profusely, she and Frank get up to leave. Frank hugs me goodbye. "I'll be round to measure up for the new boiler before work tomorrow morning," he says, before whispering gruffly, "And please, look after yourself." Frank and Cheryl have only been gone a few minutes when Lonnie's doorbell rings. He makes a face, standing up. "They must have left something behind," he says, hurrying out of the room. "Give me 2 secs." Everyone carries on chatting, and then a loud voice booms down the hallway.
"But it's a family party, of course I should be here."
Pilar freezes. Mercedes gasps, and then footsteps sound along the corridor, and Lonnie's dad strides into the kitchen. Chapter 32. Even though I'm well aware how much Lonnie dislikes his father, I'm still shocked by the way Tell Jones's entrance transforms the atmosphere in the kitchen. It's partly his height and breadth and the power of his physical presence, all of which I remember from the Guardsman. But there's something else, too, an aggression I wasn't aware of before. It hovers around him like an angry swarm of wasps, giving him an aura of volatility. Nothing like the open, charming personality he displayed during my evening with Ashley in the pub. Lonnie's mother, Pilar, shrinks anxiously back in her chair, the easy smile wiped from her face, while Mercedes looks alarmed, instinctively drawing Danny towards her. Lonnie glares at his father. I can almost feel the tense fury radiating off him. Tora's eyes dart wide and concerned around the room.
"How about a beer, son, seeing as I'm here now?" Tell booms. "I guess your invite got lost in the post, ha-ha. Still, better late than never, eh?"
All eyes swivel to Lonnie, who is standing beside his father, fists clenched. "How did you know we'd be here?"
"Mercedes' Instagram, isn't it?" Tell chuckles. "Writing off to see my bro next to a pic of her and her girls all dolled up."
He beams at Inez and Danny, and then turns to Mercedes, his voice taking on a wounded sneer.
"That'll teach you to put your entire life on social media."
My stomach twists as I think of the lovely selfie Mercedes posted earlier, her arms wrapped around her daughters as they laughed.
"Don't have a go at Mercedes," Lonnie snaps. "I'm the one who invited everyone."
Tell's eyes flash dangerously.
"Oh, you think you can tell me my business?"
"That's enough, Dad." Lonnie grits his teeth. "We've finished dinner now, so there's nothing for you to stay for." He looks pointedly at the door.
"Like that, is it?"
Tell's voice exudes repressed fury.
"Actually, I think I'll take a beer, thanks."
He lowers himself into Lonnie's chair and spreads his large hands across the table, before taking a long, slow look around the room. I meet Lonnie's gaze. I'm fairly sure he's contemplating an attempt to physically kick his dad out of the house. I don't want Tora and Danny to see that and give a slight shake of the head. Lonnie presses his lips together and nods, before walking to the fridge. As he takes out a beer, I turn back to the table. Pilar, Mercedes, and the girls are all looking down at their plates. Tell's gaze comes to rest on me. A wolfish grin creeps across his face. I stare defiantly back at him.
"Hello, Bella,"
he says with a lascivious smirk.
"Fancy seeing you here."
I wriggle anxiously in my chair, though I don't break eye contact. There's a familiarity in Tell's tone that Lonnie will surely pick up on. How stupid I've been. I meant to explain that I'd met his father immediately after the party, but the shock of Uncle John's death put it clean out of my mind.
"I invited Bella," Lonnie says from across the room. "I wanted her to meet Mum again.
She hasn't seen her since she left Framley for uni. Tell's expression darkens, his forehead creasing into a frown. "What about me?" he barks, turning to his son. "How come you didn't want her to meet me?"
"Oh, God."
"Because it's not all about you, Dad. I wanted an easy evening," Lonnie mutters, shoving an opened beer bottle at his father.
"Charming."
Tell gives an injured sniff, then takes a swig.
"Well, now I'm here, why don't you tell me about yourself, Bella?"
I can see from the mean smile on his face that he's enjoying holding over me the fact that we met several weeks ago. I hesitate. Do I play along or come clean? Lonnie sits down beside me and places his hand over mine. I know it's meant to be a kind, reassuring gesture, but all I can think is that Tell will use the sign to drive a wedge between us. I draw my hand away and look into Lonnie's eyes. I have to tell him that I met his dad in the Guardsman, right now. But before I can speak, Tell clears his throat and points at Tora.
"This must be your daughter. She's your only one, yeah?"
I nod.
"Hear that, Lonnie?" Tell sneers. "Good job for you there's no older kid around, eh? I reckon they might have something to say about you boffing their old lady."
He roars with laughter. My jaw drops. Across the table, Pilar gasps.
"For God's sake, Dad," Mercedes snaps. "That's it, time to go." Lonnie jumps up, his eyes blazing. "You can't talk like that." "Oh, sensitive."
Tell pushes himself up from the table and takes a final swig of beer.
"Well, I'm having a slash first."
He strides away, his heavy footsteps sounding first in the hall and then on the stairs.
"I'm so sorry, Bella," Lonnie says, sinking into the chair his dad has just vacated and squeezing my hand.
"It's fine," I say.
"No, it's not fine."
Pilar sounds close to tears as she looks up at me.
"I apologize for my ex."
"There's nothing to apologize for," I insist.
"It's Dad who should be apologizing," mutters Mercedes.
"Why is Grandad so angry with everyone?" asks Danny, sounding genuinely puzzled.
"Are you okay, girls?"
Mercedes asks. Inez and Danny nod. I smile reassuringly at Tora. I will tell Lonnie about my meeting with Tell, but later, when we are alone. A moment later, footsteps sound on the stairs again. Lonnie sprints across the kitchen and through to the hall, closing the door behind him. I'm guessing he's determined to prevent his dad returning to the kitchen. He's not quite successful, as Tell reappears briefly, popping his head around the door.
"Lovely to see you all,"
he says, sounding calm and confusingly charming all of a sudden. He directs a warm smile in my direction.
"Especially lovely to see you, Bella. I hope we meet again before long."
He winks, then vanishes again. A moment later, the front door shuts behind him, and Lonnie returns to the kitchen. We all try to recreate the gentle fun and warmth of the pre-Tell portion of the evening, and there's a lovely moment when Lonnie gets out 2 guitars and plays a little duet with Tora. But the spell has been broken, and after sipping our drinks for a bit longer, Mercedes announces she needs to get the girls home. Inez has homework to finish, and it'll be bedtime for Danny before too long.
"No, it won't,"
Danny remonstrates. "I'll drop you off, Mum," Mercedes says to Pilar, ignoring her younger daughter. "Would you like to come back with us too, Tora? Have a sleepover with Danny?" She glances slyly at me. "If that's okay with your mum, of course." I meet her gaze. Her eyes twinkle. "What do you say, Bella?" She goes on. "How about a bit of time tonight to focus on what you want?" Her eyes drift sideways to Lonnie. God, could she be any more blatant about it? I can feel a flush creeping up my neck. "Please, Mum, can I?" Tora pleads. I guess so. I glare at Mercedes, who smirks back. "That's sorted then," she says with a chuckle. I glance at Lonnie, who shakes his head as if to indicate his affectionate exasperation with his sister. Pilar follows the others out to the kitchen, and there's a bustle for coats and bags as I say goodbye to everyone and kiss Tora goodnight. Then the front door shuts, and Lonnie and I are left alone.
"Sorry about Mer," he mutters, walking back into the kitchen and ferrying a few of the dirty glasses from the table to the sink. She's so bloody pushy. Staying over is probably the last thing you want after the way my dad behaved earlier. Sorry about him, too, by the way. I fetch another clutch of glasses and set them down next to the ones he's just brought over. I stand deliberately close to him, then place my hand on his arm. We've slept together already, of course, but somehow it feels different from before. It's not just that we're here, in Lonnie's house. It's that I feel ready to spend more than just the next few hours with him. I want to be here all night. After all the waiting through weeks of dinners and furtive kisses and long conversations, after the snatched moments of love-making and the lingering departures, it's time to stay until morning, to wake up beside him. I want to be here, I say, looking up at him. I want to stay over. His gaze softens. Then he takes my hand and leads me upstairs. Later, we hold each other in bed, and Lonnie fetches us each a glass of wine. It's well past 11 now, but I don't feel remotely tired. Tell me more about your dad. Was he like that when you were a kid? Needling, bullying? I ask. Lonnie nods. I kept trying to impress him for years, but he always made me feel like I was coming up short. Then as I got older we fought, mainly over the way he treated Mum. He pauses. A few times it got physical. Oh, Lonnie. I don't mean that he beat me up, he says. It was more pushing and shoving, trying to show me who was boss. And then one day I stood up to him, and he never touched me again. He shrugs. Once he left Framley and I knew Mum was okay on her own, I went to Spain and put him out of my head. Sandro, my son. He's never met him. Dad came back to the area a few years ago and got in touch when he found out I was back in Framley, but it was all too little, too late. Oh, I say, wondering what it must feel like to be so estranged from your own father. My own dad always bent over backwards to make sure I had everything I needed, from his time and attention when I was little to the extra tutoring that got me into grammar school. Even as an adult, I never visited from London without him pressing some cash into my hand, telling me to treat myself or, later, to buy something nice for Tora. I take a deep breath. Lonnie, I say, I should have told you this before, but I met your dad a couple of nights before Uncle John's party. It was in a horrible singles bar that Ashley dragged me to. You met him before? He stares at me. Why didn't you say? I guess I was embarrassed to have been in that pub in the first place. I didn't know how to tell you, and there was never a good time. I trail off, making a face. I'm really sorry. It was stupid of me not to say anything. Lonnie frowns. Do you think he was deliberately following you? To the pub, I mean. I stare at him. No, why would you think that? I wouldn't put it past him, Lonnie says. Which pub was it? The Guardsman. Ah. A small smile creeps across Lonnie's face. That place is notorious. Tell me about it, I groan. Everyone there was on the pull, which Ashley seemed to love, though I couldn't stand it. She got talking to Tell, so I got a bit dragged into that. Then I left. I shake my head. If I'm really honest, I thought you might think less of me for going there, that it might send out the wrong signal if I said something. Lonnie throws back his head and roars with laughter. Well, knowing that you care what I think on that front is music to my ears, he says, giving me a mischievous grin. Listen, I'm very aware of how my dad can make people feel, like you don't know which way is up, totally wrong-footed all the time. It was like that, I admit. It's really okay, he says. I get it. And remember, I held back on the Wilkins Hardware money laundering rumours, so we're even. I smile, feeling relieved. Lonnie suppresses a yawn. Hey, I need to get some sleep, he says, swinging his legs off the bed. I'll get you a toothbrush. I've got a spare in the bathroom. Thanks, I say, watching him disappear through the door. Actually, do you have a t-shirt I could borrow too? Sure, he calls over his shoulder. Try the top drawer next to the—" His last words are drowned out as the bathroom door shuts behind him, but as I look around the room I can only see one chest of drawers, so I wander over and pull the top drawer open. It's full of jumpers, mostly blues and greys, the sort I've seen Lonnie wear 1,000,000 times. I stroke the soft wool of the jumper on top, then push it aside, wondering if the T-shirts are underneath. Another jumper. I lift it up, gasp. There, lying on the base of the drawer, is a gold signet ring. My stomach lurches into my mouth. With trembling fingers, I reach out and touch the cool metal, then turn it around to see the front. It glints, catching in the light. A thick gold band, set with a black diamond. Chapter 33. I push the ring away like it's burning me, my brain trying to process what I'm seeing. This has to be the ring Mum described in her Burn This notebook. A gold band set with a black diamond. But why is it buried under a drawer full of clothes in Lonnie's bedroom? I shove the jumpers back on top of the ring and slam the drawer shut. Panic whirls inside me.
It's the drawer by the wardrobe.
Lonnie appears in the doorway. I spin around to see him smiling with a toothbrush, still in its packaging, in his hand. He holds it out to me, and absently I take it.
The T-shirts are in the drawer next to the wardrobe.
I nod, unable to speak. I make my way to the chest of drawers on the other side of the wardrobe. It's small and squat and partially hidden by a standard lamp, which is why I hadn't noticed it before. My head reels, disjointed thoughts jumping around my brain. Lonnie has claimed from the start to know nothing about this ring, yet here it is, hidden among his possessions. Why would he hide it? Why would he lie? Did he kill Vicky? Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!
Are you all right? Lonnie asks. We don't have to go straight to sleep if you fancy another glass of wine.
I'm fine. I hurry over to the drawer with the T-shirts and pull out the first one that comes to hand. I have no idea what to think and no idea what to do. I turn to Lonnie. I'm actually really tired, I say. I just need to go to the bathroom, then get my head down, okay?
Sure, he says.
I take the toothbrush he's offering and make my way to the bathroom on the other side of the little landing. I lock the door, close the toilet lid and sit down, my heart thudding. According to Mum's account, this ring belonged to Vicky's killer, but surely there's no way Lonnie's a murderer. My mind races, trying to find a way to make sense of it. What if Uncle John sent Lonnie to collect the cash that day? They were always so close after all. Maybe Lonnie witnessed Vicky's murder, just like I suspected Uncle John did, but was too frightened to speak out. Except, I put my head in my hands. Has he really been covering up Vicky's murder since he was 16? And lying to me all this time we've been together? Without warning, the image of my uncle's body flies into my head. I see the broken wood of the balcony railing and the smart suit outlined against the wet patio below. I clap my hand over my mouth. Could Lonnie have killed John? No. Surely there's no way. I feel sick to my stomach. Every bit of me wants to race out of this house right now, but I don't want to raise Lonnie's suspicions. No, I need to play along and wait until he's asleep, then sneak out. I'll take the ring to the police. Surely even D.I. Capshaw will have to accept that there's some physical evidence to support Mum's story in the woods now. I shake out the T-shirt that's in my hand. Luckily, it's large, and when I put it on, reaches more than halfway down my thighs. Just pretend to go to sleep, I tell myself, then get out of here as quickly and quietly as you can. I return to Lonnie's bedroom, gathering up my clothes and carefully placing them by the door where I can retrieve them easily later. Then I sit down on the bed. I'm still numb with shock.
Are you sure you're all right?
Lonnie reaches over, trying to pull me towards him. I shift away. Honestly, I'm fine, just overwhelmed with tiredness.
Okay.
He smiles and sits back.
I'll just finish tidying up downstairs, then I'll be up in 10 or so.
I lie stiffly down, letting Lonnie draw the duvet up, then turn on my side and shut my eyes. My heart thuds so loudly I'm worried he'll hear it, but Lonnie just shuts the door and goes to the bathroom. I hear him flush the loo, then the door opens again. He whispers my name, but I pretend to be asleep, keeping my eyes closed and my breathing even. The door shuts softly, and I hear the creak of his footsteps across the landing. The sound of his phone pinging carries through the night air as his footsteps fade away down the stairs. I lie with the duvet around my neck, my entire body stiff with tension. I check my phone. It's almost 11:30 p.m. How long am I going to have to wait before he comes back here and goes to sleep, and I can leave? There's no sound from downstairs. Then 2 more faint pings drift toward me in quick succession. A few seconds later, the front door shuts. Has Lonnie gone out? Why would he do that and leave me here? Frowning, I pull back the duvet and tiptoe out of the bedroom. I stand at the top of the stairs. It's dark and silent down in the hall. Lonnie's iPad casts a soft blue glow from where it's charging on the table by the front door. Where on earth has he gone? And who was messaging him so late? I hurry down the stairs and snatch up the iPad. I should be able to track the text exchange on this. I open the messages icon. There. Those texts I heard were from a contact Lonnie has logged as arsehole. The breath drains from my body as I read. Arsehole, what have you told your bint about what happened in Framley Wood? You better not have let your dick run your mouth. Lonnie, don't call her that. Up to me what I tell her. Arsehole, you fuckwit. I'm coming over. Lonnie, no. Arsehole, then meet me right now, outside Samway's house in 10. My heart thuds painfully against my ribs. I can hardly believe what I'm reading. Who on earth is Arsehole? And does what happened in Framley Wood mean Vicky's murder? Oh, this can't be happening. I stand in his empty hallway, my emotions tumbling and churning. Clearly Lonnie is on his way to meet Arsehole at Samway's house, wherever that is. If I can find a way to get there too, I'll not only see who Arsehole is, but also precisely what it is that he wants Lonnie to hide. Maybe I'll even hear a confession. I open the map on Lonnie's iPad. A moment later I have a pin dropped on Samway's house, which appears to be a business address at the Addington Industrial Estate, about a 12-minute walk away. I peer through the window by the front door. Lonnie's car has already gone. I'm going to have to hurry. I rush back upstairs, grab the ring and throw on my clothes. Less than a minute later I'm racing out of the house. I glance down at my phone as I race along the pavement, concentrating on finding the quickest route possible. The air is cool after the heat of the day, but I'm soon sticky with sweat. As I run, a memory jolts into me. The initials SH were written on the scrap of paper from the old safe at Wilkins Hardware, used in place of FW after Vicky's death. If FW stood for the location of Framley Wood, is SH a reference to this place, Samway's house? If it is, then Lonnie, who identified FW as a location, must surely have known what SH stood for when I first asked him about it. My mind whirls with fears and questions. I concentrate on putting one foot in front of the other. I need to get to this meeting Lonnie is having as fast as possible. 7 minutes after leaving Lonnie's house, I arrive at the industrial estate. A gloomy, unlit pathway, lined with trees on one side, leads up to a series of square, 2-story brick buildings, each of which has a number illuminated by a small light set over the main door. I keep to the shadows as I pass, peering intently at each building for a name, as well as a number. Samway's house is the 5th building. No lights are on inside, or at least none that I can see. I hesitate, unsure what to do next. A low male voice drifts across the night air. It's coming from the side of the building. You did it, didn't you? It's Lonnie. I creep closer, then flatten myself against the front wall of Samway's house and peer around the corner. Lonnie's profile is illuminated in the dim light. Whoever he is talking to is standing on the other side of him.
"Bloody hell, why can't you just admit something for once?" Lonnie demands. "I haven't done anything, son."
It's Tell Jones. His voice, a low, resentful growl. So Tell is the arsehole from Lonnie's text messaging.
"Anyway, we're not here to talk about me."
Tell moves further away, into the darkness.
"I thought you'd left that gangster crap behind."
Lonnie turns to follow his dad.
"Are you still—"
His voice fades into the night. My mind reels as my thoughts reset yet again. Was Tell behind the money laundering? He was certainly Uncle John's friend at the time. Perhaps it was Tell and Lonnie in the wood. I gulp. Did Tell kill Vicky? That would certainly explain why Lonnie kept quiet, partly to protect his dad, but also out of fear that telling me he'd concealed the truth for 30 years would destroy our relationship. I shuffle closer along the wall until the two men come into view again. I'm more exposed now. If either of them turn, they will see me, but they are completely focused on each other.
"Like I told you already, Alonzo," Tell snaps. "What I do is none of your sodding business."
Lonnie mutters something too quietly for me to hear. I take a tiny step forward. My foot touches a stone on the ground. It's the tiniest noise, just a scrape along the concrete, but it carries in the silence of the night. I freeze. Lonnie and Tell spin around. Their faces loom towards me out of the shadows. I try to turn, to run, but there's no time. Before I can take more than a few steps, there's a strong, muscular hand on my arm. I turn to find myself staring into Tell's angry face. Beside him stands Lonnie, his eyes wide with shock. Chapter 34.
"Bella,"
Lonnie gasps.
"What are you doing here?"
Tell demands, gripping my wrist. I step back, wrenching my arm away from him. I turn to Lonnie. "How could you?" My voice rises and I point at his dad. "It was you and him in Framley Wood that day. You've known about Vicky this entire time."
"What the hell?"
Tell snaps. "No." The shock on Lonnie's face grows.
"Why on earth would you think—"
"I found the ring," I cry, digging my hand into my pocket. "It was in your house. Look." Lonnie's jaw drops as I flourish the ring in front of him. "I've never seen that before."
"Give it here."
Tell grabs my arm again and twists hard. I yelp in pain as he snatches the ring. "Get off her!" Lonnie roars, pushing his dad away. "Are you all right, Bella?" "No, I'm not." My words rise up in a furious sob as the chill night air swirls around us. "You're a liar, Lonnie. You've been lying to me since we met." "No, John sent you to Framley Wood that day to collect illegal money from your dad." Tell looks up from the ring he's still holding in his hand.
"Lonnie involved in something illegal?" he sneers. "Don't make me laugh."
I keep my gaze on Lonnie. "Just be honest with me." I draw in a shuddering breath. "Vicky interrupted you, and your dad killed her."
"Excuse me?"
Tell demands, his eyes widening. "No," Lonnie frowns. "No, you've got this all wrong." "I saw your texts just now," I exclaim. "Your dad was warning you not to say anything about the past to me." "Yes, but that was to do with the money laundering, not—"
"Lonnie!"
Tell's growl is ferocious, drowning mine out.
"Shut up!"
Lonnie turns on his dad. "Bella already knows about the money stuff." Tell clutches his forehead.
"Jesus Christ,"
he mutters. Lonnie turns to me. "I told you about those money drops as soon as it looked like there might be a connection to Vicky Daniels' death. I honestly thought my dad must have been working with your dad, and finding out it was John instead was a total shock. I wasn't part of it myself. I swear." I shake my head. "You lied. And I shouldn't have. I just didn't want you to think I was like him." Lonnie points at his father.
"Charming,"
Tell mutters.
I point at the building behind us. You obviously knew about Samway's house all along. I bet you recognise the SH initials from the paper I found. No, I swear, Lonnie protests. I'd forgotten about this place until Dad texted me earlier. It's just somewhere he used to do, business. Lonnie, Tell gives a warning bark. What about Uncle John? I demand. Did you realise he was about to expose your lies? Did you kill him to stop him talking? No, of course I didn't. I couldn't. Lonnie's face crumples. I promised you, Bella. The only thing I've ever known and kept quiet about is that my dad was part of the money laundering operation at Wilkins Hardware. He was the middleman between the gang and— Will you shut up? Tell thunders. Bella needs to know, Lonnie insists. He turns to me, pleading. I wanted to tell you 1,000,000 times, but the more time passed, the harder it got. He hesitates. I only came to meet Dad here so that he wouldn't come to the house and upset you. It's got nothing to do with Vicky's murder. I stare at him, a cold, hard knot forming in the pit of my stomach. If that's true, how come you have the ring that belonged to her killer? This ring is connected to that murder. Tell frowns, peering down at the gold band in his hand. I don't have it, Lonnie protests. It was in the chest of drawers in your bedroom. Lonnie stares at me, his eyes wild with confusion. You found it in my bedroom? For a second I hesitate. He looks and sounds genuinely dumbfounded. But then I already know he's a great actor. I straighten up and meet his gaze. The wind whips around us. Listen, Bella, Lonnie says softly, if I'd really killed Vicky or witnessed her murder, don't you think I'd have got rid of that ring as soon as you showed me your mum's notebook? I shrug, doubt creeping into my mind for the first time. What notebook? Tell demands. Neither Lonnie nor I answer. A gust of wind whips up, and I shiver, suddenly aware that I am in the middle of a deserted industrial estate with 2 men who may be murderers, one of whom is very definitely a gangster. I take a deep breath. Give me back the ring, I say to Tell. Or what? Tell says with a sneer. If you don't give it back, I'll tell the police about you laundering money through my dad's business. Well, that'd just be my word against yours, wouldn't it? You've got no proof. Tell lowers his voice to a threatening growl. He pockets the ring. Though I should warn you that if you start poking that particular hornet's nest, you may well end up badly stung. I swallow hard, my entire body trembling. Stop it, Dad, Lonnie snarls. How about this, Lonnie? I suggest. I won't say a word about the money laundering or why you were in Framley Wood that day, provided you come clean and admit your dad killed Vicky. And that you killed John. No, Lonnie frowns. No, Bella, I can't. None of that is true. A dull weight settles in my stomach. I had thought Lonnie was my bright future. Now I can see he is worse than my past. Even if he isn't a murderer, he's a bigger liar than Angus ever was. I turn away and start walking back to the road, a shiver running down my spine. You can't just let her go, Tell urges Lonnie. Please, Bella, think, Lonnie cries, his footsteps sounding behind me on the tarmac. All of this stuff you're saying is because you found that ring in my house, but you know me. You know I couldn't kill anyone. I know you lied to me, I mutter over my shoulder as another thought rises. It was you who sent me all those threatening texts too, wasn't it? Of course not, Lonnie protests. He strides along beside me. And you went through my things at home that time you were at Cy Daniels and you left to buy milk. No, I hesitate. You were gone 20 minutes, which I thought was strange at that. I explained that. Lonnie reaches for my arm. I wrench it away. Someone must have put that ring in my drawer. I had nothing to do with it. I stop and turn to face him. I'm aware of Tell just a metre or so behind us. Are you going to hurt me? I demand. Lonnie stares at me. How can you think that? I'd never hurt you. A beat passes. You already have. My voice is low and broken. I meet Lonnie's gaze. Leave me alone.
and I turn and run as hard as I can into the night. Chapter 35. I lie in bed, tossing and turning for ages. I finally fall asleep just as the sky starts to lighten outside, then wake with a jolt a few hours later. Memories of last night and Lonnie's betrayal steamroll over me. I check the time. It's early still, just gone 7, but I'm not going to sleep anymore. The killer's text messages sear through my head. Remember what happens to nosy little girls who go into the wood. Stop now, or you'll be next. The thought that Lonnie might have sent those messages on the second occasion when he was sitting in my own living room while I was upstairs makes me feel sick to my stomach. Have I really been so stupid as to let a murderer into my home, my life, my heart? Lonnie's agonized face flashes before my mind's eye. His denial echoes in my ears. Someone must have put that ring in my drawer. I had nothing to do with it. Could that be true? Oh, how badly I want to believe it, and yet how can I possibly trust anything Lonnie says now? I sit up in bed. I need to tell the police everything. Muttering to myself, I reach for my phone, only to discover that I forgot to charge it last night, and it's completely dead. I plug it in, then drag on jeans and a jumper and hurry downstairs. It's still very early, but I'm going to walk round to Mercedes's house. I can use her phone to call the eye capsule and collect Tora at the same time. I need my daughter with me. I need to know she's safe. I step outside into the chilly morning air. I start. Lonnie is there, sitting on the bottom step. He jumps up and suddenly we're face to face. Adrenaline jolts through me. What the? I've been here all night, he says quickly. I didn't like to disturb. What do you want? I snap, pushing past him. I couldn't stand what happened last night. Lonnie's voice is strained and unhappy. It's my bloody dad. He always screws everything up. You're the one who lied about him. I turn to face him. I know. He bites his lip. Listen, I want us to go to the police together. I'm prepared to tell them everything I know about my dad, about the money laundering. I thought you said he was dangerous. I frown. He is, but if doing that will prove to you that— Do you have the ring? I interrupt. No, Dad took it with him. Lonnie pauses. How convenient that you don't have our only piece of solid evidence. I let an edge of sarcasm creep into my voice. Kind of makes your big offer to go to the cops a bit pointless, don't you think? Lonnie shakes his head. A gust of wind blows past us, and I tug my jacket more tightly around me. Lonnie himself is only wearing a thin coat. If he's really been out here all night, he must be freezing. Please, Bella, he says, reaching for my hand. I swear I had no idea until you told me that the ring was in my drawer. You can't believe, after everything between us, that I'd have kept something so massive from you. There's nothing but sincerity in his eyes. I don't know, I say heavily. I draw my hand back, but I don't turn away. I don't know what to think. Lonnie nods. That ring was absolutely not in my bedroom yesterday, which means somebody else put it there, and the only people who've come to my house in the past 24 hours were there last night for dinner. One of them must have done it. Yeah, right, so Vicky's killer is your mother, or your sister, or maybe we're back to suspecting Frank again. No, of course not. Lonnie's voice cracks. I think it was my dad. I didn't at first, I couldn't face the thought, but now a car honks in the distance. Go on, I say. It makes sense if my dad was the link between John and the gangsters. I think he met John for the cash collection in Framley Wood that day. He wore the ring your mum noticed. He killed Vicky. I nod, slowly. Okay. But why didn't Mum tell anyone? Because then the truth about the money laundering would come out and her husband and brother-in-law would go to jail. Possibly her son, too. He pauses,
Or maybe my dad forced her to keep quiet. He's certainly capable.
Did you recognize the ring when I first described it? I ask bitterly. Did you know it was your dad's?
Of course not. You have to believe me, Lonnie pleads. But my dad did used to wear jewellery like that, so it's not hard to imagine it was his.
I nod, slowly.
I also think that it was my dad who killed John.
He hesitates.
He could have overheard the two of you talking, then followed John upstairs. Once John said he wasn't going to keep quiet anymore, Dad would have had a strong motive.
He looks down.
It makes sense of why Dad vanished from the party, too. Having killed John, he'd have got out of the house as fast as possible before anyone realised what had happened.
There's something I don't understand, I say. D.I. Capshaw raised it too. If John knew your dad was Vicky's killer, why did he invite himself to the party in the first place?
I don't know, Lonnie grimaces, but knowing my dad, he might have insisted. He can be very persuasive.
I gulp. Do you think your dad could have planted the ring when he came round last night?
I think that's why he came round, Lonnie says. I think he felt everything was getting too hot for him, and he wanted to put suspicion elsewhere.
On his only son? I shake my head.
On the one person he hoped might stop you investigating altogether, Lonnie says quietly. Then after you confronted us, he saw his chance to take it back, pretending he didn't know anything about it.
My head reels. Is any of what Lonnie's saying true? How can I know? How can I trust him? Even if you're right, you shouldn't have lied about your dad being involved in the money laundering, I mutter. You should have told me the whole truth right from the start.
I know,
he says with a sigh. A beat passes. Lonnie takes my hand again.
Look, what matters most to me is that you believe I didn't kill little Vicky, or your uncle. John treated me like a son. I loved him.
He sounds close to tears. I need to go. I walk away along the path. I have to fetch Tora. And call the police, I think.
Okay, says Lonnie. Can I give you a lift?
His phone rings. No, I say, over the sound. I hurry away as Lonnie answers the call with a curt, hello? Could his dad really be responsible for Vicky's death? He could easily have been in the wood the day she died, and I know he left Framley soon after. And he was in the vicinity for John too, with plenty of apparent motive.
Bella, Lonnie calls after me as I reach the front gate. It's Mer, for you.
I turn back. Lonnie holds out the phone. I hurry over and snatch it up.
How are you?
Mercedes' voice is all suppressed amusement. What's up? I snap.
Okay, well that doesn't sound like love's young dream.
Mercedes giggles. I swallow down my irritation. Sorry, I was on my way to you actually, I say, to fetch Tora.
Ah, that's why I'm calling.
Mercedes' voice grows more serious.
She says she has a tummy ache and wants to come home. I'm just getting some breakfast for the others, then I'll bring Tora over.
Okay, I sigh. Thanks.
I hand Lonnie his phone and turn towards the house. Can I come in? He asks.
No, I say curtly, inserting my key in the front door. I don't want you hanging around here. Please go. I step inside. Please, Bella, I shut the door in his face, then lean against the wood. I wait a minute, then peer through the spy hole. Thank goodness, he's gone. I trudge to the kitchen and put the kettle on. I'm going to make a coffee, then go upstairs, and hopefully my phone will have enough charge for me to call the police. Not that I'm going to be able to give them the ring I saw in Lonnie's drawer or any proof that either Lonnie or Tell have done anything illegal. I lean against the counter and let out a sigh as the kettle rumbles into life. How stupid I've been. I could have taken that ring straight to the police. Instead, it's now yet another piece of evidence like the threatening texts I was sent and the scrap of paper from the Wilkins hardware safe, which I can't produce. D.I. Capshaw already thinks I might have murdered Uncle John. If I go to him now with more unsubstantiated allegations, he'll probably just think I'm trying to deflect attention. The kettle boils and I make my coffee. I take a sip and sink into a chair, my thoughts still whirling. A shuffling noise from outside the front door breaks the early morning silence. My throat tightens as the shuffling is followed by a click, then the sound of the door opening. Who on earth is that? Lonnie? Tell? I set down my coffee mug, my heart pounding. Footsteps sound in the corridor, a thud of something heavy on the hall tiles. Terror rises up, seizing my entire body. I glance across at the knife block as time slows down. I need to move, get across the room, grab a weapon to defend myself. But before I can take a step, the footsteps reach the kitchen and the door swings open. Chapter 36. I let out a scream, then clamp my hand over my mouth as a familiar face peers around the kitchen door. Frank! Relief rises up, mingling with the shock that still holds me frozen by the kitchen table. Frank stares at me, clearly alarmed at my wild-eyed expression. What on earth, Bells? Why didn't you knock? I shriek. I thought you were at Lonnie's, Frank says, frowning. Cheryl went on about the two of you all the way home, said you were clearly mad for each other. He holds his hand up. I don't want any details. But why are you here? I cry. To take measurements for the new boiler. He stares at me, shaking his head. I told you last night I was coming round before work. Of course. I nod, letting my breath out in a slow sigh. Sorry, you just gave me a fright. No. I'm sorry, Bells. An expression of concern fills Frank's face. I should have realised. You know, your nerves. Like Mum. You're really on edge, aren't you? He gives me a worried smile. For goodness sake, Frank, I'm not having a bloody breakdown, I snap. I just thought... An image of the ring I found in Lonnie's bedroom drawer flits into my head, and out of nowhere, tears fill my eyes. Even if Lonnie is innocent of murder, he still lied to me. How can I trust him again? Frank walks over to me and puts his arm around my shoulder. What the hell is it, Bells? I'm fine, I say, pressing my lips together to stop them trembling. Frank pulls me into a big hug, then draws back and plants his meaty hands on my shoulders. It's time to talk, Bella, he says firmly. I'm not leaving until you tell me what's wrong. It takes a full 10 minutes to fill Frank in on everything that happened last night, from my discovery of the ring in Lonnie's bedroom drawer to Tell Jones's threats and Lonnie's theory that his dad is behind both Vicky and John's murders. To my relief, Frank accepts at last that Wilkins Hardware was involved in money laundering, though he's convinced Lonnie's dad must have bullied Uncle John into the whole thing. I think about the trunk full of baby clothes and IVF records in Auntie Lynn's spare room wardrobe and have to bite my lip to keep my promise to stay quiet about them. I just can't believe that Lonnie knew what was happening and never told me, Frank says with a sigh. I know, I say. Though, in fairness, I don't think Lonnie had any idea of the specifics. Frank frowns. But if Tell planted that ring, how could he be sure that you'd find it before Lonnie did? My guess is he was planning to tip the police off anonymously, so they'd find it, I say, a heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach. It was a good plan, as far as it went. The ring wouldn't prove anything in itself, but it would make Lonnie look guilty to me. Frank nods. We have to tell the police about all this. I stare at him. Are you sure? Aren't you worried the shop will be investigated over the money laundering? It might destroy the business. Frank shrugs. I'll explain it happened a long time ago, well before I started running things. I doubt we'll have records from the 90s anyway, so I don't think it'll be possible to prove either way. He looks at me. I'm more worried about Tell. What he might do if we accuse him, even without proof. I know, I say, but I was right there with him last night and he didn't hurt me then. Frank looks sceptical. Look, Tora will be back from Mers soon. I need to make sure she's okay, then I'll call the detective later and leave a message. I'll say I'm coming in to talk to him first thing Monday morning. I'll tell him everything then, including that you and I have talked about it.
If D.I. Capshaw wants to interview you after that, then he can.
OK, Frank says. I'll deal with Lonnie.
What does that mean?
I'm going to fire him from the shop, Frank says matter-of-factly. He shouldn't have kept all that stuff about his dad and the money laundering back from either of us.
I nod, though I can't help but feel another guilty twinge. Still, it's Lonnie's own fault we're angry. Frank takes the measurements for the boiler, then leaves, soon after which Mercedes drops off Tora, who is definitely paler and quieter than usual. I make an excuse not to invite Mercedes in, ignoring her winks and charged comments about Lonnie. Inside with Tora, I ask what's wrong. Mercedes said you weren't feeling well. Is it tummy cramps again? Tora shakes her head, not meeting my eyes. I just feel a bit sick, she says. I tell her to go back to bed and that I'll bring her some soup later. I call D.I. Capshaw and leave a message saying that I need to speak to him, that I have important new evidence and will come to the station first thing Monday morning. Tora stays in bed most of the day. As the light starts to fade, she gets up saying she feels better, but still only manages a piece of dry toast and an apple before retreating to her room again. What is wrong with her? Mystified, I decide that if she's no better by Monday, I'm going to call the doctor. Lonnie messages to ask how I am. I block his number. It's not that I don't want to see him, more that I desperately do, but can't let myself be vulnerable to him again. Perhaps his lies are only of omission, but relationships are based on trust. Without trust, you have nothing. The next day, Sunday, and Tora's stomachache is at last fully behind her, though she's still very quiet. As the evening approaches, I remind her it's nearly time to leave for our usual dinner at Frank and Cheryl's, and she says she doesn't want to go. Why not? I ask. Is it your tummy again? Because if it is, then we're ringing the doctor first thing in the morning, and— I'm fine, Tora says, quickly. It's okay. I'll come. I frown. Something is definitely up with her. Please tell me what's wrong, Sweet Pea, I plead. Nothing's wrong, Mum, and I've asked you not to call me that. Tora's voice rises to a frustrated shout. Get off my back! She stomps to the front door, leaving me blinking in shock. Tora has never spoken to me like that before. We walk round to Frank and Cheryl's house in virtual silence. The atmosphere when we arrive is almost as sombre, as Frank, Cheryl and I discuss Uncle John's funeral, which is coming up next week. Ashley turns up just before we eat. She flops down next to me in a chair and leans over to kiss my cheek with an exuberant flourish. Hey, Bella, how you doing? There's a slight glaze to her eyes, and her breath smells strongly of mint. I spot the silky spaghetti strap of a red top under her sweatshirt. She's clearly been out drinking, but who with? I have a sudden flashback to Uncle John and Auntie Lynn's party and the way she was flirting with Lonnie's dad. I lean closer and whisper, Who've you been with? Please tell me it isn't Tal Jones. Ashley giggles. Course not. He's far too old. I was just with some mates. I sit back, feeling relieved. You said you'd be home in time to help get dinner ready, Ash, Cheryl says, her voice dripping with disapproval. Ah, well, my plans changed. Ashley gives her mother a cheery wink. She's definitely still pissed, or high, or both, before stretching and yawning in her chair, then turning to me and asking if Tora's all right. I just came past the living room and she's in there on her own, she says. I asked why she wasn't playing with Gabby and she said she had a tummy ache. All eyes turn to me. I groan. She's been having that stomachache off and on for days, I say. She swore blind earlier that it had gone. Could it be appendicitis? Frank asks. I remember Kai was like that when he had it. That was Gabby, Cheryl corrects, bustling over. I'm sure it's just a bug. Kids pick up stuff all the time. I think she's upset about something, Ashley says. I could see it in her eyes. I reckon she's got anxiety. For goodness sakes, Ashley, you're not a psychiatrist, Cheryl snaps. And careful what you say in front of Bella. She's over-anxious enough about everything as it is. A surge of irritation wells inside me. I catch Ashley's eye. She gives me a look of solidarity. See what I have to put up with. I don't think it's neurotic to worry when your child has a persistent stomachache, I say, tartly. If it's still there tomorrow, I'm taking her to the doctor. Maybe they can help work out what's going on. Cheryl puts her hands up, a gesture of surrender. Fine, she says. Of course, you know best. The exchange leaves a sour taste in my mouth. A few minutes later, when Ashley announces she's heading upstairs, I take the opportunity to say Tora and I are leaving too. We're home about half an hour later. I've asked Tora several times how she's feeling, and she says she's fine, but she's still very quiet. As I put her to bed that night, I ask again what's wrong. Nothing, Mum. She shakes her head, giving me a sad smile. Does your tummy still hurt? I ask, because if it does, we are definitely calling the doctor in the morning. An expression of alarm crosses Tora's face. No, Mum, there's no need for that. My tummy doesn't hurt at all now. I have the uneasy sense that she's lying. Perhaps Ashley is right that it's a mental health issue. Is something wrong at school? She's tried so hard to fit in, yet I know from things I've seen and overheard that it hasn't all been plain sailing, from the boy teasing her about her southern accent to forceful Danny dissing her love of unicorns. I decide to call the doctor in the morning, before I speak to D.I. Capshaw. Making this decision calms my brain, and I'm out for the count far faster than usual. I have the best sleep in a long time that night, and wake early, suddenly, to the sound of my phone beeping. Blearily, I peer at the screen. My blood runs cold as I read. Do not talk to the police. Before I can screenshot it, the message is gone. I sit up, suddenly wide awake. My mobile is saying it's only 5 a.m., dawn just streaking through the trees outside. Without warning, another message arrives. Tell nobody, or she dies. This time I'm fast enough to take a screen grab. I stare at the words on my screen. Who is she? And then suddenly I realize. All the breath seems to leave my body as I leap across the room and race down the corridor. I fling open Tora's bedroom door. Her bed is empty. I let out a strangulated moan. No! I gasp, racing around the room, checking every possible hiding place. But it's no good. Tora is gone. Chapter 37. I stare at the screen grab, the words searing into my consciousness. Tell nobody, or she dies. Terrified thoughts jab at me. Tora has been taken, kidnapped by the person who killed Vicky and Uncle John. They have her. They're threatening to murder her. It can't be true, but it is. What the hell do I do? Every cell in my body is screaming at me to dial 999. Instead, I read the message again, letting it sink in. If this message is from Tell Jones, then maybe I should contact Lonnie. No, that's stupid. I can't be certain this message isn't from Lonnie. Even if it isn't, after his previous lies, how can I be sure Lonnie would help me and Tora over his own dad? Another message pings onto my phone. My fingers tremble as I read it. She is safe for now. Cancel your Monday morning meeting with police, then I'll tell you where to find her. Remember, I can take her again any time I want. Bastard! A furious hate fills me. How dare anyone kidnap a little girl? How dare they use her life to threaten me? I suddenly realize the message hasn't disappeared. Does that mean I can text back to the kidnapper? I frantically write, then send. Where is she? How do I know she's okay? The next message is a video. I press the arrow on the blurry screen and my heart leaps into my throat. Tora is lying on a mattress, still wearing her pajamas. Her breathing is deep and even, her chest rising and falling. She's alive, but I peer more closely.
There's something weird about the way she is breathing. It's too deep. I scramble to write another message. Have you drugged her? The message comes back immediately. Only a little. Now cancel police and wait. Remember, tell no one or she dies. I study the video again. It's been taken from across the room and shows not just the dirty mattress Tora is lying on, but a stained carpet in the foreground and walls with peeling paint behind. There's a window, just to the right, with a grey sheet tacked over it. The video must be recent because there is light behind the sheet. I peer more closely. The sheet is moving, which means the window behind must be open, or it is very drafty. As I watch, a gust lifts the sheet a little to the side, revealing a patch of grubby glass and the dawn sky beyond. I catch a glimpse of the roof of the building opposite. Then the sheet falls back into place, and the video ends. My heart sinks. If the view of that roof is anything to go by, Tora is probably on the second floor, or higher, of what looks like an abandoned building. Impossible to track down. The adrenaline is still surging through me, but there's nothing I can do with it. Nothing I can do except follow the killer's instructions, cancel the police interview, and wait. I send D.I. Capshaw a text, saying I no longer need to talk to him. Then I forward the message to the killer's number, texting, "I've done what you asked. Let Tora go." A message flashes back after a few minutes. Later. You need to know I can do this whenever I want, so you're not tempted to go to police. I grit my teeth and text again. Where is Tora? I want her back now. But the killer doesn't reply. I pace up and down my bedroom. It feels so wrong to be doing nothing, but what choice do I have? Fear for Tora tumbles over and over in my head, making it impossible to focus on anything. I check the time. Somehow it is already 6:15 a.m. As if watching another person, I register that my feet and hands are freezing. I should get dressed, to be ready for when the killer next messages me. I hurry into jeans and a jumper, then splash some water on my face. I feel too sick to eat, but I go downstairs and make some coffee. The recycling bin is overflowing, so more for something to do than for any other reason, I slip on my sliders and take it outside. Front door on the latch, I ease the contents into the green-lidded bin by the front door. Bella? I start, jumping around to see Lonnie standing by the gate. Sorry, he says, slipping past the gate and hurrying up to me. I didn't mean to stalk me outside my house again, I snarl, my last wisp of patience entirely evaporating. What the hell do you want? Lonnie stops, a look of deep concern on his face. What's happened? He asks. I stare at him. Suddenly, I'm convinced that he's here because he knows about Tora. Where is she? The words fire out of me like bullets. What have you done with her? Who? He asks. What? He grabs my arm. I wrench it away. Listen, I know you hate me for lying about Dad and the money. I haven't got time for this, I snap. Okay, I get that you don't want anything to do with me, he says quickly. But I can see on your face that something awful has happened. He pauses. Is it Tora? You could only know that if you knew what... I force myself to stop talking. Lonnie frowns. Please, Bella. Is Tora okay? I gaze up and down the street, my breath coming in shuddering heaves. Suppose the killer is watching me right now. Come inside, I order. Quick. Lonnie nods, letting me drag him through the front door. We stop in the hallway. What is it? He whispers. What's happened? I look deep into his eyes. They are open, wide as the sea. Surely he can't be behind the kidnapping, which means his father almost certainly is, and maybe Lonnie will have some idea where his dad might have taken her. I don't want to trust him, but I'll risk it to help Tora. Someone's kidnapped her, I blurt out. They've done it to stop me talking to the police. They say they'll let her go later, but... I press my lips together, trying not to cry. Lonnie's eyes widen. "No." "I think it's your dad who's taken her," I say. "I have to get her back. God knows what he'll do to her. If he killed Ricky and John, then—" I trail off. Lonnie clenches his jaw. "Okay," he says. "We'll find her. Tell me what you know." I hesitate a moment, then show him the exchange of messages and the video on my phone. "But I don't understand." Lonnie looks up. "How did my dad know you were planning to go to the police?" "No idea. I only talked about it with Frank," I say. "And before you start casting shade on my brother again, going to the police was his idea. He doesn't have anything to do with this." "Maybe my dad got someone to bug your phone," Lonnie suggests. I shiver. Then another thought strikes me. Did Frank... did he fire you?" "He certainly did," Lonnie says ruefully. "He didn't mention going to the police, but I figured you would. That's partly why I'm here, to say again that I'm totally ready to cooperate, to tell them everything I know." He pauses. "Look, let's take another look at the video. If Tora's being held in a place connected with my dad, I might recognize something." I hand him my phone and he follows me into the kitchen. We sit side by side at the table and play the video again. And again. On the third showing, Lonnie freezes the screen at the moment when the draft lifts the sheet away from the window. He pinches and enlarges the picture of the rooftop of the building opposite. "There's something about that roof line," he says slowly. "It's really unusual." I take the phone and peer more closely. The picture is a little blurry, but clearly shows a double chimney, painted bright blue. I gasp, suddenly remembering. "What is it?" Lonnie says. I recognize that blue chimney. Hope sparks inside me. I think I know where it is. Chapter 38. I point to the blue double chimney. "I saw that through Dad's care home window once," I explain. "There's a row of them." "Are you saying your dad has Tora?" Lonnie stares at me. "In his care home? That doesn't seem—" "No, of course not. The chimneys were at a distance then, several streets away. Wherever Tora's being held is right opposite them. If we find the chimneys, we'll find her." Lonnie nods, his face filled with grim determination. "Let's go." Half an hour later, and I'm realizing that locating a roofline only ever seen at a distance is harder than it looks. I stare at the map app open on my phone and peer at the pin marking Golden Oaks Care Home. So the back of the care home is on the south side of the street, I say, tracing an invisible line with my finger, which means what I saw to the right must have been on one of these roads. I reel off the names. Lonnie nods, consults his own GPS, and then takes the next turning. We drive slowly up and down the sleepy side streets. It's just past 7 a.m., and though traffic is beginning to build on the main roads, there's little sign of life from the homes on either side. I let out a frustrated sigh. If we only knew what the building was, I mutter. "Just keep looking," Lonnie says. I crane my neck to check the roofs, but it's impossible to see if they even contain chimneys, let alone what those chimneys look like. "We need to get to higher ground," I say. "Yeah, right," Lonnie grunts. "In case you haven't noticed, this is the Midlands." At that moment he turns the car again. Through the gap in the houses I glimpse a snatch of bright cobalt against the pale blue sky. "There!" I point to the left. "Somewhere over there." Lonnie takes the next left, then left again. A second later we are sailing past a side road, and looking down it I clearly see a long roof with 3 blue double chimneys set along it. "Go back," I urge. In just a couple more minutes we park in the side road and get out of the car. The early morning air is sharp against my cheeks, the wind gusting along the street. "That," Lonnie says, looking up with a grimace, "is one very long building. How do we work out where Tora's being held?"
I look up at the long building with the blue chimneys, then turn to see what properties are directly opposite it. Tora must be inside one of those. I focus on each building in turn. There's a garage advertising repairs, then a series of 3 houses built from brick and 2 stories high. The first seems run down, with weeds growing in the front yard and paint peeling from the window ledges, but there are curtains at the window and a dog barking inside, so it's clearly occupied. A pile of building rubble has been tipped outside the second house, which looks like it's being renovated. As a blast of wind barrels along the street, I rest my gaze on the third house. It's in far worse nick than the other 2, with one of the downstairs windows boarded over and a padlock on the front door. That must be it, I say, indicating the house. It looks totally deserted. The perfect place to hide someone. I glance upwards. There are 2 windows facing towards the blue chimneys on each of the first and second floors. All of them are covered by grubby, greying sheets like I saw in the video. My stomach twists painfully at the thought that Tora might be lying, terrified, on the other side of one of those windows. Is she alone? Or might Lonnie's dad or one of his henchmen still be with her? Tora's up there somewhere. I point towards the 4 windows. Which floor? Lonnie asks, softly. I shake my head. I can't tell from this angle. Right, he says. Let's get inside. He walks over to the front door and examines the padlock. I glance up and down the deserted street. I'm desperate to call out for Tora, but I don't want to alert Tell to our presence. I run my hands over the wooden board that covers the nearest ground floor windows. My fingers find the edge. To my surprise, it's only wedged, not nailed into position. No way are we getting through the front door without bolt cutters, Lonnie says. No need for that. I give the board over the window a tug. It comes away in my hands. I glance round at him as I set it down on the ground. The wind whistles across my face. This must be how your dad is getting in and out. Lonnie nods, then reaches for the next plank. It takes a bit of jigging, but soon it's detached too, leaving a big enough space for us both to crawl inside. You sure about this? Lonnie asks. I nod. Then I hook my leg over the window ledge and haul myself inside. The building is silent and completely derelict. The room I'm standing in has concrete floors and walls, with a few empty tins of beer and food wrappers scattered across the ground in the corner. Whoever took Tora might still be around, Lonnie whispers, pointing at the debris. I rub my arms up and down, nodding. It's cold, though at least we're sheltered a little from the strong winds outside. We creep across the room, our footsteps making a low, soft padding noise against the concrete. The door opens into a corridor, with stairs leading up to the first floor. To the left is a kitchen, or rather, what was once a kitchen. There's a tap coming out of the wall and a row of ancient cupboards, the doors hanging off their hinges. There's nobody down here, I say softly. Let's try upstairs. My heart is in my mouth as I tiptoe up to the first floor, Lonnie right behind me. A stained toilet is visible through the door at the top of the stairs. There are 2 other rooms leading off the landing. Both doors are shut. I hold my breath, listening hard for sounds. Nothing. I'll check those, Lonnie whispers, pointing to the 2 rooms. Okay, I'll look up here. I indicate the second floor and the flight of stairs leading up to it. Be careful. I nod, then take the stairs carefully. Halfway up, one step creaks as I land on it. I freeze, but nobody appears. I carry on creeping upwards. I can see the second floor rooms now, laid out just like the first, with all 3 doors shut. Wait. The door of the room furthest away bangs against the frame. A soft thud. Then again. My heart leaps. That has to be the room Tora is being held in. The drafty window could easily cause the door to move a little in the wind. I hurry up the stairs and fling open the door. Yes! Tora is right there, on a grubby mattress on the dirty concrete floor. I rush over. Tora! Tears fill my eyes as she doesn't respond. Oh, God, she's completely out of it. I give her shoulder a shake. Tora! She mumbles something incoherent. I pull her towards me. Her body is a dead weight. I'm going to need Lonnie's help to carry her out of here. I leap up, but as I turn to the door, it slams shut. I hurl myself towards it as a key turns in the lock. Hey! I bang on the wood, panic rising. Let us out! Silence. I stare at the door, then back at Tora, still unconscious on the ground. We are trapped. Chapter 39. I bang on the door again. Come back! I yell. Lonnie! Lonnie! We're up here! I stop, gripped by a horrific thought. It must be Lonnie himself who has shut us in here. Oh, God, I've been such an idiot. I trusted him after everything I knew, and he's betrayed me again. He is working in cahoots with his dad. He must be. He made sure he was with me once I'd worked out where this place was so that I would end up trapped along with Tora. I take a step away from the door, shaking with fear. Mum? It's Tora. Her voice all confused and croaky. Where am I? I spin around, then rush over to her. I fall to my knees by her side. Are you okay? Anxiously, I feel her face, her hands. Tora frowns, her little face screwed up. I'm thirsty, she says hoarsely. I glance around. There's nothing to drink. Can you stand? I urge, trying to pull her to her feet. We need to try and get out of here. Tora grimaces, clearly struggling to push herself up, but she's too weak and flops back down again. I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone. Damn! No signal. I stride over to the door again, twisting the handle and rattling the warped wood. Maybe I can break it down. I take a few paces back, a deep breath, then I run at the door, slamming into it with my shoulder. It doesn't budge. I kick at the area to the right of the handle. The door judders but stays firmly shut. I run back to Tora, who is watching me from the grubby mattress on the floor, her eyes wide with bewilderment. Who took you? I demand, stroking her hair back from her forehead. I don't know, Tora says plaintively. I was asleep and then I woke up here just now. Where are we? What's happening? To my relief, she sounds sleepy and confused rather than terrified. I squat down beside her. I want to ask you something really important, Tora, I say, looking her in the eyes. She nods, blinking, still groggy. You're not in trouble for not saying anything before, but I really, really need to know. I take a deep breath. At Uncle John and Auntie Lynn's party, did you see someone leaving their bedroom? Tora stares at me. Did you see someone? Did they tell you to keep quiet about it? Tora slowly nods. Who was it? I ask, taking her hand and squeezing it. Remember, you're not in trouble, but it's very important you tell the truth now. Tora gulps. They said that if I told anyone, they'd hurt you. They said I'd lose my mum as well as my dad. Her lip wobbles. I fill with a vicious fury. I'm not going to let them hurt either of us, I say. It's okay to tell me. Tora opens her mouth, but just before she can speak, a key turns in the door behind us. I jump up, fists clenched. I'm braced for Lonnie or his dad to appear. But it's not either of them who are standing in the doorway. My jaw drops. You! I suck in my breath, unable to believe my eyes. Cheryl stands in front of me, the sourest of expressions fixed on her face. A kitchen knife is clutched in her hand. You wouldn't bloody give up, would you? She mutters, no matter how much I warned you. Beside me, Tora gasps. My head spins. You sent me the text threats. I stare at the knife, unable to take it in. You took Tora. And Lonnie. Where is he? Lonnie's fine. He's just locked in a room downstairs. Cheryl pats her pocket. I've taken his phone. Now, give me yours.
I hesitate, but she points the knife at Tora. I hand the phone over. Cheryl puts my phone in her jacket pocket. I found this house when Frank was visiting his dad about a year ago. She says as if this is one of our Sunday dinners and she's making small talk. I don't like going into the care home, so I went for a walk and here it was. How on earth did you find it? What the hell do you think you're doing? I stare at Cheryl, ignoring her question. She must be crazy to think she can trap the three of us in this house. A muffled thud echoes up the stairs. Lonnie calls out my name. Mummy? Tora shuffles closer to me. She sounds dazed. What's happening? Are you thirsty, sweetheart? Cheryl asks. She squats down and takes a water bottle from her bag. Keeping her eyes on me, she rolls it across the ground to Tora, who snatches it up eagerly. I don't understand, I stammer, my mind still whirling. What do you? That's enough, Cheryl cautions, frowning at Tora. Just a few sips. I gasp, suddenly realizing what she is doing. I spin around, grabbing the bottle out of Tora's hand. Don't drink that, I shout. Tears bubble in Tora's eyes. I already had some. Why are you so cross? I gulp, staring at the bottle. It's still at least 3/4 full. I tip it out, letting it splash onto the concrete floor at my feet. I glare at Cheryl. What the hell is in here? Just a children's sedative. I used it with Ashley when she was little. She was a terrible sleeper. Tora? I drop to her side again. Her eyes are already glazing over. I'm sleepy, Mum, she murmurs. I lay her down on the mattress as gently as I can, then storm over to Cheryl. She backs away, holding out the knife. I barely notice. I'm so angry. What the hell is wrong with you, drugging a little girl? She could overdose, I hiss, glancing at Tora. She's already breathing deeply and evenly, clearly asleep. Tora might die thanks to you. No, she won't, Cheryl insists, gripping the knife more firmly. I know what I'm doing. Why is she even here? I demand. Was it you she saw coming out of Uncle John's room? Cheryl looks away, but I can see the admission of guilt in her eyes. I gasp. It was you arguing with him. My voice trembles. You killed Uncle John? No. Cheryl shakes her head. No, it wasn't like that. It was an accident. I had no idea the balcony was rotten. I was angry with John and he backed away and fell. She hesitates. It wasn't my fault. You know me, Bella. You know I could never hurt anyone deliberately. I gaze at her warily. But you can kidnap my daughter. You forced me into that. Cheryl's voice rises. Yeah, right, I sneer. And I suppose I forced you to steal that piece of paper with the dates and figures out of my handbag at the party. That was different, she says. Frank told me you were convinced the paper proved the shop was once involved in money laundering and that it was connected to Vicky's death in some way. I couldn't see how that was true, but I had to stop you asking questions. Are you going to try and convince me Vicky's murder was an accident as well? No, it wasn't. Not in the same way. Cheryl's face falls. And I was there, in the wood, with Vicky, she admits. But I didn't have anything to do with her being killed. For God's sake, I explode. You've already admitted sending me the texts telling me to stop looking into her murder. I bet you came and snooped around my house last month and sent the Hello Kitty backpack too, and left the police that anonymous message. Yes. Like I said, it was all to make you back off, Cheryl says. But I didn't kill Vicky. I swear I didn't. If that's true, why have you made so much effort to stop me looking into her death? Why have you kidnapped my daughter and brought her to this dump and drugged her into unconsciousness? I gasp. Oh my God. You're the reason why she's been so unhappy for the past week. You've been threatening her since John died. Cheryl frowns. Her knife glints in the light as she extends her arms in a gesture of protest. I never wanted Tora to be scared. I just needed her to keep quiet. But I could see yesterday the secret she was keeping was eating her up from the inside, and that you were going to go to the police anyway, and if anyone talked directly to Tora again, she would probably crack.
You still haven't answered my question, I say pointedly. If you didn't kill Vicky or Uncle John, why are you standing here brandishing a knife at me? Cheryl lowers the knife. I'm sorry. Her voice falters. And I'm sorry for taking Tora. I shouldn't have done that. You have to believe that I'd never hurt either of you. I just need you to stop nosing into everything. She pauses. Why didn't you back off like I told you to, or accept that the killer was Lonnie? Oh my God, I say, clutching my forehead. You planted the ring in his bedroom the night we all went for dinner at his house. It had nothing to do with him, or his dad. She nods. I didn't think you'd find it yourself. I was going to do an anonymous call to the police and say it was there. But why, I demand, why go to all this trouble to frame other people and stop me digging into crimes if you didn't even commit them? Cheryl presses her lips together. Look, if I tell you most of the story, will you stop pushing at this? Will you let it go? I wrinkle my nose. Try me. Okay. Cheryl lets out a sigh. I didn't kill Vicky, but like I said, I was there in Framley Wood that day. Your mum was there too. We both saw. Okay? No, I spit. Not okay. You need to tell me exactly what happened. I can't say any more, Cheryl says, her voice trembling. It needs to stay a secret. Please, Bella, that's what Barbara wanted too. Don't speak for my mum. I'm just trying to make you see that I have a good reason for keeping the truth hidden. Sure you do, I snap, covering up your own guilt. Cheryl falls silent. She gives me a long, pained look. I see no anger in it, just sadness and resignation. It's like she's trying to guilt-trip me into accepting her pathetic lies. Muttering angrily under my breath, I turn back to Tora. She's out for the count again. I touch her cheek. It's pale and cold. Help me carry her outside. I look up as I speak, only to find Cheryl shutting and locking the door again. I rush over and hammer against the wood. For God's sake, Cheryl, you can't do this. I press my ear to the door. No sound. I glance at Tora, then bang my fists on the door until they are sore. It's hopeless. I turn, pressing my back against the wood, and sink to the floor. What is Cheryl playing at? Leaving us here? And what about Lonnie? She can't keep us all trapped here forever. I lean my head in my hands, trying to work out how on earth we can escape. I gradually become aware of a strange new scent filling the room. What is that? I sniff the air. There's a sourness to the smell. Something chemical. I sniff again. An acrid smell. I jump up, immediately recognizing it. Something is burning. A tendril of grey smoke twists under the door, rising into the room. My eyes widen. The house is on fire. Chapter 40. It takes a second for my brain to catch up with my senses. Then I move with a speed and a strength I didn't know I had. Tora is still unconscious across the room. Tora! I yell, desperate to rouse her. I take a step away from the door, steady my balance, and kick hard. It rattles, but holds. More smoke is curling underneath it, into the room. I catch a whiff and cough, then drop to my knees to peer through the keyhole. I need to see how close the fire is. My view is blocked. I frown, my heart thudding into the silence. Cheryl has left the key in the lock. I glance around the room for something to push it out with, but there isn't anything. I grab my bag, rummaging through the debris. Yes, my fingers light on one of Tora's unicorn hair slides. I glance at her. She's still out cold, her face pale, her breathing shallow. I scramble back to the door, force back the metal pin of the hair slide, then shove it through the lock. I jab at the key, once, twice, 3 times. There! It lands with a tiny thud on the other side of the door. Hope flares through me. I bend down, trying to see under the door. Smoke is rising from the stairs, a lot of smoke, but I can see the key lying on the floor. Holding my breath, I slip the hair slide under the door and maneuver it until it's positioned beside the key. I don't have much purchase, but I try to scoop the key towards me. It doesn't move. Another tendril of smoke under the door. I'm coughing, my eyes stinging, but I grip the hair slide tighter and tap the end against the key. It shifts a fraction towards me. I squint under the door, focused on the key, and then, in an instant, footsteps thunder up the stairs. Before I can properly register what is happening, a hand reaches down and snatches up the key. "No!" I yell, scrambling to my feet. "No!" Panic rises inside me. Is it Cheryl? Come back to make sure we burn. And then the key twists in the lock with a click and the door opens. Lonnie is standing in front of me, a length of his shirt wound around his mouth and desperation in his eyes. "Are you okay?" He grips my shoulders. "I'm fine," I cry. "But Tora—" I point behind me. "Come on." Lonnie strides towards her and hauls her into his arms. As he walks back to me, I take off my jacket and cover her face with it. "What about you?" he asks. I take off my jumper and wind it around my face. "It was Cheryl." "I know," he says, adjusting Tora against his body. "She took my phone and locked me in one of the rooms on the first floor. I could hear her walking around. Then she was back, unlocking the door and telling me to save you." He frowns. "She'd already set the fire. I guess she had second thoughts about letting us burn. She must already be outside." I shake my head, completely bewildered. There's no time to try and work out what Cheryl is doing. "Let's go." My voice is muffled through the jumper. We hurry onto the landing. Smoke is now pouring up the stairs towards us. We race to the top step. "Can you manage her?" I ask, coughing. "Yes," he says. "Go straight down, fast as you can. I've got her." I nod, then pound down the stairs to the first floor. The smoke is thicker here. Flames leap out of one of the rooms, dancing across the landing. I turn. Lonnie is right behind me, Tora still in his arms. "Hurry!" I yell as the acrid smoke fills my lungs. Suddenly, I'm lightheaded. I grip the banister, force myself to put one foot in front of the next. I glance over my shoulder. Lonnie and Tora are still there. Without warning, a huge wall of fire erupts in front of us, blocking our way to the stairs. I turn and yell, "Run through it! It's the only way!" Lonnie gives a swift nod, then disappears through the fire. I hear his feet on the steps down to the ground floor. I stare at the flickering flames for a fraction of a second, too terrified to move. Then I think of Tora. With a yelp, I propel myself forwards. In one bound, I'm past the fire and racing down the stairs. Lonnie is by the front door, struggling to reach the handle with Tora in his arms. I reach around him, press the catch, and fling the door open. Together we stumble outside, gulping in huge draughts of the mercifully clear morning air. Smoke is pouring out of the windows above, flames licking at the outer walls of the first floor. A small crowd has already gathered on the pavement. A woman with short grey hair calls Lonnie over, tells him to set Tora down. She bends over her, her ear to Tora's mouth. I race over. "She was drugged," I cry. "Someone drugged her." The woman looks up at me. "What did she take?" I don't know," I shriek. "Some kind of sedative, they said." The woman bends over Tora again, loosening her top, examining her neck and face. I turn to Lonnie, who is coughing beside me. "We need to call an ambulance." "Already on their way," a ruddy-cheeked man says, resting a reassuring hand on my arm. "So is the fire service." He glances at the woman. "My wife's done first aid," he says to us both. "She'll look after your little girl. Is there anyone left in the building?" I think of Cheryl. Surely she got out before us. I don't think... "Look!" A cry goes up from the crowd. I follow the pointing fingers. "Oh, my God," Lonnie breathes. There, at the first floor window, is the silhouette of a woman surrounded by flames. "Cheryl!" I take a step towards the house as sirens fill the air. Lonnie pulls me back. "It's too dangerous," he says.
The firefighters are here now."
I glanced down at Tora on the ground, her eyes still shut, as the fire engines screeched to a stop in front of us. Firefighters are everywhere, moving us away from the house, setting up cordons and running into the building with breathing masks over their faces. Tora and I are taken into one ambulance, Lonnie into another. The young female paramedic asks what Tora was given, and I have to repeat again that I don't know. "It was my sister-in-law," I explain. "She just said it was something she used to give her own kids. She had it in a water bottle." "So, liquid?" the woman asks. I nod, coughing again. "Tora didn't have much, but it wasn't her first dose, and I don't know how much she was given before or how long that took to wear off." I'm forced to sit back as the paramedic examines me. Minutes later we arrive at the hospital. Tora is rushed into a room. A doctor stops me from following, insisting on checking me over. I answer his questions impatiently. Yes, I was breathing in smoke. No, it was for less than a minute. He treats the burns on my arms that I hadn't even noticed. Once I'm bandaged and cleared, I'm allowed into Tora's cubicle. The nurse there tells me that Tora's vital signs are good, and that there's every reason to be hopeful she will come round as soon as the sedative wears off. I sit beside her, my insides hollowed out. After a while, Lonnie pokes his head past the sheet drawn around us. "How's she doing?" "Okay, I think." I swallow down a sob. "And how about you, Bella?" He comes over and we hold each other. After a few minutes I draw back, wiping my eyes. "Has the doctor cleared you?" "I'm fine," he grimaces. "Cheryl's unconscious, though. She's in surgery. It's touch and go. Frank's here, in the waiting room. So are the police. I've just talked to them." I glance at him, frowning. "Police?" He nods. "They want to talk to you, too, but the doctors are making them wait because of Tora." He hesitates. "I've told them what I know. Shall I get you a cup of tea?" I nod, and he disappears. I sit back, thoughts whirling around my head. Why did Cheryl kidnap Tora, imprison me and Lonnie, and then decide to release us? Why did she choose to save us, but let herself burn? I thought she'd been lying about killing Vicky, and John too. But why bother to lie if she was planning to take her own life? Was she protecting someone, like John did, prepared to die to keep their identity secret? I gaze down at Tora. All I want is for her to come round, to be okay. "Mummy?" It's the faintest of whispers. My heart skips a beat as I lean closer to Tora. "I'm here, sweetheart." "What happened?" And my body swells with relief as my daughter, at last, opens her eyes. Chapter 41. 3 weeks after the fire, and Cheryl still hasn't regained consciousness. She lies in a coma in hospital, visited daily by Frank and the children. All 4 of them have been stoic in the face of what happened, but the pain and confusion in their eyes is all too clear. Most mornings, when they head to Addington General, I go over to their house and try to make sure that a meal and clean laundry are ready for when they return. Today is different. Today, a warm, overcast morning at the end of July, we have all gathered at St. Hawes Crematorium for Uncle John's funeral, postponed by a fortnight because of Cheryl and the fire. I'm standing with Dad and Lonnie as the hearse pulls up. A coffin topped with lilies is visible through the glass windows. Frank steps forward as the undertakers open the door. He's insisted on being a pallbearer, even though we all tell him there's no need. Nobody can understand why Cheryl, who always seemed so strong and in control, would have tried to take her own life, and in such a violent way. I've explained how she kidnapped and threatened Tora, how she told me that Uncle John's death was an accident, and how she claimed that though she was present at Vicky's murder, she didn't kill her. Almost everyone has accepted this, including D.I. Capshaw. I dare say everyone is right, though I can't get rid of the questions that still nag away at me. Most of all, why did Cheryl protect the actual killer for so long, going to such terrible lengths to stop me finding out their identity? It seems unlikely that the killer was connected to the money laundering gang, as Cheryl was never involved with that, but it's impossible to know for sure. The only person I know who is now convinced of Cheryl's guilt is Cy Daniels. He has leaped on her treatment of my daughter as evidence that she is a psychopath who would have no problem murdering his. A cough brings me back to Uncle John's funeral. Lonnie and Kai have joined Frank beside the coffin, ready to hoist it onto their shoulders. Beyond them, at the edge of the crematorium, D.I. Capshaw is standing, with his head bowed. I catch Lonnie's eye, and he gives me a sad smile. We have seen each other most days since our escape from the fire. Just as I'm trying to keep Frank's home running, Lonnie is single-handedly taking care of his business. Frank reinstated him immediately after the fire. Tell Jones, meanwhile, has left the country. Not even Mercedes knows where he's gone. The pallbearers steady the coffin, then make their sombre way into the crematorium. Auntie Lynn, white-faced, follows behind, flanked by two of her and Uncle John's oldest friends. I am in the group that follows, my main responsibility to look after Dad for the duration of the service. He's shuffling along beside me right now, and I link arms, gazing up at his lined, grizzled face. "All right, Dad," I whisper. He glances sadly down at me.
"I think this is a funeral, Barb," he says. "Some poor man has died."
"I know," I say softly. I glance round to check on Tora. She insisted on being here today, though I told her there was no need for her to come. She's walking with Ashley, who has one arm around her and one arm around Gabby. Gabby is weeping already, though I'm guessing more because of the situation with her mum, poor thing, than because she's grieving her great-uncle. I catch Ashley's eye, and she gives me a reassuring smile. Ashley has really come into her own over the past few weeks, stepping into Cheryl's shoes as best she can, especially with Gabby. She's even submitted her application to train as a midwife. Inside the crematorium, the air is warm and still, an organ playing softly. I stop walking as the pallbearers ease the coffin onto its stand. Auntie Lynn's friends help her into a seat at the front. It's surreal. This is Uncle John's funeral, but I sense that for the majority of his family, it's Cheryl whose absence is most keenly felt. Frank's head is bowed. Free from the coffin, he puts an arm around Kai, who is clearly trying not to cry. I glance across at Ashley and Gabby. Both are openly weeping. Frank ushers all three into the front row. Kai and Gabby sit on either side of him. Ashley reaches over from Gabby's other side and squeezes his shoulder. I watch as Tora snuggles up next to Ashley. She looks across at me and smiles, relieved that today's sombre mood doesn't seem to be affecting her too badly. I turn to Dad and gently suggest we take the row behind. As I steer Dad along the long bench, I wonder what I would have done if I'd made the connection between Cheryl and the two murders earlier. If I'd been quicker in my thinking, maybe both her death and John's could have been avoided. I push this unsettling thought away and seat Dad at the very end of a row. I want to be close to the door so that if he starts getting agitated, I can take him outside. I'm right behind Tora here, too. I tap her arm, and she glances over her shoulder and smiles.
"Did we have breakfast, Barb?"
Dad asks, tugging at my sleeve. I sigh, ashamed at the irritation that rises inside me. It's not Barb, Dad. It's me, Bella. I know everyone says not to contradict him and to go with whatever fantasy version of reality he's living inside, but of all the things he gets confused about, thinking I'm his wife is the worst. Dad falls silent for a minute.
"This is a funeral," he announces as the official walks in. He points to the coffin. "Some poor man has died."
I close my eyes. The music stops and the official stands, waiting as the small, stuffy room falls silent. I look around me. The place is packed with mostly older people, family, of course,
but also Uncle John and Auntie Lynn's friends from church and Rotary. Lonnie is sitting a couple of rows back, across the aisle. Mercedes is with him, though neither of her girls are. I glance over and they smile sympathetically at me. The official begins speaking, talking of Uncle John and his life. Then one of Uncle John's oldest friends stands to give a reading, after which we all sing a hymn. Dad is in a different mood once the music is over, as if the singing has stirred him up. The official starts talking again, saying Uncle John's name several times in quick succession. "Why is that man talking about John?" Dad asks, too loudly. Heads turn. Frank gives me an anxious look. I pat Dad's arm. "It's okay. There's nothing to worry about," I reassure him.
"Don't patronize me." Dad's voice rises. "They're talking about John."
He stares, horror-struck at the coffin.
"Is he in that? Why have they put him in there? He won't be able to breathe."
The official has stopped talking and is looking over. Feeling everyone's eyes on us, I coax Dad out of his seat. "Let's go outside, Dad. I'll explain everything." Much to my relief, Dad pushes himself up and makes straight for the exit. I follow him outside, back into the warm, muggy air of the crematorium yard. There's no one else around, apart from a distant undertaker leaning against the wall about 100 yards away, having a quiet cigarette.
"Well?"
Dad demands, as I shut the outer door of the crematorium building behind me.
"What is happening here?"
I stare at him. He sounds about 10 years younger than he did when we arrived, and totally on the ball. There's a ferocity in his eyes I don't recognize, a hardness. Did he used to look like that at Mum? Is that part of what she had to put up with? "We're at a funeral," I say, trying to sound calm.
"I know that, Bella," he snaps. "Whose funeral?"
God, it's like the dementia has vanished, except it can't have because otherwise he'd know. "It's Uncle John's funeral. John, your brother," I say, holding his gaze. Dad's eyes fill with shock. His lips tremble.
"John?"
His voice cracks.
"No, not John."
We stand in the warm, still air. Dad suddenly seems to crumple. A single tear trickles down his cheek. "I'm so sorry, Dad," I say, my own emotions rising up.
"How?"
Dad asks, his voice barely more than a whisper. They think—" I pause, remembering Cheryl's agonized face as she described Uncle John's death. "He was upset and, he banged against the broken balcony outside his bedroom. The railing gave way and he fell."
"Why was he upset?"
I tell the truth. I think he knew who killed little Vicky Daniels all those years ago and couldn't bear to keep the secret any longer." Dad stares at me.
"Secret?"
"That's right," I say. "Nobody was ever caught for her murder, but plenty of people know the truth. John, Mum, Cheryl." I hesitate. "You." Dad's eyes widen.
"I know the truth."
It's part statement, part question. As he speaks, the sun comes out from behind a cloud. I step into the sunshine and turn my face to the light. "You're the only one left who does," I say, flatly.
"The picture knows, too," Dad says. "Mum wanted you to have it. She told me to give it to you just before she died."
He pauses.
"And I knew why, though she wouldn't say."
I shield my eyes from the sun as I stare at him. "What picture are you talking about? Did it show what happened in the wood? Did Mum take a photo or something?"
"No, the picture was of Mum. Of Barbie."
Dad looks at me crossly.
"I looked for it after she died, but I never found it."
"Which picture was it?" I frown, wondering how on earth any photo or perhaps drawing of Mum might relate to Vicky's death. Dad stares at me blankly. My heart sinks. "Please, Dad, it's important. You literally just said Mum was dying and she told you to give Bella the picture. You looked for it so that you could give it to me."
"No," Dad says emphatically. "I looked for it because it had to be destroyed."
So Mum didn't want me to have it. I frown. But as Dad looks back at me, I can see his mind has totally gone again.
"This is the crematorium," he says slowly. "Some poor fellow must have died."
Chapter 42. Cheryl passes away exactly 1 week after Uncle John's funeral. A month after that, Frank takes his 3 children, plus Hanisha and little KJ, on a trip to France to try to process their terrible loss. Lonnie offers to keep Wilkins Hardware running, but it's the end of August, and Frank insists that he closes the shop and has a proper break. So Lonnie and I are going to Spain for a week, where Lonnie can spend time with his son, Sandro, and introduce me and Tora to his family out there. We're leaving this evening, and I'm not only packed but have at last managed to talk Tora down from 2 suitcases containing virtually her entire wardrobe to just 1. She's almost back to her normal self, most of the time at least. It's good that she remembers very little about being held prisoner by Cheryl, though I know it may take years for her to get over the knowledge that something very strange and scary happened to her that day. She's gone to see Danny for a final playdate before our holiday, leaving me with a few hours to set the house to rights before we leave. As soon as we return from our holiday, Tora will start back at school, and my teacher training course will begin, and I'm determined to finish clearing out the small bedroom so I can use it as a little study area next term. Only the box marked Bella, where I found the Burn This notebook, remains. Lonnie arrives just as I open the box up. He sits on the bed, checking his phone, as I take the Barbie dolls and worn yellow teddy bear out. I'm definitely keeping those. Then examine each of the reports and birthday cards and drawings in turn, putting most of them in the bin bag at my side. I take a sip of the tea I made earlier and lift out the framed photo of Mum dressed as my great-shaped Barbie doll in a blonde wig and blue headband. Look at this. I hold up the picture and the doll it matches to Lonnie. He grins. Was that for a fancy dress party or something? I shrug. I'd asked Dad, but... I stop, a memory niggling at the back of my head. Dad said Barbie, but he usually calls her Barb. Eh? At Uncle John's funeral, we were talking about Vicky's death, and Dad said the truth was in a picture of Mum, of Barbie. A picture she supposedly asked him to give to me when she was dying, but that he couldn't find. You think he was talking about that picture? Lonnie follows my gaze to the photograph behind the glass. I can't see how that tells the truth about anything, let alone a little girl's murder. He's right. All this photo shows is Mum, when she was young and pretty, making a slightly goofy face while dressed up like a Barbie doll. There's not even an identifiable background, just the edge of a tree and a patch of grass. Surely it's a bit unlikely that your mum spent her last few minutes telling your dad to give you a picture of herself dressed as a doll, Lonnie points out. Maybe. I stare at the picture again. The lower half of the photo is pressed more tightly against the glass frame than the upper half. My throat constricts. When Dad talked about the truth being in the photo, suppose it wasn't the image he meant, but the frame. I turn the picture over and unclip the backing board. I gasp. There, tucked away out of sight, is a wedge of folded paper. I glance at Lonnie as I set down the photo frame and open up the lined sheets. They have clearly been torn out of an exercise book. What is it? Lonnie asks, peering down. My heart thuds as I take in the handwriting and the first few lines on the top sheet. This is what Mum wanted me to have. It's the bit of the Burn This notebook that was torn out, I say, feeling hollow. The end of Mum's story about Vicky's death. It follows straight on from when Kay shouts at Vicky, then hits her with the rock. Are you sure? Lonnie asks. I nod. The last line from the bit I read before ended at the bottom of the page with, Kay looks up and... I pause. This starts from the top of the page with the words, sees me. It's the same ink. Mum's handwriting. It's definitely from Burn This. I look at him. So what happens?
Lonnie points to the pages in my hand. What happens next? I take a deep breath and start reading the extract out loud. He says my name like all the air is being squeezed out of him. I walk towards him and I see it all. The little clearing, the rug spread out under the bush, and her, frantically buttoning her top. It's so obvious what they've been doing, and that bloody ring of his on a chain around her neck. Talk about salt in the wound. Didn't your mum say Kay was wearing the ring? Lonnie asks. I shake my head. Just that it was his ring. We assumed that he was wearing it, but she never actually wrote that, just that the ring revealed the truth. I turn back to the pages. For a second I stand staring at them, shocked beyond measure. Oh, Mrs. Wilkins, C says to me, her lips trembling. I stare at the letter C. It's Cheryl. A chill snakes down my spine. That's how she was involved. My mum caught her having sex with Kay.
Oh my God. Poor Frank, Lonnie says. They've been going out for a while by then.
I nod. That's why Cheryl must have felt so terrified of the truth coming out, because of Frank. Lonnie frowns.
Sure, but terrified enough to cover up a child murder for 30 years, then set fire to herself when she thinks the truth is about to come out. It doesn't make sense. She was only 16 then, not even married to Frank at the time.
I nod, chewing on my lip, then read on. How can you do this to Frank, are the words that come out of me, but they're not half of what I mean. I can't find words for the fury I feel. I remember Vicky on the ground. I move towards her, but Kay stops me, his hand rough around my wrist. What are you doing here? He growls. I overheard you arranging to meet someone and followed you here. I look down at Vicky. Her breath is too shallow, her face too pale. Oh God, she's unconscious, I say. We need to get her an
Shut up, you stupid bitch.
Kay shoves me away. I stumble backwards. Behind him, C fumbles with the ring around her neck. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Wilkins. She's sobbing now. You can shut up too, Kay snaps. He gave you that, didn't he? I stare at the ring. You know it belonged to his mother. Well, ignore whatever he promised you. You're not the first and you won't be the last. C wipes away her tears and looks miserably at me. I'm pregnant, she says. There's no way to ignore that. I gasp. So does Lonnie.
Oh my God, Bella.
I'm on the second sheet of paper now, the truth that has been hovering at the edge of my mind for the past few minutes, pushing insistently in front of me. Are you serious? I turn to Kay. You can't have got her pregnant. What about Frank? He doesn't need to know, Kay says quickly. I point to the ring. Is that to buy her silence? I turn to C. Get out of here, I say. Now. She grabs her bag and disappears through the bushes. Kay and I stare at each other. You bastard, I say. Doing this to Frank? I point to Vicky again. And we need to call an ambulance. Now. Kay stands back, folding his arms, and I take this as a sign I can go to Vicky. I race over and drop to my knees. She seems strangely still. There's a blueness to her lips and blood is pooling around her head. My heart thuds as I feel for her wrist, then her neck. No pulse. I lean closer so my cheek is just above her mouth. No breath. I look up at him. She's dead, I say flatly. I know that this is a terrible, terrible thing, but as I say the words, I don't feel their horror. All I feel is numb. Kay's face fills with alarm. No, she can't be. I didn't hit her that hard. You had a rock in your hand. We stare at each other. Panic rears up, clawing at my throat, and fury. What do we do? He sounds helpless. Do you still want to call an ambulance? I stare at him, clenching my fists. Suddenly, I'm so angry I can't breathe. Ah! I push him backwards. Taken off balance, he stumbles and yelps. You idiot! There's no point in an ambulance now, is there? I try to focus. What should we do? What is the right thing to do? But all I can think about is poor Frank. Take this. I shove Vicky's backpack at him. Put it by the far exit, so whoever finds it will look around there for her first. That might just buy enough time to let Cheryl get home and you get back to work. Back to work, he repeats. You were never here, I say. Neither was Cheryl. None of us were here. I pause. What really matters is Frank. He must never find out. What are you going to do? He sounds like a child. I'm going to cover the body with some branches, then fetch our daughter from the playground. I stare at the word our as the truth, in all its ugly horror, finally settles inside me. Kay is your dad, Lonnie gasps. My eye lights on the back of the photo of Mum dressed as Barbie, under the sheet of paper. I read the inscription on the back, written in Mum's looping handwriting, then silently pass it to Lonnie. For my Ken, from his Barbie, with all my love, he reads out loud. K for Ken. No wonder Dad told me he wanted to destroy this picture, I say, bitterness spreading like poison through my veins. He must have worked out what Mum had hidden in here but couldn't find it. I can't. This is... How is this? Lonnie's voice is hoarse with shock. I know. My gaze fixes on the window ledge and my half-drunk cup of tea, now cold and filmy. I sit down beside him. Dad and Cheryl, I say. Together. I shake my head. Saying their names doesn't make it feel any more real. I'm just trying to. Lonnie clutches his forehead. So this means the money laundering and Vicky's death really didn't have anything to do with each other. John must have been in the wood earlier. We were wrong to connect. Never mind the money laundering, I say. Don't you see what this means? Cheryl was pregnant. Lonnie stares at me, eyes widening. With Ashley? I nod. She was born in June, the year after Vicky died at the end of August, I say, dully, trying to absorb what I'm saying. Ashley isn't Frank's daughter. She's his sister. My sister. Which is why your mum and dad never told anyone, Lonnie says. And why Cheryl went to such lengths to stop me finding out, I breathe. Even if it meant Vicky's killer went unpunished, they had to keep the truth from Frank. And from Ashley, Lonnie points out, whose real father is her granddad. Jesus. I stare down at the message on the photo. I never once heard Mum call Dad Ken. It must have been a private joke between the two of them. Barbie and Ken. Who else do you think knows? Lonnie asks. Just Uncle John, I imagine. I pause. Cy Daniels said John and Mum were super close, and I reckon she'd have needed to tell someone she could trust. I bet that's what Cheryl was pleading with him to keep quiet about when he fell from the balcony. What's on that? Lonnie points to the final sheet of paper, tucked under the others and written in a much thicker, darker pen. I hold it up and read. My throat tightens. It's a letter to me, written around the time I left home. Dearest Bella, this account of Vicky Daniels's murder is for you. I know how much her death affected you, more perhaps than you realized yourself. It cast a terrible shadow over your childhood, and I worry that it's the biggest factor behind your desperate need to leave home. Not that I am anything other than proud of your achievements. But what I wish for you more than anything is a life looking forward, rather than one like mine, spent looking back. As soon as I knew Cheryl was pregnant with your dad's baby, I decided I would take the secret to my grave. Not to protect your father, but to keep Frank, and later little Ashley, from unbearable suffering if they knew. If I'm honest, I have regretted that decision many times since, not least because I know, even if you're not aware of it yourself, that some part of you blamed yourself for Vicky's death. Do you think that's true? Lonnie asks. I nod, not looking up. I think the secret has been hard on Cheryl, too. At the time I was furious with her, but quickly I realized she was very much your father's victim. Knowing the truth now, you may wonder why I stayed with him. One day, when you are older and read this, I hope you will be able to understand what I'm about to say. I stayed partly because I was a coward. I never had to stand on my own 2 feet and was terrified of life on my own. Mostly, though, I stayed as a penance. The day Vicky died, I reasoned that if her parents had her body, they'd have closure. That the identity of her killer wouldn't matter so much. But of course it did. Vicky's dad, Cy, with whom I was briefly very close, immediately became obsessed with finding out who the killer was. He lost interest in everyone and everything else. I think he's drinking now, too. Vicky's poor mother has suffered unimaginably anyway, but I can't help but feel that if I'd only been honest at the start, perhaps she and Cy would have found a way through their pain together. I stayed with your father as punishment for my silence and my cowardice. And, Bella, I will spare you the details. You are still his daughter, and I know he truly loves you. But believe me, this has been a heavy price. I've hidden what is written here from your father because he would never understand or agree to me telling you. I will find a time to give it to you when you are older, perhaps when you have a husband and daughter of your own and may understand better than you would now. Perhaps you will have secrets of your own, and know that however important honesty is, sometimes it's more important to be kind. In the meantime, please know that I always have and always will love you more than my life. I stop reading and sink onto the bed beside Lonnie. We sit in silence for a little. Everything Cy Daniels said about my parents was true, I say bitterly. All that nonsense Dad told everyone about Mum being neurotic and not being able to tell the difference between truth and fiction. And Cheryl, she was 16, and he totally took advantage of her. My voice cracks. Dad abused them both, yet they were the ones who felt guilty and ashamed. Lonnie puts his arm around me, and I lean against his shoulder. What do you want to do now? He asks. Do we tell the police? I don't know. I lean forward, my head in my hands. If I go to DI capture with this, it'll all come out. Frank will discover not just that Dad was a child killer, and that he cheated on Mum, but that he slept with Cheryl and she got pregnant and... I look up. Can you imagine? Discovering that your eldest daughter is actually your half-sister. That your wife and your parents and your uncle have lied to you for your entire adult life. That'll totally mess him up, just when he needs to be strong for his kids. What about Ashley? Doesn't she have a right to know who her biological dad is? Maybe, I say. But it'll mess her up too, just as she's lost her mum. And Cy Daniels, doesn't he deserve to know? Your mum said how much he needed someone to blame. I press my lips together. He has got someone to blame. He thinks Cheryl killed Vicky. I don't think him knowing it was my dad will make any positive difference. Bella, we can't let your father go unpunished. If he was mentally sound, then maybe it would be worth all the trauma and upset. I sigh. But he's gradually losing his mind, I say. Some days it's already lost. He wouldn't be able to stand trial or even properly understand what he was being accused of. John and Cheryl both died over this already. I reckon it ate away at them for years. And at Mum. I shudder. Anyway, nothing about the truth will bring Vicky back. Lonnie nods. So what do we do? We're going to do what my mum wanted to do in the first place, I say. We're going to choose kindness over honesty. I take a deep breath. We're going to burn this. I fetch matches, and Lonnie stands beside me as I set light to the paper, watching as the flames spread and flare, then subside into ashes. You've been listening to Burn This by Sophie McKenzie. Narrated by Caroline Fantozzi. Published by W.F. Howes Limited. This recording is copyrighted by W.F. Howes Limited.